What is up, BTMC gang? We are back with the next chapter of the greatest fantasy trilogy ever written, The Two Towers, by John Ronald Reuel Tolkien. We're going beat by beat, and I'll tell you the whole story while honing in on the moments that reflect the character choices, like what we can learn from the loyalty of Sam, or how to avoid dark manipulation from wicked tongues like Saruman. So grab some lembas bread and your favorite elven cloak, because we are heading back out on the road to Mordor. The good news is that with no foreword or prologue to get through, we are jumping right into the action really quickly this time. The only thing before we get into the story is a quick plug for the protagonist edition of the podcast, the subscription tier that gives you access to extended versions of the story as well as all of the character analysis episodes. In the Fellowship episode, listeners got extra scenes, including the wolf attack that led them to decide to enter the mines of Moria, as well as extra content after the episode, like my takeaways on what makes Tolkien stand out even among other massive fantasy writers like George R.R. Martin or J.K. Rowling. In this episode, some of the extra content includes an ode to Gimli the Simp, as I'm calling him, some reflections from Faramir on how noble people can fall from grace as easily as unnoble people can raise their position. And then after the episode, there are additional extra bonus content that I think is fascinating, and I think you will too if you love the world of Tolkien. So whether you're craving more BTMC or you're just interested in supporting the show and helping me pay for the different subscription services I use to make it, you can find the link for BTMC Protagonist Edition in the show notes. And with that, let's dive into The Shadow Lengthens, shall we? Oh, sorry, did I call it by its potential other name? Yeah, that's the first fact for you today. I already mentioned how Tolkien wanted to focus on The Lord of the Rings being 6 books that make up one story. But in one of his letters, he was emphasizing how it was important to him that the trilogy of all the volumes be titled Lord of the Rings, and that they could have subtitles, but that Lord of the Rings was the strongest name, and it was important to be the label for the entire story. And in that same letter, he goes on to mention the names that he had at the time been considering for the 3 volumes. And they're very different from the trilogy that we have, but I mean, at least 2 of them are. So Return of the King was always, at least from what we know, what he was considering the name of the 3rd volume to be. But the first 2 were very different, and they focused on the Dark Lord's influence. The Fellowship of the Ring at this point in time was being referred to as the Return of the Shadow, which, as we know, Sauron had once been a huge threat and had gone into hiding as he recovered for thousands of years, and now he's back. So the Return of the Shadow. And then The Two Towers was titled The Shadow Lengthens, which is a very Empire Strikes Back kind of vibe, isn't it? It's a title that implies that bad is winning. So that is what this used to be known as. I haven't figured out why the names ended up being what they are, but let's dive into The Two Towers, aka The Shadow Lengthens. And technically getting into the story, but just a quick recap of where we're at this point, because it's been a few weeks, right? So Gandalf was lost fighting the Balrog in Moria. Gimli and Legolas have become BFFs much more quickly than I had expected. And after a close run-in where a possessed Boromir tried to take the ring from him, Frodo decided it was time to leave the Fellowship and continue on his journey because he could neither endanger nor trust these people that he loved so dearly. Sam, of course, wouldn't allow Frodo to go off on his own, even when he had to basically drown himself to prove the point. And as the book ended, all the others were out running among the hills below Amon Hen, hunting for Frodo, who they didn't know had already left behind them. Aragorn is by himself, Legolas and Gimli are somewhere together, and a mournful but still slightly disturbed Boromir is chasing after Merry and Pippin. So let's begin. Aragorn had run up the hill until he got to the high seat of Amon Hen. He'd been following Frodo's footsteps so intently that he hadn't even noticed Sam wasn't with him. Hobbits walked so lightly and left such small prints that he had to give his tracking all of his attention. But in the brief moments he stood on top of the high seat, trying to piece together where Frodo had gone, because his tracks showed that he'd already gone back down the hill, Aragorn's ears picked up the sounds that he'd been waiting for since nighttime when Sting had glowed blue. The shrill yells of orcs were only interrupted by the blasting of a horn that overpowered all other sounds. It must be Boromir and his famed Horn of Gondor. It's only now that Aragorn noticed Sam was not with him, and he began to tear down the hill towards his companions. He ran down the slope with the agility of an elf, but the orc sounds were already dying away, and the horn blew no longer. With his keen hunter senses, he still knew which direction to go and kept running for about a mile before the forest opened up into a glade. There were nearly 24 orc corpses littering the ground of the glen, but on the other side of it, there was Boromir, slumped up against a tree. Aragorn ran to his companion's side and was distressed to see several black-feathered arrows sticking into him. The horn of Gondor was smashed into pieces at his side. Aragorn ran to Boromir's side and held his hand. At the ranger's touch, the captain of Gondor opened his eyes and tried to speak. "I tried to take the ring from Frodo," he said, and after a pause, I'm sorry. I have paid." His eyes then gestured over to the 20-plus orcs that had met their graves at his hand. But then his weak eyes snapped back to Aragorn as he realized something. "The orcs have taken the halflings. I do not think they are dead, but orcs have bound them." After that effort, his eyes closed. Aragorn hadn't said a word this entire time. His emotions were too busy swelling inside of him. After seconds had passed in silence, Boromir spoke again. "Farewell, Aragorn. Go to Minas Tirith and save my people. I have failed them." Aragorn bent over, kissing the brow of the fallen warrior, saying, "No, you have conquered. Few have ever gained such a victory. Minas Tirith shall not fall." The dying man's mouth curved ever so slightly into a smile, and Aragorn asked him which way the orcs had gone, and if Frodo had been with them. But there was no response. When he looked back down, Boromir, captain of the White Tower, had passed beyond the circles of the world. Aragorn fought back the rage and sadness inside him until he threw his head back and cried, "Alas, thus passes the heir of Denethor, lord of the Tower of Guard. This is a bitter end." He laments to himself that ever since Gandalf was gone and he was in charge of the Fellowship, things had been falling apart, that the company was in ruin and he has failed. He wants to go to Minas Tirith as Boromir asked in his death wish, but he needs to find the ring bearer if he is going to have any hope of saving this quest. He stays at Boromir's side, weeping, still not letting go of his hand, until Legolas and Gimli finally came across him. Gimli's axe was at the ready, and Legolas held his long elf knife. His quiver of arrows was empty. They tell him that they had fought off many orcs, which was why they were so delayed responding to the sound of the horn. Aragorn is still beside himself, feeling the weight of all of this tragedy on his shoulders. He tells the elf and the dwarf about how he arrived too late and that Merry and Pippin were gone. He has no idea where Frodo and Sam are. "All that I have done today has gone amiss. What is to be done now?" he said. Now, I want to point out that this is a much more vulnerable component to Aragorn than we see in the movies. He's practically Superman in the films, but book Aragorn, while still being a much more aspirational hero than the relatable status of Frodo, he has vulnerabilities and he judges himself much more harshly for what he sees as his shortcomings. I think it's a much more rich and grounded version of such a shiny hero figure. He took on the mantle of leadership after his friend Gandalf was gone, and he feels like almost everything that could go wrong has gone wrong since that moment. He is questioning if he is even up to the task, but as we'll see, Aragorn has the very stoic ability to feel emotions, even feelings of doubt, but to not let them govern his choices moving forward. The three warriors debate what to do. They shouldn't leave Boromir's body out to be carry-on for the orcs, but to bury him would take a lot of time, and they needed to follow the orcs that took Merry and Pippin, and they also don't know where Frodo is. "Are we to abandon him?" Aragorn asked. "Must we not seek him first? An evil choice is now before us." Ultimately, they decide the most noble and efficient burial they can give the Gondorian is to give him to the Anduin River, send him over the falls of Rauros with his sword, and one little note that's not in the movies that I think is actually pretty metal, they put all of the swords of his vanquished foes at his feet, symbolizing his victory over all of those dead orcs. So in the boat, they have all the orc swords under his feet to symbolize his victory, and then it's the classic image of his corpse lying with his sword resting on top of him holding the hilt over his chest. But it was while they were collecting the orc swords that Aragorn found 2 knives, but of size that they would be more like hobbit swords, and they were Merry and Pippin's weapons that Tom Bombadil had given them back at the Barrow. I will take these things, hoping against hope to give them back, Aragorn said as he tucked the blades away. As they continue searching through the dead, the ranger notes that these are not normal orcs from Mordor. He describes them as goblin soldiers of greater stature, swarthy build with slant eyes, thick legs, and large hands. They carried curved scimitars and long-range bows that orcs normally didn't have. And their shields bore a mark he'd never seen before. It was a white hand imprinted on the blackness. As well as on their helms, there was an S rune, also marked in white. S is for Sauron, Gimli said. That line is direct from the book, and it made me just think about how much I need a children's alphabet book as narrated by Gimli. A is for axe to chop down your enemies. B is for Barad-dûr, the dark tower where evil resides. But back to the story. Legolas protests that Sauron doesn't use elf runes. He uses the black tongue. And Aragorn points out that his symbol is the red eye anyway. After considering things, the heir to Isildur reasons that it must be Sauron, and that the West is no longer safe if the wizard has fully aligned himself with creatures of evil. As they work their way back to the camp, they debate the riddles that they now have to guess the meaning for. Gimli says maybe there is no right choice, whether they go after Merry and Pippin or if they try to find Frodo, but when they get back and they notice that one of the boats is missing, they determine that no orcs would have taken it, they would have just destroyed them, and Aragorn says he'll do some of his ranger sleuthing once they have said their farewells to Boromir. So they put him in the boat, as I already described, a little bit ahead of the gun. They folded up his elven cloak and put it under his head, and with reverence they combed his hair, setting his helm next to him and putting the broken horn by his feet. Then they tied his burial boat to the last remaining boat they had from the elves and rowed out to the current. They released the boat bearing their friend and watched as it glided away from them on the sparkling river, and at length they watched the stern end of the boat tip up slightly as the bow dropped over the falls, and he was gone. Aragorn began to sing a mournful song. Here's one stanza. Into the shadows of the north I saw him then no more. The north wind may have heard the horn of the son of Denethor. O Boromir, from the high walls westward I looked afar, but you came not from the empty lands where no men are. Legolas chimes in with his own verse of solemn song before the three companions rowed back to shore. Once back, Aragorn assumed his detective duties, and based on the missing packs and footprints that went out into the river, they determined that Frodo had gone on without them, and that Sam has gone with his master. Gimli asks why they would leave them behind. What a strange deed, the dwarf says. And a brave deed, Aragorn replies, because Sam had been right. I think Frodo did not wish to lead any friend to death with him in Mordor, but he knew that he must go himself. Aragorn, at this point in time, alone knew that Boromir was the real reason Frodo had taken off, but to preserve the honor of his fallen friend, he kept that fact to himself. Gimli asked if they should follow the ring-bearer or hunt down the other hobbits. Aragorn pauses to think, saying he wants to make sure that he chooses correctly so that he can try to change the fate of this evil day. And then after a brief silence, he says, I will follow the orcs. I would have guided Frodo to Mordor and gone with him to the end, but if I seek him now in the wilderness, I must abandon the captives to torment and death. My heart speaks clearly at last. The fate of the bearer is no longer in my hands. He then tells them to grab what they can from camp that will be useful, but to travel light, because the orcs already have a head start. It's not hard to pick up the trail of the orcs, because in Legolas's words, no other folk make such a trampling. It seems they delight to slash and beat down growing things that are not even in their way. Gimli encourages them on, saying that the orcs only care about traveling with speed, but dwarves too can cover a lot of ground. Yes, in fact, as opposed to the iconic line from the movie where he says dwarves are wasted on cross-country but are natural-born sprinters, not only Gimli himself, but Aragorn comments on the endurance of dwarves being an asset to them in this pursuit. Woe to them if we prove the swifter, the ranger said in a battle cry. We will make such a chase as shall be accounted a marvel among the three kindreds, elves, dwarves, and men. Forth the three hunters. And like a pack of young deer they were off, tireless and swift, with their minds fixed on only one thing, to save their young friends from whatever evil the orcs had purposed to them. After a full day of traveling, the three hunters come across a handful of orc corpses, a couple of which have been beheaded. All have been rather gruesomely dispatched. They are curious what this could mean because although they are in Rohirrim land, they're in such extreme parts of it that the soldiers of the Mark rarely venture this far. Gimli's best bet is that there has been infighting between the orcs because the bodies they found are all northern orcs from far away. None of them are the larger scaled orcs that had the white marks found around Boromir. They continue west following the tracks and pursue through the night. Then at dawn, we get a paragraph that is of no importance other than I think it's an absolutely beautiful paragraph that I wish I was capable of writing. This is describing the first rays of dawn. Quote, "The red rim of the sun rose over the shoulders of the dark land. Before them in the west the world lay still, formless and gray. But even as they looked, the shadows of night melted. The colors of the waking earth returned. Green flowed over the wide meads of Rohan. The white mists shimmered in the water veils, and far off to the left, 30 leagues or more, blue and purple stood the white mountains, rising into peaks of jet, tipped with glimmering snows, flushed with the rose of morning." One day I'll get there, but for now, I'm best just reading his descriptions. When they get onto one crested hill, Legolas is able to spot a mass of figures moving off in the distance, but they're too far away for even him to see what kinds of beings they are. His guess is that they are 12 leagues ahead of them. Now, get used to league measurements because they are used a lot in this book. And technically, there are two different league measurements. There's the nautical league, which is about 3.452 miles, or 5.5 kilometers roughly. And then there's the land-based league, which is 3 miles, or 4.83 kilometers. So Legolas is spotting these dudes from about 36 miles away. But as they continue pursuing, they find things that had been dropped by the fleeing company of orcs. Food bags, crusts of rock-hard bread, torn cloaks, broken shoes. They continued hunting, now out of the rocky terrain of the Emmenwheel Mountains and into the rolling plains of Rohan. Being in the fresh green plains that smelled of springtime despite it being winter rejuvenated the three runners who had already been chasing for an entire day with no sleep. They felt like they were making progress on the orcs when suddenly Aragorn veered off the path and told the others to hold on a second. He ran off, following what he said was another set of footprints. They were small, bare feet, running away from the path of the others. But it was not long before those prints were again crossed by several orc prints. It had to be Pippin, he thought to himself, the smallest of the hobbits. Aragorn saw the sun reflect off of something on the ground, and he bent over to pick up a brooch, shaped like a beech tree leaf. Legolas called it for what it was first, the brooch that each of them had pinned on their Lothlorien cloaks around their necks. "Not idly do the leaves of Lorien fall," Aragorn said, implying that Pippin had not simply lost it. He'd left it there for them to find. This piece of news is invigorating to their tired legs, and they continue on through the afternoon into the evening of the second day. At night, they debate heavily if they should rest for a time. Gimli is concerned that he can't keep up without some rest. Legolas is concerned that the orcs will march through the night and increase the gap between them. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that it has not been lost on the hunters that these orcs seem to be traveling out in the sun, which is peculiar, but we'll get to why that's strange in a minute. The other two look to Aragorn to make the choice since they cannot agree on what should be done. But Aragorn says they give the choice to an ill chooser. He's still doubting his leadership capabilities, and since the things that happened at Amon Hen, not just being attacked by orcs, but the fact that he could not anticipate Boromir trying to corner Frodo, he says, quote, "Since we passed through the Argonath, my choices have gone amiss." Ultimately, Aragorn decides a few hours rest will probably be best, but Legolas does not sleep. He's bothered, knowing in his heart that the orcs will not have stopped at all, and that their trail may go cold if they allow a greater distance to grow between them. "Where sight fails, the earth may bring us rumor," Aragorn said, trying to console his friend, claiming that the land must groan with hatred under their cursed feet and would give them signs of their location. After a few hours, Aragorn puts his ear to the ground and listens to the earth. He's troubled that he hears no footsteps for miles around them, but he does hear horse hooves, a fair number. They pick up their trailing for a third day, and they run in silence most of the time, not even stopping to eat, but rather shoving pieces of lembas bread in their mouths whenever they were hungry. After another entire day, though, they still have no sight of the orcs. Legolas curses that they had stopped to rest the previous night, and he fears the orcs have already reached the forest and the dark hills. Gimli grinds his teeth, feeling hopelessness setting in, and says, "This is a bitter end to our hope and all our toil." Aragorn is quick to rebuttal, saying, "To hope, maybe, but not to toil. We shall not turn back here." He remarks that he feels his weariness is not natural, that it's a strange feeling in the air. Legolas acknowledges that he's felt it too ever since entering Rohan. "Saruman," Aragorn mutters, remembering what Gandalf had said about the dark influence over Rohan. The next morning, they find a ring of turf torn up that implies the orcs had rested there, but Aragorn says the camp is at least 36 hours old, and at that rate, the orcs would have made it to Fangorn Forest the previous night. They continue on despite their newfound doubt, and the narrator notes that dwarves are physically capable of laboring hard in a journey like this, but the endless chase began to wear on him as his hope faded. Legolas, on the other hand, was just as fresh as day one, and it's noted that he, like all elves, has the ability to rest, which is to say, his mind can rest, in the strange paths of elvish dreams, even while he walked around with his eyes open during the day. They continue on for another day, and it's on the next day that something finally changed. They had spotted a thin curl of smoke in the air many miles ahead of them, but that curiosity took a backseat when Aragorn yelled, "Riders!" Legolas's eyes pick up the group in the distance, and he's able to count, saying that there's 105 of them with yellow hair and spears. He says they're about 15 miles away, and Aragorn decides they should hide among the rocks using their elven cloaks for camouflage, until the riders are close enough for him to deem if they might be friendly. While they hide, Gimli asks Aragorn what he knows about these men of the Rohirrim. His travels had never led him to meeting any of them before. The ranger tells his dwarven friend that the Rohirrim are a proud but true-hearted people, dangerous but not cruel, wise but unlearned. They write no books, but they sing many songs. But he doesn't know what has been happening here lately, or if they are in league with the dark forces. But they have been friends with Gondor, so he struggles to believe that they would be in league with the Dark Lord. The sound of pounding hooves were now noticeable even to Gimli. The riders were close. It was an impressive sight. The horses were large and strong, with shiny coats and healthy tails that flowed in the wind. Their heads stood tall and their mane hair was braided. The men that rode them were equally inspiring. Tall in stature, very fair blonde hair that flowed under their helms. Their spears were long, their swords hung at their belts, and their faces burned with a stern determination that would put any foe on their heels. Aragorn waited until they had almost completely passed them before standing up and yelling with a loud voice, "What news from the north, riders of Rohan?" With a level of precision and speed that hinted at long hours of formation training, the entire group turned on a dime, coming back to encircle the three companions. They rode circles around them menacingly before all turning inwards, spears fixed on the three foreigners, while others had bows drawn. One man rode in from the circle. He was even taller than the rest, and his helm had a white horsetail that flowed from its crest. He rode forward until his spear was less than a foot from Aragorn's chest. But the Dunedain didn't budge. "Who are you, and what are you doing in this land?" the voice said with a no-nonsense tone. "I am Strider," Aragorn said. "I came out of the north. I am hunting orcs." The rider dismounted and approached Aragorn with his sword drawn, saying that at first he had thought the three of them were orcs, but that they must know little of orcs if they're hunting them in this fashion, meaning in a group of only three. The leader of the riders continues to question him, saying his name is odd and he dresses uniquely. Aragorn states that their elven cloaks were given to them from the Lady in the Golden Wood. Their leader raises his eyebrows in a curious but almost mocking way. "Then there is a Lady of Lothlorien, as the old tales tell. Few escape her nets, they say. If you have her favor, then you are also net weavers and sorcerers." He turned to the other two and asked why they were being silent. Gimli, who looked visibly agitated, was gripping his axe and said, "Give me your name, horsemaster, and I will give you mine, and more besides." The rider told him that strangers should declare themselves first, but goes on to introduce himself as Eomer, son of Eomund. His rank is 3rd Marshal of the Riddermark. Gimli cocks his head to the side and replies, "Then Eomer, son of Eomund, 3rd Marshal of the Riddermark, let Gimli the dwarf, Glóin's son, warn you against foolish words. You speak evil of that which is fair beyond the reach of your thought, and only little wit can excuse you. In case that wording is too flowery for you, he basically has just said, you dare to say wicked things about Galadriel? The only reason I can excuse that is if you are stupid. Eomer's eyes blazed, and the other riders murmured as their horses shuffled on their feet. The third marshal turned back to Gimli and with a very threatening tone said, I would cut off your head, Master Dwarf, if it stood but a little higher from the ground. Legolas stepped in with his bow drawn to defend his friend, saying, he stands not alone. You would die before your stroke fell. Tensions were imaginably getting high with the riders as these few lone travelers were openly threatening their leader's life, but Aragorn diffused the situation, saying that when the riders know more of their tale, they will understand why his friends are angry. He states that they intend no evil to Rohan or its people and asks if they will not hear their story. Éomer demands to know the ranger's real name first. Aragorn says before he'll do that, he must know who they serve. Are they friend or foe to Sauron? I serve only the Lord of the Mark, Theoden, king, son of Thengel, Éomer said proudly. He says they do not serve the Dark Lord and only desire to be free and live as they have lived, and historically they were more likely to welcome guests to their lands, but these are strange times. Aragorn is satisfied and threw back his cloak, showing off the elven sheath to his sword. He pulls out Andúril and raises it so it shined in the light. Elendil, he cried, I am Aragorn, son of Arathorn, and I'm called Elisar the Elfstone, Dúnadan, the heir of Isildur, Elendil's son of Gondor. Here is the sword that was broken and is forged again. Will you aid or thwart me? Choose swiftly. Talk about showmanship, am I right? Do you think Aragorn was a theater kid when he was being raised in Rivendell? But Gimli and Legolas are nodding their heads with these smirks on their faces like, heck yeah, that's our guy. And even Éomer couldn't deny that there was something majestic in the ranger's demeanor. Éomer remembers when Boromir had come through their lands on his way to Rivendell and had told them about the dream with the broken sword. He asks the ranger what doom he brings out of the north. The doom of choice, Aragorn tells him. He says that war is coming to the Rohirrim whether they openly acknowledge it or not. But he moves on to more pressing matters. He asks about the orcs that they were hunting because Éomer had mentioned casually that they were not a concern any longer. The horseman says that they had overthrown the entire band the night before, and when they ask about if they'd found two little hobbits in the band, Éomer asks what a hobbit even is, noting it's a strange name. And when he is told that it's the official name for halflings, he laughs a little more because halflings were only a thing of stories and fables in Rohan. He had not thought that they were a real being. Some of Éomer's men are getting anxious, saying they need to be on their way, but Éomer is perceptive enough to know that there is more that Aragorn has not told him, and he sends his men off while he stays to converse with the three of them alone. Aragorn fills him in on the fellowship and their journey, but in a way that doesn't mention the ring. He mentions the rest of the story, the visit to Lorien, Boromir's death, how they've been chasing these orcs for 4 days, etc., etc. Éomer's eyes open wide in surprise. On foot? He asks. Aragorn nods his head, and the third marshal laughs the most boisterous laugh so far, saying that Strider is not an apt enough name. He should be called Wingfoot to have traveled 45 leagues in 4 days. So remember that calculation we talked about. That means they have gone 135 miles or more in 4 days on foot. At this point, Éomer fills them in on the affairs of Rohan a bit. How years ago, Sauron offered to buy their horses from them, but when Rohan refused, he began sending orcs in to steal them anyway. Always the black ones, hinting at the fact that the Nazgul from the early chapters of Fellowship had been riding horses from Rohan. But, Éomer says, at this point in time, their biggest concern is with Saruman the Wizard. He has claimed lordship over Rohan and has been at war with them for months. He has not only orcs in his service, but wolf riders and even just wild men from the surrounding areas. So Rohan is feeling pinned down between Sauron to the east and Saruman to the west. At one point, he asks Aragorn to come with him to Edoras, the capital of Rohan, to see the king, saying that he can't help but feel the ranger's arrival in the Rittermark has been a divine occurrence. He then says he must be back quickly because he admittedly wasn't supposed to be out here with his men, that their departure had left Edoras mostly undefended, but that Éomer's biggest fear had always been a union between Sauron and Saruman. So when he heard of orcs coming from the east, traveling directly towards Orthanc, the wizard's tower, he had to do something. He reasserts his request for them to come with him, saying that they have spare horses and there's plenty of work for Aragorn's sword to do, as well as for the bow of Legolas and the axe of Gimli. And he then adds an apology saying that this is, of course, if they can forgive him for his rash words earlier about the Lady of Lorien. He says that he spoke the way his soldiers speak of that land, and he would gladly learn better. Aragorn tells the rider that his heart desires to go with him, but he cannot desert his friends while hope remains. Éomer tries to tell him that hope does not remain, that they left none alive at that northern border. They killed everything they saw. Aragorn says that the little ones were cloaked as they were, and he reminds Éomer that he had not seen them until they wanted to be found. This gave the man of Rohan a reason to pause, and he admits, saying that nothing should surprise him at a time where an elf, a man, and a dwarf walk together in the fields of Rohan, saying that they have seen the Lady of the Forest and live to tell it. Quote, "How shall a man judge what to do in such times?" Éomer is still torn because the law of the land says that he is not to let them wander freely and unattended, and he's really hoping they'll just agree to go with him to Edoras. Aragorn says the times must have changed because he had wandered through the Rohirrim years ago and spoken with Éomed, this horse rider's father, as well as King Theoden, and they had never tried to constrain him in his way. But that if Éomer is threatening to force them to go with him and abandon their friends, then the Horsemaster has a choice. Break this supposed law and let them be on their way, or lose more men than he would like to, trying to subdue the three travelers. At length, Éomer's judgment leads him to letting them go on their way, with a promise that when they are finished looking for their friends, they come to Edoras. He gives them the spare horses from his men who had fallen in their battle the previous night. One of the soldiers asks, who has ever heard of a dwarf riding a horse on the mark? And Gimli is quick to tell him no one has, and that it better stay that way, because he would rather walk than sit on the back of any beast. Legolas suggests Gimli just ride with him instead of trying to control his own horse. Arod is the name of the horse given to the two of them, but Aragorn got a striking creature named Hasufel to ride. As they mounted and began to ride off, Éomer wished them well, and that they may find what they seek, asking them to return with speed so that their swords may shine together. Aragorn promises he will come. Then Gimli yells that he will come too, stating that the matter of Lady Galadriel still lies between them, and that he has to teach the Horsemaster about using gentle speech. Éomer smiles and says that such strange things have been happening that learning to praise the lady under the threat of a dwarf's axe wouldn't even seem that odd. They then travel to the site of the massacre, and indeed, there isn't much to see. A pile of smoldering orc corpses and a field entirely trampled under the hooves of more than 100 horses. There was a stake in the ground with a severed orc head with its helm that had the white hand prominently displayed. They looked for any signs of their hobbit companions until the sun began to fade into gray twilight. Gimli says how they can only reasonably expect that their little hobbit bones are lying among the orc remains, and that maybe Elrond was right for not wanting them to have come in the first place. Legolas reminds him that Gandalf had wanted them to come. The dwarf makes a defeated and offhanded comment about how the wizard was the first to be lost of their group, so his foresight may have failed him. And Aragorn, with a slight sense of indignation, retorted that Gandalf's choices were not founded on a foreknowledge of safety, his own or others, but that, quote, there are some things that it is better to begin than to refuse even though the end may be dark. He then says it's too late to ride on, so they should set up camp for the night. They disagree about if they should start a fire, not only because of the threat of orcs seeing it, because they are on the edge of the forest of Fangorn, the very forest that the Elf King Celeborn had warned them about. A forest so steeped in mystery and lore that even the elves know little about it other than the tales of the Onodrim, or Ents, as they are called by man. But they do end up starting a small fire away from the tree line, and Aragorn drifted off to sleep. The elf also slept in the weird way that his eyes are still open while he rests, and Gimli was still hunched over the fire, thumbing the edge of his axe thoughtfully, when there was a rustle from inside the trees. As he glanced up, just barely in range of the fire to be illuminated a little bit, Gimli saw the figure of an old man, slightly bent, leaning on a staff. He had a wide-brimmed hat over his head. He seemed to be watching the camp. Gimli jumped up and was too stunned to move. Thoughts of Saruman were rushing through his tired mind. His movement woke the elf and the ranger. They too saw the old man, but he didn't move. Aragorn invited him to join their fire, but the man disappeared into the darkness. Just then, a whinnying sound alerted them to the fact that their horses were running away. They had dragged their pickets out of the ground, leaving the three hunters alone in the dark of night on the edge of a sinister forest, leagues away from the people of Rohan, their only friends anywhere nearby. They talk about the old man around the fire. Gimli reminds them that Eomer had said that Saruman was known to wander the land like an old man hooded and cloaked. With time passing, they begin to settle in again. The night passed with no further incident, the old man didn't appear again, and the horses never returned. At this point, we jump perspectives to everyone's favorite numbskull, Pippin Took. He was lying in the dark, wrists, legs, and ankles bound so tightly that he ached. Next to him, Merry lay motionless, a dirty rag tied to his head. Pippin tried to recall the events that had led to this. Him running off into the woods with Merry, screaming Frodo's name, how they ran right into a group of orcs that they didn't see until they were right in front of them. How they used their swords to cut off hands and arms from monsters who seemed hell-bent on taking them alive, and how Boromir had come charging out of the trees, killing enough of the orcs that the survivors ran off into the trees, only to return, now in a group of 100 or more. Pippin choked on his emotions as he recalled Boromir's sacrifice, blowing into his horn as he fought off an endless line of dark servants, only slowed as black arrows began to pierce him. His last memory before being carried off was Boromir leaning against a tree, tearing out an arrow from his shoulder. He then had a similar thought to what Gimli had shared in that hopeless moment. Elrond had been right to say that he should not have come on this quest. What good have I been, he asked himself. Nothing but a piece of luggage, that's what. His reflections were disrupted by nearby orcs making threatening jokes about what they were going to do to the hobbits before long, laughing as they jabbed their knives in his direction. But just then, one of the larger orcs with the white hand mark walked within earshot, which made the two terrorizers go quiet for a moment, before saying a curse upon the Isengarders, as the orcs of the white hand mark were called to the others. Ugluk ubakrank sha pustuk saruman gla bubosh sky. I just have fun trying the black speech, so I hope you don't mind that. But the book doesn't actually explain what that translates to, and while normally I'd go to something to try to translate it, I just feel like there's something additionally mysterious about the black tongue speech being mixed into things. We then learn the events that happened on the orc side of the journey that we've just covered, with Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli. So if you recall how in the first couple of days of the hunt, they came across a handful of corpses, not the massacre from the Riders of Rohan, this was just a few orcs. This is what happened there. We quickly learn that this is not one unified group of orcs. This is something that if you know it's implied in the movies, you can see it there, but it's never clearly stated, at least in my opinion, that they're completely different allegiances within this group. So the event that leads to orc corpses being found days later is that the smaller orcs, the more traditional looking orcs, they just want to kill the hobbits, saying that they're nothing but a nuisance. But the white hand marked man-sized orcs say that they will not be killing the halflings, that their orders are to bring them back alive as quickly as possible. That's my orders, said the one known as Ugluk, the leader of the Isengard orcs, who are also, let's just explain that now, they're known as Uruk-hai because they are a mixture of orcs and men. Uruk-hai is black speech for orc people, a twisted mixture of Uruks or orcs and man, which has several advantages. Not only are they taller and stronger than normal orcs, they also don't have the sensitivity to the sun that orcs have. Now, whereas we famously known from the book The Hobbit, trolls turn into stone at sunlight, orcs are, I think, more accurately described as just having a high sensitivity to it. There's all sorts of lore reasons why, but for now, I'm just going to differentiate the orc variations. So normal orcs are very sensitive to sunlight and avoid it as much as possible, but Uruk-hai have no sensitivities to it. And so that's where part of these arguments are coming from, is that the orcs don't want to travel by daylight, but the Uruk-hai of Saruman don't care and say that speed is the only thing that matters. And at this point, the argument is about what should be done with the hobbits. You have the Uruk-hai who want to take them back to Saruman, and you have orcs from Moria that had only come down for revenge of all the orc deaths when the Fellowship had traveled through. And although being Moria orcs, these orcs are pledged to Sauron, and they think that they should be taking the hobbits back to Lugburts, which is the Black Tongue name for Barad-dûr, the Tower of Mordor, saying that Saruman does not rule the evil eye. And so the two loudest voices in this argument are Ugluk, the leader of the Uruk-hai, and Grishnak, who is the seeming leader, perhaps self-appointed, of the Mordor-alleged orcs. The tensions led up to the point of Ugluk killing multiple orcs and a quick skirmish breaking out among the troops before Ugluk breaks it up, reminding them that they are on a mission. And the reason this is actually important to the story to understand is that because one of the orcs who was killed fell so close to Pippin that when everyone else was still arguing or fighting or just anticipating the tensions, he was able to use the blade of the dead orc to cut off his binds around his hands, and then he sneakily retied them into a loose knot so that it would look like he was still tied up, but if he got the opportunity, he could remove them whenever he wanted. And once the authority of the Uruk-hai had been established again, they picked up and began running through the night. The orcs are protesting about the approaching sun, but Ugluk tells them that they'll run with him behind them to make sure that they don't slacken their pace. And at this point, the leg binds had been cut on Merry and Pippin, and they had been required to move on their own for a while. And as they kept going through the night, that's when Pippin had the idea that he needed to give the ranger or anyone else pursuing them a way to know that they were still alive. So in a split second, without really thinking it through, at great risk of his own life, he darted out of the line from the marching group, avoiding the grasp of his guard initially. He made it a little ways off the trail before he began tearing at the brooch of his cloak with his bound hands. He got it free just as rough arms grabbed him from behind and yanked him away. He dropped the brooch on the ground, knowing that he would likely be punished and maybe even killed for this act, but he had done what he'd set out to do. By diverging the path and leaving the brooch, he provided Aragorn with fresh prints that would not be muddled by the orcs, and the brooch would confirm that the little footsteps belonged to a hobbit who had been to Lorien. Once he got back in line, Ugluk told Pippin he wouldn't forget about this and that payment was only delayed. As the sun began to come up, the orcs were very concerned again about being exposed, and Ugluk taunts them that if they want to leave their prizes in his hands, he's more than happy to deliver them without their help. And although over 100 of the northern orcs kind of take him up on this offer, Grishnak will not allow the prisoners to be unguarded by anyone of their own kind. So a couple dozen of the orcs remain with the Uruk-hai to keep the prisoners safe. Because at this point, the riders of Rohan had been on the radar of the orcs, and they were getting closer. But the forest border was also getting closer, and so they kept pushing. As the riders got close enough, bowmen started picking off orcs here and there, but they did not fully engage, because other riders were pushing ahead in an effort to fully encircle the orcs, which they achieved just as dusk was setting in. Ugluk's band was less than a mile from the forest, but they couldn't go any further without running into horsemen from the mark. The orcs made preparations for battle as Merry and Pippin were once again fully bound and left on the ground. There were debates about if the riders would attack in the night or wait until the sun came up. Orcs on the edge of the camp had started to be picked off, which sent all of the Uruk-hai, including the ones who had been set to guard the hobbits, into motion. And just as Merry and Pippin began to imagine their escape, they were each grabbed by a long, hairy arm at their necks that drew them close together, and as they looked up, the very ugly face of Grishnak was looking at them, leering, breathing down on them. He began patting them down and groping at their pockets. Pippin, who is altogether far more intelligent in these moments than the film ever shows him being, intuits that the orc must be looking for the ring. That is why they have been kept alive. They think one of them is the ring bearer. So Pippin decides to try a gambit that may get them out of here. "I don't think you'll find it that way," he said. "It isn't easy to find." Grishnak's eyes sparkled evilly at what sounded like confirmation of his suspicions. Merry, picking up on the game, asks what the orc would give in exchange for it. Then they try to negotiate with the ugly creature, saying that if he wants it, he'll have to untie their legs. The orc laughs, saying the hobbits are mistaken for thinking they have any sort of say. But it's at the mention of Saruman's name, when they suggest maybe it's better for them to be delivered to the White Wizard, that Grishnak gets worked up into a frenzy, But rather than untie their legs, he grabs them, tucking one hobbit under each arm, and he ran off into the darkness towards the forest. A mounted rider was heard nearby, and Grishnak pulled out his sword stealthily. Pippin wasn't sure if he'd pulled it out to fight the rider or to just kill them before the rider could interrupt. But it didn't matter. The sword rang ever so slightly as he pulled it from its sheath, and the distant fires still reflected off of the metal, which gave his position away. The beat of the hoofs drew close. Grishnak tried to run, but the spear went fully through him. The orc cried in the darkness before laying still. The horsemen searched the area, but with their elven cloaks, the hobbits remained unseen. Suddenly, the sound of battle broke out. Orc cries, hoarse whinnies, the deep voices of men yelling into the night. Merry laments that they're so close to escaping if only they were not bound. And it's at this moment that Pippin proudly reveals his great secret of the fake binds around his hands. He then frees himself and Merry entirely, and once they're free, what do? Do they run to the forest? Do they move in any direction at all that puts more distance between them and the battle? No. They sit and eat a few pieces of lembas bread, like any good hobbit would. This line in particular killed me. Quote, "For a while they ate thoughtfully, sitting in the dark, heedless of the cries and sounds of battle nearby." They finally began to move away from the action, and with a respectable amount of food in them once again, it didn't take long for the hobbits' spirits to return to a playful state, joking about how Master Took has proven himself worthy of a chapter in Bilbo's book. "Lead on, Master Brandybuck," Pippin said with a smile, and they marched off towards the forest of Fangorn, the very forest they had been warned against. But since they didn't know if the riders of Rohan would come out on top, they couldn't risk being out in the open for any orcs to find. Once they scurry off into the trees, the narrator provides the additional context that it was Eomer himself that killed Ugluk, the Uruk-hai leader, and that, true to Eomer's words, they had left none alive, not even a single messenger who could pass on the word to Isengard or Mordor. Merry and Pippin were busy tearing through the forest, putting as much distance between them and their captors as they could. After some time, their fear of orcs faded as their awareness of their thirst increased. They had been following a running stream westward since entering the forest, and they stopped to drink. The water was cool and refreshing in a way that was hard to describe. They had never had water like it before. As they looked around them, they were astonished at how old this forest looked. They do a supply check and realize that other than the clothes on their backs, all they have is about 5 days' worth of lembas bread. But before they could despair, they saw hints of daylight glowing over the edge of a rock wall not far from their position. They summited a tree that was leaned up against the rock shelf, and from the top they surveyed the area around them. They were surprised to see they were not as deep in the forest as they had supposed. Rather, they were only a few miles away from where they had entered. They could see smoke swirling from the direction of where the orcs had been. The sunlight and a fresh breeze put them in a trance for a moment. It was the most alive they'd felt in days. Pippin reluctantly said that it's too bad this feeling is nothing but a passing gleam, knowing that once they descend back down, it will be gray and cold again. But that in this moment, the sunlight almost makes him feel like he likes this place.
"Almost felt you liked the forest,"
a voice came out of nowhere that sent vibrations through the two hobbits.
"That's good. That's uncommonly kind of you. Now turn around and let me see your faces. I almost feel I dislike you both, but let us not be hasty."
And before they could act, giant, gnarly hands grabbed each of them by a shoulder and lifted them up off the tree that they were standing on until they were face to face with, well, a face. It belonged to a large, man-like, almost troll-like figure, at least 14 feet high. Very sturdy, with a tall head and hardly any neck, whether it was clad in stuff like green and gray bark, or whether it was its hide was difficult to say. At any rate, the arms, at a short distance from the trunk, were not wrinkled, but covered with a brown, smooth skin. The large feet were 7 toes each. The lower part of the long face was covered with a sweeping gray beard, bushy, almost twiggy at the roots, thin and mossy at the ends. But at the moment, the hobbits noted little but the eyes. These deep eyes were now surveying them, slow and solemn, but very penetrating. They were brown, shot with a green light.
"Do not be hasty. That is my motto," the tree man said. But if I had seen you before I heard your voices, I would have just stepped on you, taking you for orcs.
Pippin's fear had given way to his curiosity, and he immediately asked the tree man who he was.
Haroon. Now, the deep voice bellowed. Well, I am an Ent, or that's what they call me, at least in your tongue. Fangorn is my name according to some, but Treebeard by others.
What's an Ent? Mary asked. The Ent was quick to point out that they were invaders in his country, so he will be asking the questions. He then says he can't place what kind of creatures the two of them are because they don't line up with the old songs that he had learned. And then he begins to sing,
Learn now the lore of living creatures. First name the four, the free peoples. Eldest of all, the elf children. Dwarf the delver, dark are his houses. Ent, the earthborn, old as mountains. Man, the mortal, master of horses.
The song continues, naming beavers, bears, boars, hounds, hares, and a number of other animals, but nothing in the song seems to describe these little humanoids with curly hair on their heads as well as their feet. Mary dejectedly admits that they are always left out of the old stories despite having been around for a long time. And Pippin chimed in that Treebeard could make a new line, half-grown hobbits, the hole dwellers, stating it would fit right next to the line about man, aka the big people. There's so much more about Treebeard and the Ents in the book than we get in the movie, and I'm going to cover the most interesting facts from my perspective. But as far as the story in this section goes, very little of the additional stuff impacts how we perceive characters. So I'll give you my favorite bits and move along. There is this theme going on the whole time where Treebeard is trying to get the hobbits to slow down, or to at least not expect him to be quick about things. His favorite saying is,
Don't be hasty.
And there are lines like when he asks for updates about Isengard or the world around him, and he says,
I like news, but not too quick now.
Merry and Pippin fill him in on their whole tale. The Ent comments how Gandalf was the only wizard who cared about the trees, and he pauses when he hears that the Grey Wizard had been lost. Possibly the most interesting piece of new information is the history we get of the Ents. You've probably heard how they are the shepherds of the forest, but the history of the Ents has some very interesting world-building pieces. First of all, they are listed as one of the main species of creatures in Middle-earth among elves, men, and dwarves, which I would not have guessed that from the screen time they get in the films. Being up there in the top 4 is a big deal, and Treebeard describes their natures as such. For Ents are more like elves, less interested in themselves than men are, and better at getting inside other things. And yet again, Ents are more like men, more changeable than elves are, and quicker at taking the color of the outside, you might say, or better than both, for they are steadier and keep their minds on things longer. Treebeard takes them to his house, which is a shelter formed by trees themselves. He provides the hobbits with water, which is noted again as being better tasting than any other water anywhere. And after they're refreshed, Treebeard laid down on his bed, and the hobbits laid beside him like they were on a sleepover. And this is where they actually lay out the full story of the ring and how they got separated from the others. When they describe the Shire, he makes them go into great detail since he's not familiar with it, and pauses to ask if they happen to know of any Entwives that live in the vicinity. Pippin is perplexed and asks if they are like him. Treebeard says,
Yes, well, no, I do not know, really. But they would like your country by the sounds of it.
And when they finish their story, he basically tells them, well, it sounds like you've got a lot going on. Good luck with that. And then they ask what he plans to do about the news of impending war with the Dark Lord. And Treebeard says that Ents have historically stayed out of the Great Wars. Those are matters of elves and men and wizards, he says. That the Ents are on nobody's side because nobody are on the side of the Ents fully. No one really cares for the woods as he does, not even the elves in the Third Age. The only creatures he are fully against are the
Bur-Arum,
a name he has said several times with a great rumble in his voice. The Bur-Arum were his word for the orcs. And that is why he is concerned with Saruman now that there are Bur-Arum who are aligned with him. Treebeard describes Saruman as having a mind of metal and wheels, that he does not care for growing things except as far as they serve him. And now it is clear that he is a black traitor taken up with foul folk, the orcs. He continued to explain how he'd noticed in recent times that orcs had been traveling through his forest more freely than he was used to, and they always cut trees carelessly. It was only recently he had connected that they might be involved with the wizard in Orthanc Tower. Even as he described this, Treebeard was becoming more and more agitated to the point where he jerked upright from his restful position and boomed,
I will stop it, and you shall come with me. You may be able to help, for if Saruman is not checked, Rohan and Gondor will have an enemy behind as well as in front. Our roads go together. To Isengard.
The hobbits were excited and were quick to reassure that they would help. And almost immediately, the Ent cooled down a bit, saying,
Good, but I spoke too hastily. We must not be hasty. I have become too hot. I must cool myself and think, for it is easier to shout stop than to do it.
Treebeard then begins to count the Ents that he knows remain in his head, and is saddened when the number that he can recall is so small. He says that their kind have not made new Entings, or to say children, in a terribly long time since they lost the Entwives. Pippin expresses his condolences and asks how they died. Treebeard's response was shocked.
They did not die. I never said died. We lost them. We cannot find them again. I thought everyone knew. There have been songs about the hunt for the Entwives sung among men and elves from Mirkwood to Gondor for many years.
We do actually get the story of how they lost the Entwives in the book. In short, the Ents themselves were all about the forests, the big trees and the impressively large plants. The Entwives, however, were more interested in the smaller plants that flowered and gave fruit or vegetables. So the Entwives went to the land east of the Anduin River and created gardens that flourished. They were gardeners so skilled that the men of Middle-earth sought the Entwives out to learn how to grow crops. Meanwhile, the Ents were wanderers, going from forest to forest, checking on the trees, and then Treebeard, remembering the Entwife that clearly held his affection, Fimbrethil was her name, recalls a time that he felt a great urge to see her, and he went east, only to find the gardens completely dilapidated and the Entwives gone. Now, this was happening around the time of the war between Sauron and the last alliance of men and elves, so even though as far as the book is concerned, we don't know what happened to them, it's lightly inferred that something may have happened and that Sauron was involved. And those lands where the gardens were is now known as the Brown Lands. I really skipped over that in the Fellowship episode, but if you remember in that episode when they're coming down the river from Lorien in the elven boats, and it mentioned how the terrain changed from lush forests to very barren lands, those are the Brown Lands. We then get a song from Treebeard, but the song is interesting because it has stanzas that are basically call and response between an Ent and an Entwife. Treebeard is quick to clarify that this is an Elvish song because if it were truly an Entish song, it would be much longer. But then he begins to sing it in the voice swapping back and forth from his rough and resonating bass to a, well, still rough, but slightly higher voice of an Entwife. And rather than describe the song, I'm going to use this moment to mention that if you are interested in an audiobook version of these stories, you need to check out the Andy Serkis narrations. Back during COVID, when celebrities all felt that it was on their shoulders to keep the spirits of the common folk up, one of the few things that was actually really beautiful that came out of that was Andy Serkis, the actor who voiced and portrayed Gollum in the films, did a reading of The Hobbit in one sitting, 11 hours straight, and he raised over $350,000 for charities. But that experience went so well that he ended up getting hired to narrate all of the books, from The Hobbit to The Silmarillion, and his take of this trilogy is brilliant. The pros are that his natural voice is very soothing, but he has very distinct voices. There are over 130 characters through the 3 books. He's much better at voice work than I am. Also, there's just so much more dialogue for Gollum specifically in the books, so if you like his Gollum, you get way more of that. The only downside is that his take is a very theatrical one, and he does not rush, so it's about 25% longer to get through. But if you're focused on enjoying Middle-earth rather than blazing through audiobooks, it's 100% worth it. And I bring it up at this point because his take on the Ent and Entwife song is absolutely brilliant. The rest of this Ent section is pretty quick to cover. The next morning, he takes them to the Ent Moot, the gathering of the Ents, to discuss what is to be done. As in the movie, it takes a very long time for the Ents to discuss anything, to the point where Merry and Pippin are entrusted into the care of a hot-headed Ent, hot-headed meaning it only took him hours to make up his mind as opposed to the days of the older Ents. But a hot-headed and impulsive Ent named Bregalad, or Quickbeam in the language of men, let them stay overnight at his place. And he's a very pleasant Ent. His hastiness is attributed to his youth, as far as Treebeard is concerned, but to the hobbits, he's actually kind of more of a relatable Ent. Now, the biggest difference that the movie makes concerning Ents here is that if you recall, the Ents decide not to go to war because they don't think it concerns them. But if you recall, Treebeard in the book has already expressed his awareness of the threat of Saruman, so where in the movies they only change their minds once they see how much of the forest has been destroyed by Saruman to fuel his fires of industry, then they sign up for war. In the book, when Merry and Pippin finally hear a rumble coming from the direction of the Entmoot days after it started, they were all singing in strong, woody voices, we come with roll of drum, to runda, 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 rum. We come with horn and drum, to roona, 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 rum. Quickbeam was stoked to be on the move, so he whisked the hobbits up and carried them off towards the sound. When Treebeard saw them approaching, he called them over and told them to join the moot. They are off to Isengard. To Isengard, though Isengard be ringed and barred with door of stone, though Isengard be strong and hard, as cold as stone and bare as bone. We go to war. We hew the stone and break the door. For bowl and bough are burning now, the furnace roars. We go to war. To land of gloom with tramp of doom, with roll of drum, we come. To Isengard with doom we come, with doom we come, with doom we come. I'm just realizing that's the first song I've actually, sung. But it's a good one. I love it. Got me hyped reading it, so I don't regret sharing that one with you. I obviously sped it up because if I did it more of the pacing of an Ent, it would have taken way longer to get through that. But Merry and Pippin were transferred to Treebeard's shoulders, and they express how they're surprised how fast the Ents had made up their mind. Treebeard agrees, saying he has not seen them roused like this for many an age, that Ents don't like being roused, and they only do it if their trees and their own lives are in clear danger. When Merry asked how the Ents plan on destroying the tower without weapons, the Ent leader says that they are stronger than trolls. They're made from the bones of the earth, and they can split stones like the roots of a tree. They could split Isengard into splinters and leave the stone walls in ruin. As the Ents continued to march, the war song faded into silence. Pippin could see the worry on the old Ent's face. His brow was knotted and wrinkled with age, and there was a sad look in his eyes. But at the same time, there was a fire emanating from them.
Of course, my friends, Treebeard said suddenly.
Well, suddenly as far as an Ent goes.
It is likely enough that we are going to our doom, the last march of the Ents. But if we stayed at home and did nothing, doom would find us anyway. That is why we are marching now. This way, at least the last march of the Ents may be worth a song.
He says if they pass away helping the other peoples of Middle-earth, it will be worth it. But he expresses his desire to only have seen his Ent wife, Fimbrethil, one more time. Pippin felt a great sense of admiration for their new, gnarled friend, and as he looked around, the number of Ents had seemed to grow significantly. Or maybe it was something else. The trees of the forest seemed to be moving. Was the entire forest awake? He rubbed his eyes to make sure he was seeing clearly, but the movement did not stop. As night fell, they reached a summit of the hills that overlooked the valley where the dark tower Orthanc stood prominently among the now treeless land. Treebeard, surveying the area, laid a pronouncement.
Night lies over Isengard.
But if you thought we were going straight into attacking Isengard, you got another thing coming, because we're jumping back into our intrepid trio of adventurers. Gimli is complaining about how cold it is the next morning as the three of them begin to debate who the old man they had seen last night was. It had to be Saruman, right? Aragorn can't figure out who else it could have been, but Legolas points out that the screams of the horses were not frightened, but rather the sound of beasts overcome with sudden gladness. It's a mystery, to be sure. But in the light of day, Aragorn is able to pick up the signs of a struggle of little beings. They see the black drying smears of orc blood that told them the corpse of the orc had been dragged by a horseman to add to the pile of the burning dead. And the most hobbit thing of all, crumbs of lembas bread not far from the scene. And with that, steps going off into the woods. Despite all of them remembering the warning of Celeborn to not venture into Fangorn, if it could be helped, the three of them resolutely set off to find their friends. Legolas comments on how this forest feels old, so old that he, an immortal being, feels young again, and that he could have been happy living in this forest during the days of peace. Gimli is like, yeah, of course you could, you're a wood elf, telling his friend that he should keep his bow ready and that he will have his axe in hand. They finally find the part of the forest where the hobbits ran into Treebeard, and as they are gathering their bearings, Legolas is the first to spot movement, so far in the distance that for a time Gimli couldn't see it, but slowly, a stooped-over figure came into view, an old, beggar-like man walking warily, leaning on a staff, but they watched the figure approach them in silence. Normally, they would have hailed a lone wanderer, but in these lands, so close to Isengard, they were watchful. Gimli suddenly was concerned with their safety, and he yelled that they needed to attack first, and for Legolas to shoot Saruman before he could even cast a spell on them. Legolas did draw his bow and pulled out an arrow, but then he hesitated. Gimli asked why he was waiting, and Aragorn responded saying that no matter how fearful they would not shoot an old man who had no means of defending himself. The pace of the traveler quickened, and he soon was in close range of the three hunters, just down the hill from them. He wore a hood and a wide-brimmed hat on top of the hood. His beard poked out from the shadow, and Aragorn could have sworn he saw a gleam of the old man's eyes. Finally, the old man broke the silence. He began to close the gap between them.
Well met indeed, my friends. I wish to speak to you.
And Gimli yelled out, "Now, stop him, Legolas!" But the old man spoke forcefully.
Put away that bow, Master Elf.
And involuntarily, Legolas's bow fell from his hands.
And you, Master Dwarf, the voice said, take your hand from your axe until I am with you. No need for such arguments.
Gimli froze as the old man leapt up nimbly as a goat until he stood before them. In his motion, they seemed to catch a glimpse of white under the gray, raggedy cloak. Aragorn asked him what his name was. The man laughed.
My name? Have you not guessed it already? You have heard it before, I think.
Then, before they could answer further, he said he knew what they were up to, tracking the footsteps of two young hobbits. Is that not it? He tells them that their errand is no longer as urgent as they once thought. At this statement, all three of them tense up. They all drew their weapons, but the old man seemed to not bother to notice. He sat down on a low stone, and as he sat, the cloak opened up, revealing he was definitely wearing white underneath.
Saruman, Gimli yelled. Where are our friends? What have you done with them?
But the man in white had already sprung up and had raised his staff in the air. All of the weapons were cast from their owner's hands immediately, and Legolas yelled first, Mithrandir! Mithrandir! The face, now finally visible, smiled warmly, as the man said that it was good to see Legolas again. They all gazed at him. His hair was white as snow in the sunshine, and gleaming white was his robe. The eyes under his deep brows were bright, piercing as the rays of the sun. Power was in his hand. Beyond wonder, joy, and fear, they stood and found no words to say. Gandalf, Aragorn yelled, what veil was over my sight? Gimli had dropped to his knees in awe. Gandalf, the wizard said softly to himself. Yes, that was the name. I was Gandalf. You may still call me that. Gimli, with his classic bluntness, yelled out,
But you're all in white.
Yes, I am white now, Gandalf said. Indeed, I am Saruman, one might almost say. Saruman as he should have been. But come now, tell me of yourselves. I have passed through fire and deep water, and I have forgotten much that I thought I knew, and learned much again that I had forgotten. They proceed to catch him up on everything that had happened since Moria. The wizard was very pleased to learn that Sam had gone off with Frodo, saying it lightens his heart to know he's not alone. The wizard was sympathetic to the part of the tale where Boromir fell to the temptation of the ring, only to sacrifice himself for the hobbits. His response was, "Poor Boromir. It was a sore trial for such a man, a warrior and a lord of men. He escaped in the end, and I am glad it was not in vain that the young hobbits came with us, if only for Boromir's sake. But I dare say their part to play is not over." Aragorn tells Gandalf that one thing hasn't changed. The wizard continued to speak in riddles. He apologizes for his habit of speaking to himself and says that there is some good news, and it's that the Dark Lord doesn't know where the ring is. He knows it's in the hand of the Hobbit, but between Saruman's betrayal and the fact that Sauron could never conceive of the idea that they would be thinking to destroy the ring, quote, that we should try to destroy the ring itself has not yet entered into his darkest dream. And that Gandalf would bet it all that Sauron had been convinced that the ring was being taken to Minas Tirith, except now, thanks to the betrayal of Saruman, the Dark Lord would have reason to come hunting for Saruman as well. Legolas breaks in asking what has happened to the hobbits. "Ah, yes," Gandalf said. "They are with Treebeard and the Ents." Aragorn is baffled that the Ents are real and not just myths, or at least a legend of ancient days. Gandalf then shares a couple details about Treebeard that the Ent did not tell us himself in previous chapters, saying that Treebeard is Fangorn, the guardian of the forest. He is the oldest of the Ents, the oldest living thing that still walks beneath the sun upon this Middle Earth. He says the hobbits are lucky to have found the Ent.
"But I thought Fangorn was dangerous,"
Gimli said. Gandalf, with a haughty and mischievous look on his face, turned to the dwarf and said, "It is. But Gandalf too is dangerous, and Aragorn is dangerous, and so is Legolas and Gimli, and that everyone can be dangerous in their time and in their situations, but that a thing is about to happen which has not happened since the Elder Days. The Ents are going to wake up and find that they are strong." Aragorn, who must have been showing signs of doubt, sat gloomily, but the wizard comforted him, saying he has had to make a series of hard choices since those days at Amon Hen, and he should take hope knowing that they have played out as well as could be hoped for, and that now he needs to buckle up for his next commitment, which is to go to Edoras as he had promised Éomer he would. They ask if they cannot go after their friends Merry and Pippin, and the wizard says that they may see them again yet, but they are needed elsewhere, and that he is going to Edoras, and won't they join him? They are all quick to say they'll follow their friend and mentor anywhere, but Legolas does kind of interrupt to say he'd feel a lot better if he knew what had transpired with Gandalf since he fell off the bridge with the Balrog. The wizard's eyes go dark as he thinks back to the story. "Long I fell, and he fell with me." The creature's fire burned the wizard, and after falling for an unknown amount of time, they both plunged into the icy depths of a lake miles below the surface. The water almost froze Gandalf's heart, putting out the flame of the Balrog until it was now a thing of slime, stronger than a strangling snake. They fought under the earth, the Balrog clutching at Gandalf, Gandalf slicing at him with his sword. Eventually, the Balrog fled into the tunnels. Tunnels too dark and too crude and deep to have been made by any dwarf. These were made by the nameless things. Remember that piece of history from the Fellowship episode? Yeah. This is where those things called home. But Gandalf followed the slimy Balrog up the tunnels for miles until they did reach the well-carved tunnels of Khazad-dûm. From there, they went to a place called the Endless Stair, which at the mention of this name, Gimli says that the dwarves had thought the Endless Stair had been lost for an age, and Gandalf gives him a look like, "Well, it's still there because I climbed it." The Endless Stair was, as you can guess, a staircase that went all the way from the depths of Moria to the top of the mountain peak to a small watchtower made of stone that went out from the mountaintop. And at the top of the peak, the two Maiar fought again, because when they reached the peak, the Balrog burst into flame once more. Gandalf says after an exhausting fight, he flung his enemy down, but that he himself was so near death that he faded to darkness shortly after. And I stayed out of thought and time, and I wandered far on roads that I will not tell. But, without sharing details, Gandalf just says that he was sent back until his task is done. Now, this is all the book gives us regarding the resurrection of Gandalf, if that's what we want to call it. But from other parts of the Legendarium and Tolkien's letters, we know that what happened was Gandalf did truly die, because although he is a Maiar, aka an angel, the Istari, which is the collective name for the 5 wizards who had been sent to oversee the affairs of men and elves, they do live in bodies of flesh and bone. And after that struggle with the Balrog, Gandalf's body did pass, but his soul, as a Maiar, was not destroyed. And basically what happened is that the Valar and Ilúvatar sent him back as a white wizard to replace Saruman, who should have been leading the Order of Wizards against the Dark Lord, but had given up his mission in pursuit of power. So, in a sentence, God sent Gandalf back to do the job that Saruman should have been doing. As per usual, it was an eagle that found Gandalf's naked body on the top of the mountain where it laid, and he was taken to Lothlorien. He then remembers he has messages from Lady Galadriel to Aragorn and Legolas. For Aragorn, she said, "Near is the hour when the Lord should come forth, and the grey company ride from the north. But dark is the path appointed for thee. The dead watch the road that leads to the sea." And for Legolas, she said, "Legolas Greenleaf, long under the tree in joy thou hast lived. Beware of the sea. If thou hearest the cry of the gull on the shore, thy heart shall then rest in the forest no more." Gandalf just kind of stopped talking after and closed his eyes, which led to Gimli sheepishly asking if she had left no message for him. Legolas is kind of like, "Bro, did you hear those? They were not comforting messages." And Gimli says that that does not make him feel any better. "Would you have her speak to you openly of your death then?" Legolas said impatiently. And like an emo teenager, Gimli's response is basically, "If that was all she had to say to me, I guess." But finally, Gandalf opened his eyes and he's like, "Oh, yes, Gimli, sorry, I was just pondering these messages in my head." And then he shares the sweetest words Gimli had heard in possibly his whole life. "To Gimli, give his lady's greeting. Lock-bearer, wherever thou goest, my thought goes with thee. But have a care to lay thine axe to the right tree." Gimli, in the best mood he's been in a long time, says, "In happy hour you have returned to us, Gandalf." Aragorn comments on how it's a long walk from there to Edoras, but Gandalf says, "Who said anything about walking?" And just like that, Legolas's eyes picked up 3 horses coming towards them from the distance. There was Hasafel and Arod, their horses that had disappeared in the night, but the third was a stunning beast that Legolas had never seen the like of. Gandalf tells him he never will see the like of him again either, that this is Shadowfax, chief of the Maeros, lord of horses. We'll talk more about Shadowfax in the next chapter, but for now, just know that he's the most majestic and powerful-looking white horse you've ever seen. And so they rode for hours through riverlands and plains, and as the sun began to fall towards the western horizon, they finally came up over a hill until they saw a great plume of smoke off in the west. Legolas asked what that could be, and Gandalf just said, "Battle and war, ride on." Now, calling back to when Gandalf was just the mysterious Grey Wanderer, do any of you remember the tie-in here between this idea of the Old Wanderer? Is that ringing a bell? If you said Odin, then you get a bonus point. In the episode we did on the Allfather, we talked about how Tolkien spoke openly of the influence from Odin in creating Gandalf, since the king of the gods, the almighty Odin, would often walk among the common mortals disguised as an old wanderer with a staff, so that he could see the affairs of the people without them treating him like the king of the Aesir. So the idea of a powerful, magical being presenting themselves as a humble and even bordering on homeless old man owes its roots to Norse mythology. They rode through the night. At one point, Gimli, who was riding on Shadowfax with Gandalf, fell asleep and almost slid off the horse if the wizard hadn't yanked him awake in time. But finally, the elven eyes of Legolas spot signs of existence. saying that he sees a white stream coming down from the snows, and where it issues there is a shadow of the veil of a green hill that rises upon the east. And inside of a thorny fence that encircles it, there rise the roofs of houses, and in the midst, set upon a green terrace, there stands aloft a great hall of men. And it seems to his eyes that it is thatched with gold. The light of it shines far over the land. Gandalf tells him that this is Edoras, and the golden thatched hall he sees is Meduseld, where Theoden, son of Thangel, king of the Mark of Rohan, dwells. Now, if you're getting confused by these interchangeable terms Rohan, Rohirrim, and Mark, or Rittermark, here's the deal with that. Rohan is the place. It's the geographical region. Rohirrim is the name of the people, so it's like Americans who live in America would be like the Rohirrim who live in Rohan, but Rittermark is actually the name for Rohan in their own language. Because remember, Tolkien was a linguist above everything else. But unlike the other languages he created, like Elvish or the Black Tongue, the language of Rohan is just Old English. Yeah, it's not really made up at all. He just bases every word in their language off of the Old English counterparts. So Rittermark is a combination of mark, meaning territory or borderland, and Ritter, take a wild guess, means rider. So the land of the riders or the land of the horsemen. Other Rohirrim words and their English meanings are Meduseld means just the mead hall. Theoden literally is just the word for king. And Eomer is a combination of Eo, meaning horse, and Mer, meaning famous, so famous horseman. So the terms Rohan and Rittermark, or the Mark, are literally all talking about the same idea. But Rohirrim is referring to the people. And when they arrived at the gates, they were stopped and questioned, saying that it is the orders of King Theoden that no one stranger to Rohan shall enter. Aragorn steps forward and says that they have come at the request of Eomer and to return the horses that had been lent to them. The guard's eyes dropped to the ground, not seeming to want to talk about Eomer. The guard said he will present their names to the king to see if they are admitted, and after Gandalf tells their names, the guard is off, but warns them to not be too hopeful, saying, "These are dark days." He returns sometime later saying that they are being admitted, but they must surrender all their weapons. They were brought to another guard at the entrance to the Great Hall Meduseld, who is introduced as Hama. He makes them turn over their weapons. Legolas doesn't put up much of a fight, but Aragorn is not interested in being parted with the prophetic sword Andúril, and as tensions rise a bit, Gandalf cuts it off, saying, "This is a silly demand, but it is equally silly to fight it," saying the laughter of Mordor will be their only reward if they end up fighting among themselves. Aragorn slowly unbuckled his sword belt and placed it against the wall, saying that if anyone touches it, he will kill them, which the guards are willing to accept. And Gimli decides that if Andúril can be left outside, so can his axe. Gandalf then said they were ready to be admitted, and the guard pointed out that the old man still had his staff. "Prudence is one thing, but discourtesy is another," Gandalf said. "I am old. Do not deprive me of my walking stick." Now, this is one thing that is different in the movie, or maybe not. You could argue it's there. I just didn't pick up on it before. But Hama, the guard taking the weapons in the movie, he reacts to this almost like, "Okay, if you say so." But in the book, it states very clearly that Hama knows it's a staff in his hand. Like, he knows that the wizard could use this as a weapon. But he says, quote, "Yet in doubt a man of worth will trust to his own wisdom. I believe you are friends and folk worthy of honor who have no evil purpose." So it's not like he was duped or persuaded to believe anything. He just makes a judgment call here. In theory, a judgment that changes the fate of the world, because if Gandalf didn't have his staff, he may not be able to, well, we'll get there in a second. But just remember this moment when we're further down the line and see how if Hama hadn't made this call, the entire fate of Middle-earth may have been impacted because of a man who did what he believed to be best, even if it meant going against orders. The doors were opened and the travelers entered a dark and warm hall that was long and wide with sunbeams glittering in from the eastern windows. It was smoky inside, and on the far end there was a gilded chair, and on it sat a man so bent with seeming age he looked no bigger than a dwarf. He had long white hair that fell down in braids. Under his golden crown he glared at the strangers. Behind him stood a woman in white, and sitting on the steps of his throne, there was a sniveling little figure of a man with a pale face and heavy-lidded eyes. Gandalf hails King Theoden, saying he has returned, because remember, he had come here after being rescued from Saruman's tower, which is where he first got Shadowfax so he could rush back off to the Shire. The old-looking king spoke hoarsely. "I greet you, and maybe you look for welcome, but your welcome is doubtful here, Gandalf. Trouble seems to follow you like crows." The king then admits that when Shadowfax had returned weeks ago, he rejoiced more for the fact that the horse was riderless than he did at the beast's return. "And yet here you come again, bringing new evils to my door. Tell me, Gandalf Stormcrow, why should I welcome you?" The sniveling rat of a man sitting at the king's feet chimed in with a voice that made you wriggle. "You speak justly, Lord. It is not 5 days since your son Theodred was killed on the West Marches. There's no trusting Eomer, and there are few men to guard your halls. Why should we welcome a troublemaker such as you, Master Stormcrow?" Note, no one ever calls Gandalf Stormcrow outside of this encounter. There's no backstory to the name, other than them riffing off of the king's earlier comment about how trouble follows Gandalf like crows. Grima Wormtongue, which you can place the name based on the description I gave the guy earlier, then proceeds to speak of how Gandalf never comes with things to help Rohan, only with needs and demands. Even now, when they are beset on both sides by evil, has he brought horses, swords, spears? No, just 3 ragged travelers. Gandalf ignored Wormtongue, which, it kind of feels like Tolkien came up with that name one day when he just wasn't feeling very philological, meaning linguistic. It's like he was saying, "Oh, I need a name for a bad guy. I know the others all have elvish names like Saruman or Sauron, but this guy's, we'll just call him Wormtongue." But anyway, Gandalf just ignored Wormtongue and spoke to the king. "The courtesy of your hall is somewhat lessened of late, Theoden, son of Thengel. My guests are all clad in dull gray cloaks that the elves of Lorien gave them." "So it is true," Wormtongue cut in, "what Eomer said about you being in league with the sorceress of the Golden Wood. It is not to be wondered at. Webs of deceit were ever woven at that place." If you were expecting it, you will not be disappointed, because at this point, Gimli the Simp, or Gimli the Gallant, we could call him more favorably, takes a step forward at yet another fool who dares to besmirch the name of Galadriel. But Gandalf grabbed him by the shoulder, stopping him. And then the wizard did use this as a cue to stop messing around. He cast off his cloak, revealing his white robes, and held up his staff. Grima looks horrified. Gandalf speaks to him. "The wise only speak of what they know. Grima, son of Galmod. A witless worm you have become. Be silent and keep your forked tongue behind your teeth. I have not passed through fire and death to bandy crooked words with a serving man till the lightning falls." He raised his staff, and with a roll of thunder, the light of the sun was blotted out from the windows. The hall was entirely dark except for around Gandalf. Wormtongue was hissing at the guards about his command to remove the staff. But with a flash of lightning, Wormtongue sprawled on the ground on his face. Gandalf paid the greasy little man no more heed. His eyes were fixed on Theoden. "Not all is dark, Lord of the Mark. For better help you will not find," the wizard said, as the darkness outside seemed to part and the light returned to the hall. "Words of counsel I would give you, will you not hear them? Too long you have sat in shadows and trusted to twisted tales and crooked promptings." Almost as if under Gandalf's spell, Theoden stood from his chair and began to walk down the steps of his throne towards the wizard. Gandalf walked with him to the front doors of the great hall and knocked, ordering them to be opened up. The doors rolled back and a bright morning breeze swept in as the sun's rays cast down on Theoden's face. The woman in white, who had been standing silently behind the king at this point, looked worried, but Theoden told her not to, that the time for fear had passed. And now we get a description of that woman. Grave and thoughtful was her glance as she looked on the king with a cool pity in her eyes. Very fair was her face, and her long hair was like a river of gold. Slender and tall, she was in her white robe girt with silver, but strong she seemed, and stern as steel, a daughter of kings. The narrator notes that this was the first time Aragorn saw in the full light of day Éowyn, Lady of Rohan, and she was suddenly aware of him now, too. The tall heir of kings, hiding a power that she could feel. Gandalf, holding Theoden by the arm, walked him down the front steps of the hall and pointed out to the fields of Rohan, saying, "Look up on your land and breathe the free air again." As the wind blew through his hair and the sun filled his eyes, Theoden seemed to de-age in front of everyone. He stood up tall, and his eyes shined with a blue radiance that had been masked until now. Theoden looked around before speaking with Gandalf, telling him that his dreams have been dark of late, but that he now feels awakened thanks to the wizard, but says he feels it is still too late to counter all the darkness. He asks what can be done. Gandalf says the first thing to do is release Éomer from prison, which he has correctly assumed is what had happened to the third Marshal of the Mark under the Council of Wormtongue. Theoden says that Éomer had defied orders and openly threatened Grima in the hall, and admits that under the spell, he had decided that this was an act punishable by prison for his nephew. Gandalf fills Theoden in on the high-level events of what's been going on while he was in his stupor, and he concludes by pointing east to Mordor, saying, "Doom hangs still on a thread, yet hope there is still, if we can but stand unconquered a little while." Aragorn, Gimli, and Legolas all looked eastward as well, filled with thoughts of their friend, the Ring-Bearer. Was he any closer? Was he even alive? Was all of this in vain? There was no way of knowing. As they spoke, Éomer returns and shows his uncle the king that he is still 100% pledged to him, even though he had just been imprisoned. A sword was brought to Theoden. He swished it around a few times like any sane person does when they're handed a sword, and then he chanted a call to arms. "Arise now! Arise, riders of Theoden! Dire deeds awake! Dark it is eastward! Let horse be bridled, horn be sounded! Forth, Erlingus!" Now, if you've seen the movie, you've probably heard that line several times. Forth, Erlingus. And Erlingus is another Old English phrasing, which just means children of Errol, because Errol is the founder of the Rohirrim. So whenever you hear Theoden say, "Forth, Erlingus," he's basically saying, "Forth, children of Errol," which is the term they use for themselves in their old tongue, because turns out Rohirrim is actually a Gondorian word for, well, I think we're starting to move too much into the weeds, so let's just keep moving on. Éomer is feeling emotional seeing his king return to his right mind and with his strength. Now that he feels a lot better, Theoden asks Gandalf what he would have him do, and the wizard says he's already done the first step, which is putting his trust in Éomer rather than a crooked weasel like Grima. But now they must deal with the threat of Sauron immediately. If we fail, we fail. If we succeed, then we will face the next task, the wizard said. The king agrees, pledging his men and horses to the battle against Orthanc. Gandalf begins to discuss how once they are gone, Theoden should get his people to safety without delay. And Theoden's like, "Hold your horses there, wizard man. I will be going to war." Quote, "To fail in the front of the battle if it must be, thus shall I sleep better." Aragorn chimes in with a large grin on his face. "Then even the defeat of Rohan will be glorious in song," he says. The soldiers around them begin to cheer, raising their weapons and yelling, "The Lord of the Mark! Forth, Erlingus!" At that moment, Wormtongue is brought before them. He had stolen Theoden's real sword. The one he was swishing around earlier was Éomer's. Wormtongue claims that his master gave him the sword for safekeeping, and he begins to cry that he was right in guessing this wizard would bewitch the king, that the mark is in danger as long as the wizard is around. Theoden smiles a knowing smile that he will never be tricked by this slimeball again, and tells him to get ready because they're going to war. Grima is shocked and begs to not be sent away from his lord, but when Theoden says he's sending him with his lord because he's going to war, Wormtongue knew he was had. He tried to weave some fresh lies, but Gandalf cut him off, yelling, "Down, snake, down on your belly," in a terrible voice that sent the man down to his knees. "How long since Saruman bought you? What was the promised price? Your share of the treasure when all the men were dead, and to take the woman you desire? Too long you have watched her under your eyelids and haunted her steps." Éomer grabs his sword, because Éowyn, the woman in the white dress, is his sister, by the way. So Éomer grabs his sword, saying he already knew that this was what the creep's intentions were, and now that he holds no power over the king, he's going to kill him. But Gandalf proposes that the king give Grima a horse and let where he chooses to go be his judgment. Will he go to war with the Rohirrim, or will he ride back to his master's safekeeping? Theoden is down with this idea and offers him the choice. Wormtongue, knowing he had lost, rose up full of wrath and giving one final glance at everyone's faces through slit eyelids, he bared his teeth, hissing, and spat in front of the king's feet. He then ran down the stairs. The king ordered guards to make sure he only took a horse and did no harm to anyone. Now, just a quick reminder, if you listened to the Dune episode that I've done, I had a laugh when I remembered the crazy coincidence as I was scripting that episode. You may remember the character Piter de Vries. He's basically the advisor to the Baron Harkonnen. Now, Piter is a very greasy character as well, and I even put it in my notes that he was Grima Wormtongue-esque. And then when I was watching the film adaptations, which is part of my research process, I turned on the 1984 version by David Lynch, and when Piter de Vries came on screen, I thought, he looks pretty familiar. So I go to IMDb, and I was blown away to realize it's the very same actor that played Wormtongue in Peter Jackson's Two Towers. This man, Brad Dourif is his name, has just been typecast across an almost 30-year time span as being a great candidate for slimeball advisors who are trying to manipulate their masters. Wild. But with Grima gone, they begin preparations for war. They will leave that very day. Messengers are sent to collect all able hands from the villages around Edoras, and while preparations are being made, the big dogs gather for a meal before they leave, in which Gandalf is officially gifted Shadowfax, only because he asked for it, but hey, it's officially his now. Not that anyone could really own him because he's Shadowfax, but Rohan will no longer lay any claim to him. He is Gandalf's if he's anyone's. The three hunters are all given armaments of Rohan, including chainmail and helms as well as round shields. As Gimli sported a shield with the image of a horse on it, Theoden told him that it was his as a boy. And Gimli bows, saying he is proud to bear the shield of the king, quote, "Indeed, sooner would I bear a horse than be born of one. I love my feet better." When preparations are finalized, the king goes around saying farewells and parting words to people. Gimli was standing next to Legolas, feeling anxious, quote, "Men need many words before deeds. My axe is restless in my hands. How shall I come to battle? I wish I could walk and not bump like a sack at Gandalf's saddlebow." The elf assures him that he will be set on the ground when the fighting starts because an axe is no weapon for a rider. All in all, 1,000 men have been mustered for battle, and Theoden led them out of the city. As Aragorn and Legolas mounted their horses with Gimli looking uneasy at the idea of another long ride, Éomer rode up hailing the dwarf. "Gimli, son of Glóin, I have not had time to learn gentle speech promised under your rod, but shall we not put aside our quarrel? I will speak no further evil against the Lady of the Wood." Gimli smirks at the playful words of the horsemaster and says, "I will forget my wrath for a while, Éomer, son of Éomund. But if ever you chance to see the Lady Galadriel with your own eyes, then you shall acknowledge her the fairest of all, or our friendship will end." "So be it," the Marshal of the Mark said, and as an offer of peace, he asks if Gimli would rather ride with him, since Gandalf will be at the front. Gimli's only condition is that Legolas's horse can ride beside them, and with Legolas on his left and Aragorn on his right, Gimli, son of Glóin, rode like a sack on the saddlebow of Éomer, the third Marshal of the Mark. The groomsmen mentioned to Gandalf that Shadowfax isn't there. He's running wild over the grass, and no man can call him. But with a whistle, the horse comes running straight to the White Wizard, nuzzling him before allowing himself to be mounted, but of course with no saddle or bit. As the wizard in his white cloak with his white hair and beard mounted the Lord of Horses, Aragorn yelled, "Behold the White Rider!" The Rohirrim cheered, "Our king and the White Rider, forth Eolingas!" Trumpets sound, and the 1,000 riders set off for Isengard to clash with Sauron and whatever dark forces he has up his sleeve. Now, I promised more on Shadowfax, and here you go. The Maeras, which is the group that he has been called a part of, are a lineage of horses descended from a horse that came from Valinor, the land of the gods. They were said to have been brought to Middle-earth by the god of the hunt, Orome. The Maeras cannot be tamed. They run so swiftly, it's as if their feet do not touch the ground. They are extremely intelligent, even understanding the tongues of men, even though they don't speak it themselves. They have long lives, and of course, are wicked fast. So that should help paint a picture of why whenever Shadowfax is mentioned, there is a kind of reverence by all around. But before we move forward, I want to warn you, things change significantly from what you may be familiar with in the movies at this point. And they are already different. You noticed how Éomer is riding with the king instead of being banished. How's that going to play out, I wonder? Technically, the big elements are all still here, which makes it sound like it's the book's fault if they're not. Technically, all the elements of the book are the elements that they used in the movies, but they are in different orders and the scale and magnitude is different. So, just prepare yourself if you are expecting the Battle of Helm's Deep to be the biggest thing in this book like it is in the movie, because it's up next. Yes, we're not even halfway through the book and Helm's Deep is happening. In the movies, they retreat to Helm's Deep with all of the people of Edoras because they're anticipating the dark forces to attack. But we already have a different setup in the book. This army of 1,000 is riding to Isengard, which, imagine Edoras is on a diagonal line along mountains to the southeast of Isengard. So they're riding northwest at this time, correct? Helm's Deep is about halfway between Edoras and Isengard, set back in those mountains they are following the line of. In my head, Helm's Deep was the opposite direction from Isengard because they were trying to get away from him, but it's actually on the way. And on the second day of their journey, they are found by a lone rider, a soldier who had been fighting orcs in the Westfold, which is just kind of the western territory of Rohan. And it was briefly mentioned when we first got here, but they have been fighting orcs for a while, and that's how the king's son, Theodred, died, was fighting on the Westfold. This lone soldier is looking for Eomer, and he reports that all is lost. Quote, "All Isengard must be emptied. They are not only fighting orcs and Uruk-hai, but the wild hillmen from beyond the rivers. Saruman has filled their ears with lies to incite them to violence against Rohan." The writer mentions something about Erkenbrand having gathered what men he could and supposedly was heading for Helm's Deep. The soldier, who had not noticed Theoden, talked as the king listened in silence. The king then calls this soldier by name, saying that he, the king, is here. The last host of the Erlingus has ridden forth, and they will not return without battle. The soldier's countenance filled with hope at these words, and he simply said, "Command me, Lord." Remember, this guy would have assumed Theoden was still a hunched-over invalid, so that's why he was looking for Eomer instead of the king. But seeing the Lord of the Riddermark boosted his spirits greatly. Gandalf wastes no time. He tells Theoden to take his men to Helm's Deep and wait there. He must run an errand, but he will return. "Await me at Helm's Gate. Farewell." And before anyone could say anything, Gandalf was off. So the rest of them make their way to Helm's Deep, which is described as, quote, "a great bay in the mountains, a green comb out of which a gorge opened in the hills." And if you haven't seen it depicted, imagine a flat land that runs alongside the ridgeline of these mountains that suddenly opens up into a narrow valley or a deep gorge of sorts. And at the back of the valley, just before the peaks begin to rise again, there's a long wall called Helm's Gate. On the right side of the gate rose a small fortress that overlooked the area, and on top of the keep there was a tower, and at the top of the tower was a large horn which when sounded would make the very ground shake. The Hornburg was the name of the fortress, and it was built into the side of the mountain. The only way in or out was a long, sloping ramp that led to a gate in the fortress. The wall itself was not designed to have any accessible points. Furthermore, behind the wall, as the peaks begin to rise, there are pathways that lead to caves that had been used as a place of refuge long before the Hornburg had ever been built. It was as Theoden's men began to approach the valley that the sound of warning horns came to their ears. Scouts returned, reporting a large number of orcs and wolf riders were approaching from the fords of Isen, as well as the wild men of Dunland who had teamed up with Saruman. Many soldiers of the Rohirrim had already been killed. Theoden asks the scout how many orcs there were, and he says this line that I love, quote, "It is very great. He that flies counts every foeman twice, yet I have spoken to stout-hearted men, and I do not doubt that the main strength is many times more than we have here." That one line, "he that flies counts every foeman twice." Now, at face value, that just seems like if you're moving fast, you can't get an accurate head count. But I actually really like the idea of its meaning saying when you're rushed or in a panic, you tend to exaggerate your problems. Because if you're running around like a chicken without its head, you are running off of emotions, and problems seem bigger when you're panicking. Put off an assignment or work project until the last day probably seems a lot harder now than if you'd done it 2 weeks ago. Anything on a tight timeline is going to get your emotions, especially panic, firing on all cylinders, and that is going to make your judgment bad. So the next time you're thinking about how you could put off the thing for a few days, just remember how awful that panicked feeling is. Quote, "He that flies counts every foeman twice." So they hightail it to the fortress. By the time they made it to the gates, one look backwards into the darkening sky told them that the enemy had already begun to enter the valley. They could see it from the torches that were lit. When they enter, they are relieved to find that There are not only a lot of refugees who had fled, but there were also a lot of soldiers, doubling the force that Theoden had to fight with. But we're talking about the odds going from 10-1 to now 5-1, so it's not exactly even. And on top of that, of the 1,000 men inside the wall, many had either, quote, seen too many winters or too few. They said they had been told their leader, Erkenbrand, would be returning by that past morning, but the entire day had gone and he had not arrived. They were starting to fear the worst. They also learned that a large percentage of the entire folk of the Westfold are holed up in these caves. Behind them, the 2,000 soldiers in the wall are the only thing keeping the orcs from massacring thousands of women, children, and elderly. They began to set their defenses. Eomer prepared his men, setting most of them either on the wall or behind it. The wall was 20 feet high, and so not as impressive as the wall in the movie, but it was wide enough for 4 men to walk side by side, meaning it was super thick. The front had been smoothed so finely that no footholds could be found for climbers, and even the top of the wall hung over a bit like a cliff, making it impossible to scale manually. While Eomer ran around making sure his men were prepared, Legolas was leaning up against a parapet, thumbing his bowstring as he looked out over the ink-black valley in front of them. Gimli was staring out over the wall as well, but he was in a jolly mood.
"This is more to my liking," he said as he stamped the stone wall beneath him. "My heart always rises when I am near mountains. There's a good rock here."
Looking back at the mountain behind him, he said that give him 100 dwarves in 1 year and they would make this place impenetrable. Legolas feels the opposite. The lack of trees makes him uneasy. Stone is so harsh compared to the forests that he knows so well. And then he says the sweetest thing to his little friend. Quote, "But you comfort me, Gimli, and I am glad to have you standing nigh with your stout legs and your hard axe. I wish there were more of your kin among us." And then he says a line that I believe was the inspiration for a change they made for the movie. Because he says, "But even more I would give for 100 good archers of Mirkwood. We shall need them. The bowmen of the Rohirrim are good, but they are too few." So, yeah, no troop of elves is going to show up from Rivendell to help in this fight. This is an invention of the movies to help justify more cutscenes of Arwen, who is not even in a single chapter of this book. Because in the movie, there's this back and forth between her and her father that results in Elrond sending elven warriors to aid the Rohirrim. It does mean we miss out on that great line about an allegiance once existed between elves and men long ago. We fought and died together. We have come to honor that allegiance. But if we're getting real nitpicky about the movie, they also have those elves led by Haldir, who is not even elf of Rivendell. He's the scout that first found the Fellowship on the outskirts of Lothlorien, meaning he's from the Galadrim, but, well, let's just say all of the research I've done has turned me into one of those actually guys when it comes to Lord of the Rings. Anyways, it's just 1 elf, 1 dwarf, and a couple thousand men in the book. Gimli comments how he's tired from riding on a horse all day, but his axe is restless. Give him a row of orc necks and room to swing, and all weariness will leave his body. Midnight passed, and the silent air hung heavily over the soldiers who awaited their likely doom. Thunder rumbled over the scene, and a flash of lightning brought a brief and horrifying awareness of how the valley before them had filled with thousands of dark creatures because they put out their torches. I kind of skipped over that. So if it wasn't for that lightning, it was completely dark. The entire gorge before them from wall to wall was covered in orcs, Uruk-hai, and wild men of Dunland who fought alongside Saruman's monsters. A host of arrows came flying over the battlements of the wall blindly, mostly clinked off armor harmlessly, but the groans from the night told them some had found their marks in men of the Rohirrim. Quote, "The assault on Helm's Deep had begun, and just when the rain began to fall as well. But no sound came from the wall or the keep, the silence only violated by the driving rhythm of the rain." Finally, a blood-chilling cry rose from the orcs. The little light there was reflected just enough off of their swords that they waved back and forth. Those on the wall gazed out over, quote, "a great field of dark corn tossed by a tempest of war." Trumpets blew and the attackers began to march to the wall. Most went for the wall, but a number walked up the sloping causeway towards the gate. And it was only once they had reached partway up the causeway that arrows suddenly began to fly from the wall, as well as stones thrown in their direction. The orc force assigned to the gate repeatedly broke and regathered, making a new assault, getting closer to the gate each time. The trumpets blew again, and the way parted on the causeway, making room for a group of wild men using shields to cover their heads, rushing forward with the trunk of a tree. Orc archers covered them as they rushed to the gate and began to swing the fallen tree against the timbers of the broad gate door. No matter how many times an archer would fell one of the men assaulting the gate, 2 more rushed in to take his place. Éomer, seeing that something needed to be done, pulled Aragorn towards him and said,
"This is the hour when we draw swords together."
They rallied a few more reliable swordsmen and ran all the way to the gate, where there was a side door to the fortress that led to a path that wrapped around and would give them a line of sight to the battering ram on the causeway. There was a gap between the path outside the wall and the causeway, but with a leap and a cry, they fell upon the attackers. "Andúril!" Aragorn cried. "Guthwine!" Éomer screamed. So Guthwine is, of course, also Old English, like all of the Rohirrim language, but it means battle friend, which I thought was pretty rad. But the small force fell upon the gate attackers and began to cut down wildmen and orc with no mercy. Many were struck down by the sword, others fell off the ramp, dying from impact. As the force retreated enough down the ramps for them to look back, they saw that the gate was almost ready to give way. They had arrived just in time. But Éomer pointed out that a fresh force of orcs and men were already running up the causeway. They turned to go back the way they'd come so they could help fortify the gate, but as they turned, a dozen orcs who had been playing dead apparently jumped up and moved in to kill the ranger and the marshal. 2 of them successfully tripped up Éomer and were about to descend on him when a small, dark figure rushed out of the shadows yelling, "Baruch Khazad! Khazad ai menu!" Gimli swung his axe at the orcs who were attacking Éomer. Their heads hit the ground before their knees did. The 3 warriors rushed back through the side door as the soldiers inside finished piling large rocks to reinforce the gate. Éomer, gasping for air, thanks the dwarf for his aid and asks how he found his way there. And Gimli's answer was basically, "I followed you guys because I was falling asleep waiting for the fight." He then went back to his place on the wall with Legolas, where he proudly announced that his kill count was at 2. Legolas, whose quiver is already empty, tells the dwarf he's at 20, but that number isn't much of a dent in their enemy, unfortunately. Gimli's jaw flexed and he snorted out of his nose, upset at being upstaged so much by his companion. By this point, the storm had mostly passed and the moon began to illuminate the field of battle, but the light only disheartened the Rohirrim, if anything, because the numbers of the orcs seemed to have grown, not shrunk. Even more were passing into the valley in the distance. The assault on the gate had recommenced and the attack on the wall itself was well underway. Grappling hooks on climbing ropes soared over the parapets faster than the men could cut them down. Long ladders were being raised against the 20-foot barricade, and the orcs threw themselves up the ladders like apes with no concern of being shot. But at the base of the wall, a pile began to form of bodies from those who were met at the top of the wall by an arrow or a blade. The siege on the wall was at a stalemate for the most part until it outlasted the endurance of the men of Rohan. Every arrow was spent, and their swords began to notch with wear. Their shields were battered to pieces. Aragorn and Éomer moved ceaselessly along the wall to rally men's spirits. Things took a turn for the worse when it was discovered that a number of orcs had crawled like rats through the culvert that the stream flew through, literally the only opening in the entire wall. They had hidden in silence until most of the men who had been behind the wall had been called up to relieve the spent or dead wall watchers. But at this moment, the band of infiltrators made their move, going for the guards at the back of the valley who were watching the horses. Gimli spotted the commotion and grinned wickedly. Now the fight was reaching his side of the wall. "Come, Legolas," he cried. "There are enough for both of us." Gimli took off and a few soldiers of Rohan followed him to dispatch the orcs. And as Gimli finished off the last of those orcs, he yelled, 21! He then helped fill the culvert with stones to keep any more orcs from passing through. When he gets up to the wall, he sees Legolas with Aragorn and Éomer. And I found it amusing that it never says Legolas even went with Gimli when he yelled that there was enough for both of them. And we now get confirmation that he wasn't there. So I chuckle to imagine Legolas turning as Gimli's short legs are just tearing down the steps excitedly, yelling in Dwarvish, and the elf just going, I'll let him have this one. Because now on the wall, Legolas says he's up to 24. He's killed more with his knife. The ranger and the horsemaster were leaning on their swords as they breathed heavily. Aragorn looked out at the onslaught on the gate. The gates themselves were completely destroyed, but the barricade was holding. "This is a night as long as years," Aragorn said. One of the Rohirrim soldiers said that dawn was not far off, but dawn would not help them. "Yet dawn is ever the hope of men," the ranger said back. "Is it not said that no foe has ever taken the Hornburg if men defended it?" he asked. "So the minstrels say," Eomer replied. "Then let us defend it and hope," Aragorn said with spirit. Now, the mention of the Hornburg never falling is as good of a place as any to bring up the War for the Rohirrim movie that came out and what it teaches us about this location. Now, there are plenty of liberties that were taken in that animated Lord of the Rings movie, but they got all the basic plot points right about Helm Hammerhand, who is like 8 or 9 generations of king older than Theoden, how he retreated to the Hornburg. At the time it was known as the Soothburg. It was renamed the Hornburg after this siege I'm describing. But Helm Hammerhand, who got that nickname because he killed a rival chieftain with a single punch, had to retreat when that chieftain's son, named Wolf, came for revenge. And as spoiler-free as I can make it, the lore does describe all of the major things like the Ghost of the Deep. And it's those events that are why the area is now called Helm's Deep, after Helm Hammerhand. If you haven't seen it, it's a gorgeous film done in an anime-like style, and it's more faithful than Rings of Power. That is for certain. But coming back to our story, it was not long after Aragorn's inspiring words that a sound like lightning came from the ground below them. The culvert had been ripped open by some kind of explosion, or the devilry of Saruman, as Aragorn calls it. There was a hole in the wall, and the orcs were pouring into the deep. Aragorn wasted no time charging down the steps into the fray. As you can imagine, Gimli is pumped that he is no longer just a bystander. But as men had to retreat to protect the hole in the wall, that left fewer on the wall, and soon orcs were pouring both in and over the barrier. Eventually, the survivors are called back to retreat into the fortress. Aragorn found King Theoden, who looked grim. The king asked for news. "The wall is taken. All defenses are inside the fortress or retreating to the rocks in the deep." Aragorn warns the king that the orcs have some blasting fire they have brought from Orthanc. Theoden looks agitated. "I fret in this prison," he said, meaning that he is a man who is used to fighting on open fields with his horse underneath him. Hand-to-hand combat in tight spaces feels suffocating. Aragorn assures him they are much better protected here than they could have been anywhere near Edoras, and Theoden sighs, asking how can any tower stand against such reckless hate? He was questioning his choice to try and fight the hordes of Isengard. The king comments on how maybe following Gandalf's counsel hadn't been such a good idea. Aragorn basically tells him to never bet against Gandalf until it's over. And Theoden, with that, seems to have made up his mind. The end will not be long, but I will not end here. The horses of my guard are in the inner court, and when dawn comes, I will bid men sound Helm's horn, and I will ride forth. Will you ride with me, son of Arathorn? He asks the ranger. Maybe we can cleave a path through, or if not, make an end such as will be worth a song. Aragorn bows his head slightly as he reverently says, I will ride with you. Now, we're going to get one of the coolest heroic moments that is not in the movie at all right now. As the orcs attacked the walls of the fortress, Aragorn appeared over the top of them, looking down from the great gate. He stood proudly even as arrows whizzed past him. He looked out and raised his empty hand to the horde below as if summoning them to parley. The hosts of Isengard jeered at him. Come down if you wish to speak to us. Bring out your king. We will fetch him from his hole if he does not come. When Aragorn says that the king does as he wills, the Uruk-hai demand to know what this man is doing on the wall. I look out to see the dawn, he told them. There were more jeers. We are the Uruk-hai. We do not stop the fight for night or day. We come to kill by sun or moon. Aragorn, with an air that was far too cool or calm for someone who was on a battlefield against such a stacked deck, yelled down that, quote, none knows what the new day shall bring him. Get you gone ere it turn to your evil. No enemy has yet taken the Hornburg. Leave or not one of you will be spared. You do not know your peril. The book says, quote, so great a power and royalty was revealed in Aragorn as he stood there alone above the ruined gates before the host of his enemies, that many of the wild men paused and looked back over their shoulders to the valley and some looked up doubtfully at the sky. But the orcs laughed with loud voices, and a hail of darts and arrows whistled over the wall as Aragorn leapt down. The orcs continue to try and breach the fortress exterior as the first rays of daylight begin to light up the sky. Suddenly, a rumbling note made the ground quake beneath them. It was the helm of the deep ringing out from the high tower above them. Many orcs covered their ears and cowered at the sound. The blast of the horn reverberated through the narrow canyon walls time and time again, as if there were horns all throughout the gorge. The remaining soldiers took courage at the sound and cried, "Helm! Helm! He is arisen and come back to war!" And even as they yelled, the king rode out from his inner keep. His horse shone white, his golden shield glimmered, his spear in his other hand. With him rode Aragorn as the king cried out, "Forth, Eorlingas!" They charged through the gateway, which had just been cleared from its barricade, and they drove hard down the causeway, knocking orcs off both sides. Every remaining soldier charged in the name of his king as the sound of the horn continued to fill their ears. Even though the orcs still severely outnumbered them, no orc or Uruk-hai wanted to be the next one cut down by these charging horses, and they scrambled aside. I guess I should point out, there are more horsemen than just the king and Aragorn, but it doesn't really describe how many. So they're running from before these charging horsemen to make sure they're not the next one cut down. And so King Theoden rode from Helm's Gate and clove his path to the great dike. There the company halted. Light grew bright around them, shafts of the sun flared above the eastern hills and glimmered on their spears. But they sat silent on their horses, and they gazed down upon the deeping combe. The land had changed. Where before the Greendale had lain, its grassy slopes lapping the ever-mounting hills, there now a forest loomed. Great trees, bare and silent, stood rank on rank. With tangled bough and hoary head, their twisted roots were buried in the long green grass. Darkness was under them. There now cowered the proud host of Saruman, in terror of the king and in terror of the trees. They streamed down from Helm's Gate until all above the dike was empty, and it says how the orcs just ran towards the forest, even though this forest that appeared out of nowhere was scaring them quite a bit, because it was honestly the only direction they could go. Because to the east, the cliffs were too sheer for them to climb, and upon the west, something else had appeared. So in case that was a little too much Tolkien language for you, it's saying that the entrance to the gorge, which had been just plains and riverlands before, had now become a wall-to-wall forest. It had literally not been there the day before. And as that last line said, the east side of the valley was too sheer for the orcs to climb, and from the west, their final doom approached, because on that ridge, a rider in white who glowed in the light of the rising sun appeared. More horns began to sound behind him, and 1,000 fresh warriors appeared behind him, including a tall man with a red shield who raised his own black horn to his lips and blew into it, signaling the charge of his men. "Erkenbrand!" the soldiers shouted. Yes, Gandalf the Wizard had shown up with the remaining troops of the Rittermark at a time when you would least expect him, because there is no line about "on the dawn of the 5th day, look to the east." Book Gandalf gives no such specifics about his arrival. The army of Isengard fled before the charging Rohirrim, and in a frenzy of fear, they ran straight into the trees. And, quote, "From that shadow, none ever came again." Okay, I'm going to do this next chapter pretty brief-like, because outside of the joyous reunions from Gandalf, Theoden, Aragorn, Legolas, Gimli, and Éomer, yes, they both survived, this chapter is about the journey from Helm's Deep to Isengard. Going back to my statement at the end of the last chapter about the non-specifics of Gandalf's arrival, there is a funny exchange where Éomer comments on how once more the wizard has come in the hour of need unlooked for. And Gandalf looks at him puzzled and is like, "Unlooked for? I told you I would return and meet you here." But Éomer's exasperated and he says, "But you didn't say when or that you'd be bringing an army with you." Someone asks the wizard about this insta-forest and if it's his doing, and he chuckles and says that they are a thing beyond his counsel and better than he could have come up with. He only tells them that it is a power far older than wizardry. He then tells them that they needed to go to Isengard. Theoden protests that they don't have enough men to attack the tower, and Gandalf, ever mysterious, doesn't explain anything about the details that he obviously knows about, And he simply says, well, I'm going there. Look for me in Edoras if you won't come. Theoden, seemingly fed up with the wizard's riddles but knowing better than to question him, says he'll come. Gandalf says he just needs to talk to Saruman and they don't need the entire force. So only 20 of the fittest and least wounded men were chosen to join our band of adventurers, which Éomer is of course a part of at this point, to go see the Tower of Isengard. By the way, Gimli took a blow to the head, but he isn't about to be left behind, saying that it was a feeble blow and the cap he wore deflected most of it, saying that it'll take more than an orc scratch to hold him back. When they approached the forest that had eaten up all of the orcs, they were nervous, except for Gandalf, who calmly found a passage of sorts that had opened up as if the trees were making room for them to travel through. Even though they traveled peacefully, Legolas can't help but comment to the wizard that he feels anger throbbing in his ears, as if the forest itself was full of wrath. Gandalf basically just agrees with him, but does not elaborate any further. There's a fun little friendship moment where Gimli is telling Legolas about his time in the caves when they had been separated and how he fell in love with that mountain. He won't shut up about it, honestly, and Legolas promises that when all of this is over, he will come back with his friend to see the caverns with his own eyes, but only if Gimli agrees to return to Fangorn Forest with him. Gimli shudders at the thought of the forest, but says, I will endure Fangorn if I have your promise to come back to the caves and share their wonder with me. Once the whole group is out of the trees, they witness a handful of Ent-like creatures, at least, which, for everyone here but Gandalf, this is their first time seeing them. They were paying no attention to the riders, but it was obvious that they were communicating among themselves. Even Theoden is slack-jawed at the sight of these beings that he had believed to be nothing more than fable his whole life. Ents, he whispered. Out of the shadow of legend, I begin a little to understand the marvel of the trees. The group travels northward to Isengard, and as they go, they pass signs of devastation and war. These are the lands where riders had been fighting orcs for the past weeks. This is where Theoden's son, Theodred, had died. They pass large gravesites that strip them of the joy of victory they had been feeling. Gandalf brings some comfort, saying that less men of the Rohirrim had been dead than they would have believed. They had just been scattered. So when Gandalf found them group by group, he took Erkenbrand and some of them to reinforce Theoden at Helm's Deep, but he sent others to Edoras to protect the king's people, to which Theoden is grateful. They camp for the night, knowing that they will reach Orthanc in the morning. But during the night, they experience something creepy. Late in the night, the watchmen cried out and all awoke. There was no moon to light up the scene. Stars were shining above, but over the ground there crept a darkness blacker than the night. On both sides of the river, it rolled towards them, going northwards. Stay where you are, said Gandalf. Draw no weapons. Simply wait, and it will pass you by. A mist gathered around them. Above them, a few stars still glimmered faintly, but on either side them arose walls of impenetrable gloom. They were in a narrow lane between moving towers of shadow. Voices they heard, whisperings and groanings, and an endless rustling sigh. The earth shook under them. Long it seemed to them that they sat and were afraid, but at last the darkness and the rumor passed and vanished between the mountain's arms. I'm not going to say any more about that right now, but it'll make sense in a little bit. The next morning, the grass all around them was completely trampled and crushed as if a giant herd of cattle had been driven through. They rode through the morning, and as the valley of Isengard came into view, they saw with their own eyes how much things had changed. The valley was no longer a beautiful paradise, but an infestation of brambles and weeds. No trees remained, but stumps of axework littered the ground. Eventually, the path turned into a stone-paved highway. By the roadside, there was a tall pillar of black carved from stone. A rounded rock sat on top with a white hand imprinted on the rock, pointing north towards the Tower of Orthanc. The land around the tower was encircled by a tall stone wall, separating the Tower of Saruman from the rest of the valley. There was only one entrance, a large archway that had doors at either end. The wall was so thick that it required a tunnel to pass through it. No one alive in Rohan had passed through the gate of Orthanc, so the tower was more mystical than real in their minds. As they had approached the gate, many had noticed large pools of water on either side of the road, as if a flood had passed through. When they reached the gates, the doors had been ripped from their hinges and tossed to the side. Additionally, the stone wall had many gaping tears in it, with loose stones and rubble piled around. The tunnel was no longer covered, and generally all of the defenses lay in ruin. They entered the giant circle yard of the tower and found it full of water and floating wreckage. The king and his men sat in stunned silence, wondering what force could have done this. When they looked off to the side, they found one large pile of rubble that was big enough to protrude from the water, and curiously, sitting on the pile were two small figures who were relaxing as if on holiday. They were surrounded by bottles and bowls and platters of food. One of them appeared to be sleeping. The other was leaned up against a broken rock with wisps of smoke coming out of his mouth in little blue rings. Theoden and his men sat in disbelief at what they could be seeing. Amidst all this wreckage, there was apparently a picnic going on for two creatures no bigger than orcs, but much less vulgar looking. The smoking one spotted them and stood up hastily before bowing, apparently not having spotted Gandalf or his friends yet. "Welcome, my lords, to Isengard. We are the door wardens. Meriadoc, son of Sharadoc, is my name, and my companion who—" He turned and saw Pippin sleeping and kicked him awake, before introducing him as Peregrine, son of Paladin of House Took. Merry continued speaking. "The Lord Saruman is within, but at the moment he is closeted with one Wormtongue, or doubtless he would be here to welcome such honorable guests." At this point, Gandalf broke the silence, saying with a laugh, "Doubtless he would. Was it he who ordered you to guard his damaged doors?" Merry, happy to see his wizard friend, but not breaking from his bit, said, "No, good sir, the matter escaped him. He has been much occupied. Our orders came from Treebeard, who has assumed management of Isengard for the time." Gimli piped up, saying, "You rascals, you woolly-footed truants, a fine hunt you have led us on. 200 leagues, which, remember, that's about 600 miles. 200 leagues, battle and death, all to rescue you while you sit here idly smoking and feasting." Legolas smiled and said Gimli speaks for him, although he is curious where they got their wine. Pippin fires back a shot, saying, "One thing you have not found in your hunting is brighter wits," stating that they find the young hobbits sitting on the fields of victory. Why should it be a surprise that they would have come across a few well-earned comforts? "Well-earned?" Gimli cried out. "I cannot believe that." Theoden smiled, saying it cannot be doubted that he witnesses the meeting of dear friends. And then turning to Gandalf, he says he can only presume that these are the two they have been hunting all this time. The halflings, he tries to recall. Pippin protests, saying, "Hobbits, if you please, lord." Theoden grants him the correction and admits his people know nothing of their kind, and he definitely had never heard that they spouted smoke from their mouths. Merry launches into a description of the history of pipeweed, which is very cleverly word for word part of the official history of pipeweed that Tolkien gave us in the prologue of the Fellowship, which, if you remember, was written years after the story by no other than Meriadoc Brandybuck himself. So this is a clever nod that shows that Merry has been obsessed with the history of pipeweed his whole life. But Gandalf cuts him off and asks where Treebeard is, so Merry tells him how to find Treebeard at the north end, saying that most of the Ents are cleaning up some loose ends, but there are a few Ents, including the young, impatient Ent Quickbeam, who have been set to guard Orthanc Tower and make sure no one tries to leave. Gandalf then invites Theoden and his men to follow him as he connects with Treebeard, while the three hunters catch up with their dear friends who they have followed, hunted, and fought for across hundreds of miles. Theoden bids the hobbits farewell, saying if they meet again in his house, he would be glad to sit and listen to all the history of the Shire they can give him. The hobbits bowed as he rode, and Pippin muttered, "So that is the King of Rohan, a fine old fellow, very polite." So the three hunters are shown where they can find food from their hobbit friends as they share hugs and smiles and all this other stuff before they get down to brass tacks, which is figuring out what has been going on all this time. And the hobbits are more than happy to oblige. Aragorn says he is surprised in all his years that he has never seen an Ent for himself, and he asks the hobbits to begin their story by telling them about the Ents. But then Gimli's like, no, start at the very beginning from the moment the orcs capture you guys. And Merry says, I can do that. But first he offers tobacco to any who wish for a smoke while they listen. They state that it is long bottom leaf direct from the Shire, but they have no idea how Shire products ended up in Isengard. Gimli laments that he lost his pipe in the mines of Moria, but when Pippin produces his backup pipe that he's carried with him all this time and offers it to the dwarf, Gimli cries out that their debt is now fully settled with him. So they go back outside so that the smoke doesn't choke them up in their little storeroom, And we finally get the tale from the Hobbit's point of view. Pippin's first real memory was waking up in the orc camp, strung up, and then he does some calculations, reasoning that it's been 9 days since they had been captured at this point. But on that first night, as he gathered his memories tied up in the orc encampment, he recalled Boromir's final stand and proceeded to lay out their journey across Rohan. The hunters nodded as pieces clicked into place for them based on their tracking instincts. Aragorn returned Pippin's elven pin to him as well as their knives. Merry interjected that he remembered how angry Ugluk had been when Merry had cut off some orc limbs with his sword, but that he only threw their weapons away and had carried them off. Pippin is so glad to see his brooch again, saying he was very reluctant to let it go, but he didn't see any other way of leaving a clue. As they continue their story about the tension between the Uruk-hai and the orcs of Lugberts, aka the Dark Tower, Aragorn becomes uneasy with how much Sauron appears to know about the movement of the ring. They then tell about meeting Treebeard and the Entmoot and how exciting it was to ride with the Ents to war. Pippin recalled some verses from their war song to share with his friends, but now we get some new information to us, the assault of Orthanc. The Hobbit mentions how, before they even arrived in Orthanc, the forest seemed to start moving around them. They felt like they were in an Ent fever dream. It was much later that they learned that these were called Huorns, spelled Huorns. And based on Treebeard's description, it sounds like Huorns are Ents who have almost completely returned to being trees. They stand here and there in the wood or under its eaves, silent and watching endlessly over the trees, but deep in the darkest dales there are hundreds and hundreds of them, Treebeard had told them.
There is a great power in them, and they seem able to wrap themselves in shadow. It is difficult to see them moving, but they do. They can move very quickly if they are angry.
He continued on saying that you could be standing still looking at the weather, and then all of a sudden with a little rustling of the wind, you'd find yourself surrounded in the middle of a forest with trees groping all around you. He says they still have voices and can communicate with the Ents, but they have become queer and wild. Dangerous, he says.
I should be terrified of meeting them if there were no true Ents about to look after them,
is how he finishes his description of the Huorns. Through the night, the Ents and the Huorns marched. It was dark, and the hobbits could only tell how large their group had become by the endless creaking of wooden joints. And as they arrived at the hilltop over Orthanc, just before they would have descended, the horns blared and the gates opened as thousands of orcs, Uruk-hai, and wild men poured out. In their words, it seemed as if Isengard was emptying itself. The trees stood motionless as the fighting force left the tower unguarded. I don't know much about this war or the horsemen or Rohan, but Saruman seems to have meant to finish off the king and his men in a final blow, the hobbit said. After watching the endless lines of orcs and others marching, the tree army waited until they were in the distance. Shortly afterwards, however, the Huorns left the Ent side, heading south, as if to follow the orcs. Yeah, you're probably guessing it right about now. That was the one thing I had never known from the movies, that the instant forest were technically not Ents. I mean, technically they used to be Ents, or kind of are, but they are a different categorization called Huorns that are way more numerous than Ents themselves. But once the army of Saruman was too far away to hear any ruckus, Treebeard set the hobbits down and went to work. He hammered on the doors of the gate, calling out to Saruman. Arrows from the remaining guards began to fly through the air, but an arrow sticking into an Ent is nothing of importance. Only fire and axe are of concern to them, and the hobbit points out that you'd even have to have a lot of axemen because, quote, a man that hacks once at an Ent never gets a chance of a second blow. A dozen Ents joined Treebeard at the gate, their fists pummeling the stone wall. They tore off the doors and hammered away, and in less than 5 minutes, the massive gates were reduced to ruin. They note that whether Saruman knew what was happening or not, he made no effort to confront the Ents. Saruman's biggest mistake was leaving the Ents out of his calculations when it came to his plans for war. He had no way of defending against them. After the Ents had broken through the gate, Saruman was actually spotted outside. Likely, he had been out there to see his army depart. But Quickbeam, the hasty Ent, spotted him and yelled out, "Tree killer! The tree killer!" And Ents began chasing down the wizard as he bolted back inside the tower, and he stayed locked up in there ever since. As the Ents destroyed every sign of industry inside Saruman's walls, there was a small resistance from the remaining orcs who used weapons of flame to try and fight off the tree men. Most suffered minimal scorching, but when one ent was fully caught ablaze by a spray of liquid fire, that sent the other ents into a complete frenzy. They boomed and roared as they demolished everything in their path. Merry and Pippin were, of course, watching this all from a very safe distance. The ents were tearing and toppling and even chucking pieces of large debris at the windows of the tower itself. Treebeard had to calm the ents down so they did not injure themselves in their rage. The tower itself was the one thing they couldn't destroy. The entire day, the ents were busy wrecking anything associated with the White Wizard, and yet when the hobbits saw Treebeard around dusk, he seemed to be humming a tune as if quite pleased. That night, as the hobbits were preparing to get some sleep, Treebeard had warned them to take high ground so they didn't get swept up in the cleansing waters that would soon be unleashed on Isengard, and so from their high perch, they saw Gandalf show up on a majestic white horse. And he himself was dressed in white. Pippin sadly says that you'd think you'd get a, "Hello, Pippin, what a pleasant surprise," but instead all he got was a, "Get up, you tomfool of a took, where is Treebeard? I must speak with him." Treebeard and Gandalf spoke of the peril descending on Helm's Deep, but after Treebeard mentioned something about the Huorns, Gandalf seemed to be in a much better mood. But he still took off immediately, with more to do to try and save the king from the orcs. Continuing on their story, they tell how it was after midnight on the second day of the assault that the dam broke and the water poured through the gaps on the northern wall, and the entire area began to fill with streams and pools. White steam hissed out of the tears in the ground where the devices of the orcs were working to build up Saruman's empire. And other than finding the food stores which they had been feasting upon that morning, that pretty much filled in all the gaps from the hobbits' end. Until Gimli asked about Wormtongue, who the hobbits had casually mentioned to King Theoden at one point as having had shown up earlier and had been allowed inside the tower to be with his master. Pippin says the greaseball hadn't arrived until that morning, only a few hours before they had. At that moment when he arrived, Treebeard had just found the hobbits and was checking in on them. He was in a great mood. Isengard had been purged, the Huorns had returned successfully from demolishing the orcs, so that was the dark commotion that Theoden's men and their fellowship members felt that one night between Helm's Deep and Isengard. It was the Huorns returning to their native forest, passing them in the dark. When Grima had shown up, he spouted some lie about being sent by Theoden because he was the only one brave enough to ride with a message of warning through a land so full of orcs. Unfortunately for Wormtongue, Gandalf had already been there and told Treebeard all about his sneaky ways, so the Ent was not fooled for an instant. But the wizard had instructed Treebeard to let the wicked advisor join Saruman if he arrived. Quote, "Put all the rats in one trap," he had said. Aragorn sat back, contented, saying that it all made sense now, except for one thing. As he took a puff from his pipe, he asked, how did Longbottom Leaf from the Shire end up in Isengard? In all his years being a ranger, he had never heard of any dealings between Shire folk this far south. Saruman must have secret dealings with someone in the Shire. He says he'll have to mention that to the wizard, and Merry says he wonders what Gandalf is up to right now. Let's go see. Now, you've probably noticed that Saruman plays a much smaller role in the books, and honestly, I don't have any faults with Peter Jackson inflating the role of Saruman for the films. It's nice to have a villain to contend with on screen, and without Saruman, we, up till now, would just have the Eye of Sauron, which we've seen twice. Plus, you don't hire Christopher Lee to be a background actor. Even though I've summarized parts that he's been in, I really haven't cut him out of anything. He really has been more revealed to us through conversation from other characters than from hearing him himself. But that fades away in the next chapter. The chapter is actually called The Voice of Saruman, and it exists mostly to show the true evil power of manipulation. Not that it does much good after he had already launched a full-scale attack against his neighbors, but we still get a sight of how sharp his ability is to lie to people or to talk to them in a way that would boost them up and feel good, the way that he talked the wild men of Dunlin into fighting against Rohan. The conversation starts when Gandalf finally comes back with Theoden and his men, saying that he and Treebeard have talked and planned, but he needs to speak to Saruman before leaving. Quote, "I must pay a visit to Saruman, dangerous and probably useless, but it must be done." He tells anyone who wants to that they can join him, but to not jest. This conversation will be a serious one. Pippin asks what the danger could be, and Gandalf says that there is no knowing. A wild beast cornered is not safe to approach. And he adds one specific warning: beware of his voice. The base of the tower had a grand staircase with 27 steps leading up to the door of the tower. Gandalf went up with Aragorn, Gimli, Legolas, Theoden, and Éomer. Pippin and Merry sat at the bottom of the steps with the other riders of Rohan. Gandalf beat on the door with his staff. The voice of Grima responded from a window above the door, asking who it was and what they wanted. "Go fetch Saruman, since you have become his footman, Grima Wormtongue," Gandalf said gravely. And after a moment, another voice began to speak. It was low and melodious. Its very sound was an enchantment, saying that of those who fell under the spell of that voice, mostly they remembered nothing except that it was a delight to hear, and how all that it said seemed wise and reasonable, and it created in them a desire to agree with it. Others speaking seemed uncouth and harsh in contrast to that voice. And the voice was asking gently, "Why must you disturb my rest? Why? Will you give me no peace at all by night and day?" The tone sounded like that of a gentle heart who had suffered undeserved injuries. Slowly, an old man wrapped in a great cloak appeared at the rail of the window above the door. The deep eyes held a piercing gaze even from a distance. He had a look of benevolence to him, as he spoke more, saying how he knew two of these by name, Gandalf, of course, but he directs his comments to Theoden, son of Thengel. "But you, Theoden, lord of the Mark of Rohan, are declared by your noble devices, and still more by the fair countenance of the house of Eorl. O worthy son of Thengel, the thrice renowned, why have you not come before, and as a friend? Much I have desired to see you, mightiest king of western lands, and especially in these later years, to save you from the unwise and evil counsels that beset you. Is it yet too late? Despite the injuries that have been done to me, in which the men of Rohan, alas, have had some part, still I would save you, and deliver you from the ruin that draws nigh inevitably. If you ride upon this road which you have taken, indeed, I alone can aid you now." So I'm interested in this conversation to note all of the different tools of manipulation he employs in very brief conversations. In this first one, we saw him start with flattery, then we saw him make a promise of being able to save Theoden's people, saying, "Indeed, I alone can aid you now." But even mixed in with that, there's a bit of this victim card where he positions himself as being so noble that he still wants to aid Rohan despite the injuries that they have done to him in part. That is a lot of manipulation for one paragraph. Now, if you're trying to recall where else you've seen characters portrayed as having speech so powerful that it feels actually more like a spell, you're thinking of the Bene Gesserits from the Dune universe. And you're right, too. It is very heavily implied that Saruman is not just a skilled orator. He is likely using his magic to make his words even more powerful. But I actually like this portrayal in terms of real-life application, because although spells as we think of them in stories don't exist, it's hard to look at the most persuasive people in history or our personal lives and not acknowledge that their way of speaking has some sort of power behind it. How often do we see people get put under a spell of a great manipulator who knows exactly what to say, when to say it, and even more important, the little details like how to inflect the tone or any of those other tools of great rhetoric that the Greeks taught about. Making a comparison to the use of magic doesn't feel that outlandish when you think about it. To be a great speaker who has an understanding of persuasive tactics and especially the beliefs of his or her audience is somewhat wizard-like, so don't just shrug it off as fantasy. But let's get back to the scene. Theoden opened his mouth to speak, but he said nothing. He looked between Saruman and Gandalf, seemingly hesitant. Gandalf, despite his goodness, had never spoken so fair and so fittingly to the king of Rohan. And these words painted a picture of how the wizard may be driving them to their ruin, and here was Saruman, holding open a door of escape. Even Theoden's men shifted on their horses as they pondered how this may not be a bad option for them to take. The silence was only broken when Gimli barked, "The words of this wizard stand on their heads." In his language, help means ruin. Saving means slaying. That is plain. We do not come here to beg. Saruman raised his hand and said, "Peace." Turning his attention to the dwarf, he spoke in a less soothing tone, and there was a flash of something in his eyes. "I do not speak to you yet, Gimli, Glowin' son," he said. "Far away is your home, and small concern of yours are the troubles of this land. But it was not by design of your own that you became embroiled in them, and so I will not blame such part as you have played. A valiant one, I doubt not. But I pray you, allow me first to speak with the King of Rohan, my neighbor and once my friend. What have you to say, Theoden King? Will you have peace with me and all the aid that my knowledge, founded in long years, can bring? Shall we make our counsels together against evil days, and repair our injuries with such goodwill that our estates shall both come to fairer flower than ever before?" So in this paragraph, we see him make an appeal to the neighbor status of Rohan, while distancing any who are not natives to this land, basically saying, "What do these foreigners know about our troubles, Theoden?" But then on top of that, he lays this feigned note of forgiveness to the dwarf, saying that he knows he's been a valiant warrior and he does not blame him for his instinct to get involved with these affairs that are of no real concern to him. And then, in a classic manipulator practice, he puts the weight on Theoden, framing it as he, Saruman, only wants peace and to aid those around him with the knowledge his many years have brought. And so it is Theoden's responsibility. Will you have peace with me? The king is still hesitant, but this time Eomer broke the silence, asking his king if they have marched to victory to only now be amazed by the honey that drips from this old liar's forked tongue, saying there is no aid he can give Rohan. He only seeks to save his own hide. And then he begs the king to remember his son, who fell fighting the orcs, who bore the white hand of Saruman. Saruman's anger flashed. "If we speak of poisoned tongues, what shall be said of yours, young serpent?" And with that, his crosshairs fell on Eomer. "But come, Eomer, Eoman's son," he went on in his soft voice again, "to every man his part. Valor in arms is yours, and you win high honor thereby. Slay whom your lord names as enemies, and be content. Meddle not in policies which you do not understand. But maybe, if you become a king, you will find that he must choose his friends with care. The friendship of Saruman and the power of Orthanc cannot be lightly thrown aside, whatever grievances, real or fancied, may lie behind. You have won a battle, but not a war, and with that help on which you cannot count again, you may find Shadow of the Wood at your own door next. It is wayward and senseless, and has no love for men." So he flatters Eomer briefly by painting a picture of him possibly becoming king one day, which is likely since Theoden has no children left, but he tries to make Eomer and the others now fear their one-time ally, saying the trees have no love for men. They may have attacked him this time, but who's to say the mark won't be next? He then continues the manipulation, saying that if he is to be called a murderer, then they are no better. Quote, "But my lord of Rohan, am I to be called a murderer because valiant men have fallen in battle? If you go to war needlessly, for I did not desire it, then men will be slain. But if I am a murderer on that account, then all the house of Eorl is stained with murder. For they have fought many wars and assailed many who defied them. Yet with some they have afterwards made peace, none the worse for being politic. I say, Theoden King, shall we have peace and friendship, you and I? It is ours to command." Did you catch how he even tried to say that he did not desire to go to war in the first place? Even though everyone present knew he was the one who had sent orcs into Rohan over a month ago to pillage and wreak havoc on the Westfold. But that's the thing about master manipulators, narcissists, and psychopaths. The path of factual reality is of no concern to them. If there is anything they can say that would possibly get them what they want in that moment, then that thing is the only truth in their eyes. They don't play by normal rules of communication, so you need to be alert for these signs so that you don't let them use them against you. Because a lot of communication is about reciprocity. It's not something you do consciously, but if you have a normally wired brain and someone shares something vulnerable with you, your instinct is to reciprocate. If someone expresses a desire to make amends, you feel kind of bad if you say no, unless you have ample evidence that they are not worth making amends with. Master manipulators inherently understand things like reciprocity, and they use them against normal people. Like saying all you want is peace and then turning to your victim and asking, "Isn't that what you want too? Because I can give it to you." My communications degree is really showing right now, isn't it? But I don't care because I love this stuff, and we're not done with Saruman's many devices for deception. But first, Theoden finally spoke after all of this. "We will have peace," said Theoden, at last, thickly and with effort. Several of the riders cried out gladly, but Theoden held up his hand. "Yes, we will have peace," he said now in a clear voice. "We will have peace when you and all your works have perished, and the works of your dark master to whom you would deliver us. You are a liar, Saruman, and a corrupter of men's hearts. You hold out your hand to me, and I perceive only a finger of the claw of Mordor, cruel and cold, even if your war on me was just as it was not. For were you 10 times as wise, you would have no right to rule me and mine for our own profit as you desired. Even so, what will you say of your torches in Westfold and the children that lie dead there? Are they hewed? Hama's body before the gates of the Hornburg." Yeah, our friend Hama died, sadly. "Hama's body before the gates of the Hornburg after he was dead. When you hang from a gibbet at your window from the sport of our own crows, I will have peace with you and Orthanc. So much for the house of Errol. A lesser son of great sires am I, but I do not need to lick your fingers. Turn elsewhere, but I fear your voice has lost its charm." Whew, hot dang, Theoden, what a baller response. So much good stuff in there. And to cap it all off with that line, "I fear your voice has lost its charm." The riders of Rohan were startled at the response from their king after the music that had come from Saruman's mouth. Theoden's response seemed downright ungrateful, but they finally came to when they saw Saruman's response to this. He was livid. He was beside himself. He leaned over the rail as if he would smite the king with his staff. Quote, "Suddenly he appeared as a snake coiling itself to strike. 'Idiot,' he yelled. Then he began to say what he really thinks, how the house of Eorl, meaning the Rohirrim as a whole, is nothing but a thatched barn where lowlives get drunk as their children play on the floor with the dogs. He threatened that the noose was coming for them soon before he finally gathered himself, returning to his suave demeanor. He knew he was done with the people of Rohan and even said he didn't know why he'd bothered having the patience to speak with the little band of gallopers who were as likely to flee from battle as they were to advance. So, on top of showing his true colors when he realizes he's not going to get what he wants, he ends the conversation with Theoden by insulting and belittling the Rohirrim, which is not only a way of Saruman's own little lying brain to try and feel better about his failure, but it can even be used as a tactic to try and get the other party angry and making rash decisions. So even his lashing out is a form of manipulation. But when Theoden holds firm, Saruman turns to his old colleague for another attempt at asserting his will. "But you, Gandalf, for you at least I am grieved, feeling for your shame. How comes it that you can endure such company? For you are proud, Gandalf, and not without reason, having a noble mind and eyes that look both deep and far. Even now will you not listen to my counsel?" Gandalf stirred and looked up. "What have you to say that did not say at our last meeting?" he asked. "Or perhaps you have things to unsay." Saruman paused. "Unsay?" he mused, as if puzzled. "Unsay? I endeavored to advise you for your own good, but you scarcely listened. You are proud and do not love advice, having indeed a store of your own wisdom, but on that occasion you erred, I think, misconstruing my intentions willfully. I fear that in my eagerness to persuade you, I lost patience, and indeed I regret it. For I bore you no ill will, and even now I bear none. Though you return to me in the company of the violent and the ignorant, how should I? Are we not both members of a high and ancient order, most excellent in Middle-earth? Our friendship would profit us both alike. Much we could still accomplish together, to heal the disorders of the world. Let us understand one another and dismiss from these lesser folk. Let them wait on our decisions. For the common good, I am willing to redress the past and to receive you. Will you not consult with me? Will you not come up? So he's basically using the same techniques he just tried on Theoden on Gandalf now. I mean you no harm. We should be friends, etc., etc. Except with Gandalf, there are a couple new elements. First of all, he positions it as if Gandalf's pride was the reason for their previous misunderstanding, that Gandalf's inability to accept counsel from his friend. And then there's also this layer of, come on, man, we're better than these guys. We're wizards. We should be working together. We're more important than the needs of these petty mortals. The narrator notes that in this final appeal of Saruman, the tone was once again different. It was like the urgings of a kindly king to his erring but much loved minister. The men below are all so enchanted by this plea that they basically are waiting for Gandalf to go inside and join the White Wizard, assuming they would discuss things beyond their mortal comprehensions. Even Theoden had a brief thought that Gandalf would certainly betray them and all would be lost. But we know good old Gandhi better than that, don't we? So here was his response. Gandalf laughed. The fantasy vanished like a puff of smoke. Saruman, said Gandalf, still laughing. Saruman, you missed your path in life. You should have been the king's jester and earned your bread and stripes, too, by mimicking his counselors. Ah, me. He paused, getting the better of his mirth. Understand one another. I fear I am beyond your comprehension, but you, Saruman, I understand now too well. I keep a clearer memory of your arguments and deeds than you suppose. When last I visited you, you were the jailer of Mordor, and there I was to be sent. Nay, the guest who has escaped from the roof will think twice before he comes back in the door. Nay, I do not think I will come up, but listen, Saruman, for the last time, will you not come down? Isengard has proved less strong than your hope and fancy made it. So many other things in which you still have trust. Would it not be well to leave it for a while, to turn to new things? Again, an amazing response. Exactly what you'd hope from the good guy in this situation. He's like, you say I was too proud to listen to your counsel? You locked me on your roof, man. I love that line. The guest who escaped from the roof will think twice before he comes back in by the door. Saruman's deceitful smile faded and his face turned bloodless as he realized he had no power over Gandalf either. He drops all pretense and yells that he does not trust Gandalf and won't come down. The Ents are probably just waiting for him to leave the safety of his tower. Gandalf tells Saruman that just because he himself is not trustworthy doesn't mean he cannot trust others, promising that if he desires, he can go free from Orthanc. Saruman, who, similarly to Sauron, is so twisted, he cannot conceive of anyone acting out of anything but a desire for power, and so he assumes Gandalf's intent is to use the ring for his own gain, to rule over Mordor and the elves and men and even wizards, and that he will not be fooled by such a plight from Gandalf the Grey. He turns to go back inside, but Gandalf issued a command with his voice, and the White Wizard turned back seemingly against his will. His face looked shocked and even a bit horrified. His hand clutched at his staff like a claw, but Gandalf told him he had not given his old friend permission to go, because he had not finished. Now, based on him being called Gandalf the Grey, you can assume that Gandalf has once again been wearing his gray cloak and hat to conceal his identity as Gandalf the Grey, and it's now happened enough times that I've got this image in my head where he's so excited for the theatricality of revealing that he is now the White Wizard, that he is very conscious of doing the costume change before going somewhere new, so he can look like the old Grey Wizard only to whip off his cloak and reveal his new status. Ta-da! Because that's exactly what he does. Behold, he said, I am not Gandalf the Grey whom you betrayed. I am Gandalf the White, returned from death. You have no color now, and I cast you from the Order and from the Council. He raised his hand towards the former council leader and spoke the words, Saruman, your staff is broken. And just like that, the wizard that had until very recently been the most mighty of the Astari, the Maiar sent to watch over Middle-earth, watched as his mighty staff splintered and broke in his hand. "Go," Gandalf ordered, and like a frightened dog, Saruman immediately turned and ran inside the tower. But just as this happened, a curious thing took place. From a higher window above where Saruman had been, an object was thrown down onto them, a heavy, shining object that bounced off the walls of Orthanc and landed close to Gandalf's head before it rolled down the steps and landed near the feet of Pippin Took. It was a globe of crystal that glowed with a dark aura. Éomer yelled threats at Saruman, but Gandalf said he fancied this had been a parting shot from Grima Wormtongue, but that his aim was poor. Gandalf turned to go down the steps toward Pippin and said that if Wormtongue makes it out of Orthanc alive, it will be more than he deserves. He picked up his pace when he saw that Pippin was holding the orb, and from his stance it was heavier than it looked. Pippin's gaze seemed captivated by this ball, but Gandalf was quick to take it from him and wrap it in his cloak, hiding it from view. As the group discussed how things had gone and if they could have possibly gone any other way with Saruman, Gandalf said that there was almost no chance it would have gone any other way, but he had his reasons for trying, some merciful and some less so. Saying that if he could have turned from Sauron, he would have been a great ally, but as assumed, he was too far gone. He is too drunk with the idea of power to ever serve. He only seeks to command. Pippin asks what Gandalf intends to do with Saruman, and the wizard acts surprised. I will do nothing with him. I do not wish for mastery, and there is nothing in that tower that is of use to us more than the object that was just hurled out the window. Almost on cue, there was a shriek from the tower that sounded like someone who had just been robbed of their most precious possession, and Gandalf chuckled, "It seems that Saruman thinks so too." As the hobbits say their farewells to the giant tree man, he tells them that he has rewritten the old songs to fit them into it. Quote, "Ents the earthborn old as mountains, the wide walkers, water drinking and hungry as hunters, the hobbit children, the laughing folk, the little people." They smile in what feels like a full circle moment, and then Treebeard just asks them to keep their eyes open for the Entwives up by the Shire. The Lord of the Forest then turns to Gandalf and they discuss what is to be done with Saruman. The Ent promises he will see to it that he never leaves Orthanc Tower.
"Leave it to the Ents," said Treebeard. "We shall search the valley from head to foot and peer under every pebble. Trees are coming back to live here. Old trees, wild trees, the Watchwood we will call it. Not a squirrel will go here, but I shall know of it. Leave it to Ents. Until 7 times the years in which he tormented us have passed, we shall not tire of watching him." Whew. Okay, that was a very dense chapter compared to how I normally cover things, but I felt like the entire chapter was a lesson on how to spot and avoid a master manipulator. And if this was the most exposure we get to Saruman in the books, I'm glad it was such a useful exchange to analyze. Now, if you are wondering about how this played out very differently from the movies, but that's because the only role Saruman has left to play in the story of the books was actually completely cut from the plot of the movies, so they needed to tie off his storyline. But we're not entirely done with him, although we won't see him again for many, many chapters. And so the height of this half of the story has peaked, and now we are falling to a conclusion of Book 3. But before hopping over to the point of view of Frodo and Sam on their adventure, the riders begin to make their way back to Edoras, the home of King Theoden. But when they set up camp for the night, whether it's only due to his mischievous nature or due to some darker influence, Pippin is completely obsessed with wanting to look at that orb again. So when everyone is asleep, he goes to where Gandalf lay and swaps out the orb for a rock of similar size before running off to look into it. Even as he ran off with it, he muttered to himself that he was an idiot and would get in a whole lot of trouble, but that he had to see it. And once he was away, he set the orb, which was bundled in his own cloak at the moment, down and knelt over it, quote, looking like a greedy child stooping over a bowl of food. He lifted the cloak, and at first the orb appeared only to be black, and then there was a faint glow from the center of it. The interior of the orb began to blaze as if filled with fire. Pippin was beckoned closer and closer, his lips moving without sound as he bent over the magnetic pull of the orb until suddenly, with a strangled cry, he fell back and lay still. The yell woke up the entire camp, and Gandalf was the first to find the hobbit, saying things like, "So this is the thief, and what devilry has he done to himself and all of us?"
Now, I think this next moment is important to highlight because it's such a running joke among Lord of the Rings fans about how Pippin has the ability, unlike anyone, to get on Gandalf's last nerve. And it's true, and we've seen how Gandalf is not hesitant to say somewhat insulting things to the Hobbit. But this scene shows how he still has compassion for the little guy, and he cares about him. Gandalf knelt over Pippin, who appeared unconscious. Gandalf held his hand, and the Hobbit shortly bolted up, yelling, "It is not for you, Saruman! I will send for it at once. Do you understand? Say just that." Then he tried to scramble away, but Gandalf held him down, calling to him to come back to them. Pippin's body went limp, and he seemed to come to his own senses shortly after, apologizing to Gandalf, asking for forgiveness. The wizard said he needed first to hear what act needed to be forgiven, and Pippin then basically says that the orb had a power over him that held him captive and began to question him, and that there was an eye that looked inside of him. He said he tried to get away from the dark visions he'd had, but then he came. And we all know who he is, right? He asked why Pippin, who he had mistaken for Saruman, had taken so long to come back and report. And then when he realized it was not Saruman, but a hobbit, he began to laugh. It was a cruel laugh that made Pippin cower as if he was being stabbed by knives. The voice then said to go and tell Saruman that this dainty is not for him, that he will send for it at once. Yeah, we heard this before. This is what Pippin was saying at the time when Gandalf ripped him from the dream. Gandalf's face was tense and scornful, but after a moment, it grew gentler, and he comforted Pippin, saying he had taken no harm and he knows that he has spoken the truth. He tells him he has been saved by good fortune along with his friends, but that he does forgive him and he should be comforted. Merry walks Pippin back to where their bedrolls are laid, and they go to sleep. But with the hobbits gone, Gandalf explains what he believes to have happened and how lucky they really have been that it was not worse. This orb is a palantir, which, for our purposes, we mostly benefit only from knowing that they were magical orbs created ages ago by the same elf that made the Silmaril gems, and that they are basically iPhones of Middle-earth in that you could use them to communicate not only audibly but visually with someone from a very long distance, if they had a palantir as well. Now, there is much more lore behind the power of the palantir, but that's all we need to know at this moment. So Saruman and Sauron each had one of the palantir. I think there's 7 total. I can't remember for sure, but they each have one of these palantir, and they had been using it to coordinate. And when Sauron picked up the call, if we want to put it that way, he just assumed it would be Saruman saying, "What's up?" until he saw Pippin, and then when he found out it was a hobbit, he assumed this was the ring bearer, and Sauron, in his evil yet playful state, ordered Pippin to tell Saruman that the hobbit is not his toy, and that he'll be collecting it soon enough. So Gandalf said they had lucked out, not only in that the Dark Lord now thinks Saruman has betrayed him, but there are darker forces at play with the palantir, and if anyone with more knowledge or wisdom had been the ones to be subjected to Sauron through that FaceTime call, the evil master may have learned something much more valuable. But they were lucky that the fool of a Took looked into it first, because now Gandalf knows how dangerous it is, otherwise he may have been the one to have been caught up in it. Gandalf says they have to act now, however, while Sauron thinks his precious is in Orthanc. For this narrow window, they can move without his awareness because he thinks he's won the game. Gandalf must now rush straight to Minas Tirith. He will not stop in Edoras. He decides to take Pippin with him because now that Sauron has seen the hobbit's face, he is in grave danger. The others offer to go with him, but he tells them that speed is of the essence and politely points out that none of their horses will be able to keep up with Shadowfax. But before he can even get on the road, a great shadow flew through the sky, blotting out the moon for a moment. It was moving faster than any wind of Middle-earth. The men below were frozen in fear, but Gandalf looked up, calling out, "Nazgul, the messenger of Mordor!" He tells the others they cannot even wait until sunrise. They must all make for Edoras. He will take Pippin on the wings of Shadowfax. So the two of them set off in the middle of the night to cover the many leagues between them and the White Tower of Minas Tirith. As they ride, Gandalf gets Pippin up to speed, and we get this funny moment where Pippin says that if he'd only known all of this, he wouldn't have acted in this way, claiming he had no notion of what he was doing. And lovingly, like a parent who knows their mischievous child all too well, Gandalf says, You knew what you were doing. You knew you were behaving wrongly, and you even told yourself that. But that is well now, because, quote, the burned hand teaches best. After that, advice about fire goes to the heart. They continue to talk for a while, but eventually the steady rhythm of Shadowfax's sprinting lulled Pippin into sleep as he rode in front of the wizard. Gandalf whispered to his friend, the Mearas, that understands the languages of men, saying, "Run now, hope is in speed." The impressive beast reared its head back and whinnied loud as if a trumpet sounding for battle, and then his pace intensified even further. Pippin's last conscious thought was about how the riding was so smooth, it was as if he and Gandalf were seated on a statue of a running horse, who did not move, but rather the world rolled away underneath his feet, with a great noise of wind. And that is the end of Book 3. For the rest of the Two Towers, we'll be with Frodo and Sam and a few other characters that we'll meet in their path. It feels like a good moment for a very brief intermission for you to gather your thoughts on what has taken place on this side of the River Anduin in the past chapters. So enjoy a brief interlude, and when we come back, we'll join up with the ring bearer and his loyal servant. Okay, you know what? Actually, no, we're just going to go straight into the second half of the book because I just looked at how much of the script I have left to get through, and I got to get this thing in the bag. So we're going right back into it, shifting gears pretty significantly from the large-scale battles and Western posse vibes of Book 3 to a much more intimate journey that is a very different pace. When you watch the movies and they're just interwoven between Books 3 and 4, the pace change isn't as noticeable overall because before you know it, you're back in the action of the events of Book 3. But I just think it's helpful to kind of mentally shift gears down a bit for Book 4. It's a very different vibe. And that vibe starts off with Sam commenting to his master how they are definitely in a tight spot. There's no mistaking that. Because, well, they've spent the last 3 days, ever since leaving the Fellowship, stuck in the barren slopes of the Emyn Muil. The Emyn Muil was mentioned in Book 3 because it's the mountains that they were on either side of the Falls of Rauros, but they are a treacherous maze of cliffs and ravines, and unlike the three hunters, Sam and Frodo have no trail to follow and no tracking skills to use, so they had spent 3 days wandering, trying to find their path out of Middle-earth's worst hiking trail. They'd found themselves returning to spots they had definitely been to before, and no matter how many times they tried to pick out a landmark that would help them get their bearings, they still ended up just as turned around as before. They finally found a breakthrough when they come through one ridgeline that opens up to a view of Mordor to the southeast. "What a fix," said Sam as he gazed over the long distance between them and the home of Sauron. "That's the one place in all the lands we've ever heard of that we don't want to see any closer, and that's the one place we're trying to get to, and yet it's the one place we can't get nohow." They hadn't found a safe way down from the mountains, and even if they did, they just end up in the nasty bog that lied between them and Mordor. Frodo says he feels it is his doom to be shown a path to the shadow beyond, but that he cannot be sure if it is good or evil that will show him the path. Is he pulled towards Mordor on the errand of the Council of Elrond, or by the summoning of Sauron himself, calling the ring home? Oh, and on top of all this, they have seen the signs that Gollum is still following them. They find themselves on the edge of a cliff that might lead them down to ground level, but the fog is too thick to be able to see how far down it is. Frodo, who doesn't want to delay this journey a single hour, says that he will climb down to see. Now remember, hobbits are pretty good climbers. They have a very sure footing. But the problem was the combination of a sudden crack of dry thunder that startled Frodo, mixed with the gust of wind that pulled him away from the cliff face, and the hobbit plummeted into the dark fog out of Sam's sight. Samwise yelled out in anguish, "Master! Master!" And for a time, there was no answer. Sam began to weep until a voice that sounded soft like someone recovering from having the wind knocked out of them called up, "I am all right, but I can't see." Sam says he's coming down, but Frodo says it won't be any good in this fog without a rope. And just like that, it dawns on Samwise. "Rope!" he cried out. "Well, if I don't deserve to be hung on the end of one as a warning to numbskulls," he said. He reached into the depths of his pack and pulled out the long line of elven rope that he'd been gifted back in Lothlorien. It felt as light as silk. "Are you trying to tell me you've had rope in your pocket?" Frodo yelled from below. When Sam sheepishly says yes, Frodo doesn't scold, but just tells him to be quick about casting him a line. As Sam tossed down the untied end of the rope, it seemed to have a faint sheen to it. At least, Frodo could see the rope through the fog as if it was illuminating itself. Frodo climbed up and they assessed their situation. They decided that with this length, they should be able to find a place where they can descend all the way to the valley floor. Because, unlike in the movie, this moment where Frodo fell, he did not land on the ground at the bottom of the valley. He just landed on a cliff somewhere in between, which is why he climbed back up instead of just having Sam come down. But they waited out the storm that had just started as Frodo was climbing down, and the winds blew out the fog, allowing them to see clearly. And they identified a point of descent off the mountains. Sam goes down first. Frodo follows. And as soon as Frodo is down, Sam starts to complain. "Ninny hammers, noodles, my beautiful rope." He's now bummed that he needs to part ways with this amazing elven rope. Frodo teases him, saying if Sam could come up with any way they could have used the rope to get down and still kept it, then he's all ears. Sam looks dejected, acknowledging the fact that he can't have his cake and eat it too, but he tugs at the rope fondly before parting ways, and to the surprise of both of them, the rope comes loose and fell to the ground in long gray coils. Frodo is shocked, saying he can't believe he trusted Sam's knot tying if it's that bad. But Sam is perplexed. The Gamgees know about knot tying. There is no way the knot was bad. Frodo kind of shrugs it off because he's now focused on what is in front of them. But Sam is still looking up the cliff before looking down at the rope, and he chalks it up to some elven magic. It's so late by the time they're down, they decide they should set up camp for the night. But even as they discuss their plans for the next day, Frodo's eyes caught something up on the cliff where they had just come down from. Sam hisses through his teeth. "It's Gollum. So much for hoping our use of ropes would throw him off." Down the face of a precipice, sheer and almost smooth it seemed in the pale moonlight, a small black shape was moving with its thin limbs splayed out. Maybe its soft clinging hands and toes were finding crevices and holds that no hobbit could ever have seen or used, but it looked as if it was just creeping down on sticky pads, like some large prowling thing of insect kind. And it was coming down head first, as if it was smelling on its way. Now and again it lifted its head slowly, turning it right back on its long, skinny neck, and the hobbits caught glimpses of two small, pale, gleaming eyes, its eyes that blinked at the moon for a moment, and then were quickly lidded again. Sam, who is both tired of playing mouse to Gollum's cat and also knowing they won't get any rest if they know the creature is just prowling around them, puts up his hood and moves to confront Gollum as he descends the cliff. Frodo whispered to be careful. He's more dangerous than he looks. They watched the shadow creep lower and lower on the cliffside. It paused from time to time and was now close enough they could hear it breathing loudly, and then, for the first time, they heard it speak. Okay, guys, I'm going to do my best at voicing Gollum because I think it adds to the storytelling and it's fun to try. I'd rate my Gollum as okay, not great, so feel free to critique it. I have no imaginations of being a top-tier Gollum impersonator. Here we go.
Cautious, my precious. More haste, less speed. We mustn't risk our neck, must we, precious? No, precious.
The creature looked up into the pale moonlight, his wide eyes blinking slowly before turning away from the full white orb in the sky.
We hate it, he hissed. Nasty, nasty, shivery light. It spies on us, precious. It hurts our eyes.
Now, remember, Gollum had been living under a mountain for hundreds of years before Bilbo came along, so even a bright moon could be quite a bit more light than he's accustomed to. Gollum continued talking to himself, now turning his attention to where the filthy little thieves had gone. Sam whispered to Frodo, but Frodo shushed his companion, knowing they were now close enough for Gollum's ears to pick up even a whisper. And sure enough, the creature's ears perked up, and he fell silent as he surveyed the area below the cliff. Gollum finally got to a point where the cliff was even too sheer for his spider-like movements, and he would have to drop down the rest of the way. He tried to lower himself so he could drop feet first, but he lost his grip and tumbled to the ground with a cry. Sam didn't hesitate and moved in before Gollum could recover, But Sam very quickly learned what Frodo meant about him being more dangerous than he looked. In a moment, Gollum was on top of him, his clammy hands around the gardener's throat, his piranha-like teeth bit into the hobbit's shoulder. He hissed and spat as Sam struggled beneath him, and that would have been the end of Sam if Frodo hadn't also moved in quickly, drawing his elven blade and holding it to Gollum's neck until the point punctured his skin. "Let go, Gollum," Frodo said with force. "This is Sting. You've seen it before. Let go, or I'll cut your throat." Gollum let go and collapsed on his back and began to grovel.
Don't hurt us. Don't let them hurt us, precious. Nice little hobbitses, we mean no harm. But they jumps on us like cats on poor mices, they did, precious. We're so lonely. Gollum would be nice to them, very nice, if they'd be nice to us. Won't we? Yes, yes.
Guys, I feel ridiculous knowing this is on camera. I don't know. I'm going to keep plugging away because it is fun. Sam suggests that they tie him up and leave him. Gollum says that would kill him and calls him a cruel little hobbit. The creature's throat was filled with sobbing noises. Frodo says if they were to kill him, they'd have to kill him outright, not just leave him to die. But he says he feels they can't even kill him because he hasn't actually done anything to them. Sam's shoulder begs to differ, but Frodo is remembering his exchange with Gandalf back in Bag End from before this journey had started, almost a full year ago now. Frodo had said what a pity that Bilbo did not stab the vile creature when he had a chance. "Pity?" Gandalf said. "It was pity that stayed his hand. Pity and mercy not to strike without need." To which Frodo had replied, "I do not feel any pity for Gollum. He deserves death." "Deserves death?" was the retort from the wizard. "I dare say he does. Many that live deserve death, and some die that deserve life. Can you give that to them? Then be not too eager to deal out death in the name of justice, fearing for your own safety. Even the wise cannot see all ends." These memories played in Frodo's head, but when they were done, he spoke aloud, saying, "Very well. I am still afraid, but now that I see him, I do pity him." Sam was confused, but Gollum heard something about pity being felt and jumped on the opportunity.
Yes, wretch we are, precious. Hobbits won't kill us, nice hobbits.
Frodo says they won't kill him, but he must help them in return. One good deed deserves another. Sam sucked on his teeth, unsure what has made Frodo take this benevolent turn to the creature who obviously only wanted to kill them and take the ring back. Frodo then explains what he assumes Smeagol. Yes, it's at this point, now that Frodo understands Gandalf's words from back in the Shire, that he begins to call the creature by his original name, Smeagol. But he assumes Smeagol could guess that they were going to Mordor based off their direction, and that since he has been before, he must know the way. The creature cowered and hissed, saying yes, he had, but that he would not go back, saying so rather aggressively before his entire demeanor changed to that of a penitent and sad puppy. The tone of his voice changed completely, and he continued to beg to not go back to Mordor.
Leave me alone, Gollum. You hurt me. I don't want to go back. I'm tired. They're always awake.
And then the chaos returned to his eyes, and he yelled even louder that he won't go back, not for them. He then collapsed on the ground, writhing as he screamed at them to not look at him and to leave him alone. Sam, of course, had no idea what was going on, but Frodo had the intuition to understand this was an inner battle going on inside the creature's mind. Smeagol was talking to Gollum, and Smeagol was a victim to Gollum's wickedness. He told Smeagol that Gollum won't go away just because he tells him to, and that the only way to get rid of him is to help Frodo with his task. And the only way to do that is to lead them to Mordor. This by no means makes the creature quick to accept. He's consumed with memories of Mordor and Sauron and the awful things they did to him when he was a captive there. When he's finally convinced, and I put that in quotations, Smeagol says he won't start on the path while the white face is out, and that they should rest until it's gone. Note, he calls the moon the white face and the sun the yellow face, and he has a very contemptuous relationship with them both. He's much like an orc in that regard. So he wants to rest until the moon has passed and then travel as much as they can before the sun comes up. While they rested, Sam and Frodo were on high alert, and they pretended to fall asleep to test a theory, and sure enough, Smeagol tried to escape as soon as he thought they were asleep. They caught him and tied the rope around him, which he immediately began to buck and cry, claiming that it was burning his skin. He screams that it freezes and bites him.
Nasty elves must have twisted the rope. Curse the nasty elves.
He begins to bargain with the hobbits and claims he will swear to do whatever they want. When Frodo asks him what he would swear on, Smeagol says he will swear on the precious. Sam is incensed at the idea, but Frodo is intrigued. "What would you swear upon the precious?" he asked.
To be very, very good,
said the creature, still cowering and pulling at the rope. He grovels at Frodo's feet, saying he would swear to never let him have it. Now, him is capitalized, so he is referring to Sauron here, but Smeagol claims he must swear on the precious, and Frodo isn't having it, saying he knows the creature only wants to get his eyes on the ring, but he must swear by it, saying that you know where it is, Smeagol. It is before you. Sam was in awe as Frodo spoke these words because he seemed to grow in stature and Gollum shrank before him. Gollum began to paw at the hobbit's feet, but Frodo told him to get down and to speak his promise. Gollum then told him what he needed to hear.
I will serve the master of the precious. Good master, good Smeagol. Gollum, Gollum.
And then he broke down into tears, pulling at the rope once more. Frodo turned to Sam and told him to remove the rope. As soon as it was off, Smeagol began to prance around like a newly freed slave, and from that moment, a change seemed to come over him. He spoke with less hissing and whining. He talked directly to the hobbits. He would flinch if they moved near him, and he was friendly, even anxious to please them. He laughed with them, and he wept if Frodo rebuked him in any way. Sam still didn't trust the creature, even if he was now more Smeagol than Gollum, and in that moment, they realized the moon was gone, and now was their time to move. Gollum told them the only way to Mordor was through a path in the marshes that not even the orcs used, saying that they go miles out of their way to avoid them, and they are lucky that Smeagol knows his way through. Without waiting for them, he began to hop away. Sam told the creature to not get too far ahead or he'd have to use the rope again.
No, no,
Gollum said pleasantly,
Smeagol promised.
and under the dark night sky, only scattered with faint starlight, they set off southward, leaving the peaks of the Emyn Muil behind them as they trudged into the marshes that stood between them and the black gate of Mordor. But they march through the last parts of night, and as the sun starts to show signs of rising, Gollum insists they do not continue. Since the hobbits are very tired, they are willing to find a rock wall inside of a gully that would give them protection from the sun for much of the day, and they start to think about food. Sam broke out the lembas bread, and Gollum immediately became curious.
What is it they've got, precious? Is it crunchable? Is it tasty?
Frodo breaks off a piece of lembas bread and throws it to Smeagol, whose face changed immediately in disgust, even at the smell of the leaf wrapping that held the bread. He knows plants that come from elf country, and he quickly throws the leaf away and examines the lembas bread before nibbling, which immediately sends him into a coughing fit.
No, you tried to choke poor Smeagol. Dust and ashes, he can't eat that.
He quickly says he will just go on starving because he can't eat hobbit food. Poor thing, Smeagol. After eating, Sam insists Frodo get some sleep, but he says he will stay up because he doesn't trust the creature. Frodo doesn't like how harsh Sam is being, but he also is too tired to fight his gardener, so he agrees to let Sam keep watch. Sam stayed awake until Frodo and even Smeagol were both sleeping deeply. He did some tests to make sure that Smeagol wasn't faking. One of them was bending over and whispering fish into his ear. But finally, when he was convinced everyone else was asleep, he decided he could use a nap too. When he woke up, it took him a moment to realize it was dusk. He'd slept through most of the entire day, 9 hours at least. Frodo was still sleeping, but Gollum was gone. Sam was relieved that the creature hadn't tried to attack them in their sleep and found himself muttering, "Poor wretch, now I wonder where he's got to." "Not far," came a reply, and Sam was startled to see Gollum's large head above him on top of the rock wall. He said he was hungry and that he'd be back soon. Sam yelled after him, which woke Frodo. While Smeagol was gone, Sam was counting how much lembas bread they have. He says that if they eat scarcely, they could survive for probably 3 weeks. But he doesn't know how long it will take to destroy the ring, and what if they don't have enough to get back? Frodo calmly and solemnly tells his friend that that is not what they should be worried about. "Samwise Gamgee, my dear hobbit, indeed, Sam, my dearest hobbit, friend of friends, I do not think we need give thought to what comes after that. To do the job, as you put it. What hope is there that we ever shall? And if we do, who knows what will come of that? If the one goes into the fire and we are at hand, I ask you, Sam, are we ever likely to need bread again? I think not. If we can nurse our limbs to bring us to Mount Doom, that is all we can do. More than I can, I began to feel. Sam took his master's hand and his tears began to fall on it. He had been avoiding the acceptance of this possibility, but hearing Frodo say that even if they succeed at destroying the ring, they probably won't make it back alive was a sobering thing for him to hear said out loud. Gollum returned, and now that they were all rested, fed, and the yellow face had gone into hiding again, they set off. And sooner than later, the gully that they'd been in flattened out, and before them stood the marshes. Quote, on either side and in front now, wide fens and mires lay, stretching away southward, and eastward into the dim half-light. Mists curled and smoked from dark and noisome pools. The reek of them hung stifling in the still air. Far away, now almost due south, the mountain walls of Mordor loomed, like a black bar of rugged clouds floating above a dangerous, fog-bound sea. Now, I haven't found any quotes directly from Tolkien confirming this, but it is believed by many that these marshes, which we'll come to learn more about later, are basically a manifestation of Tolkien's memories and impressions of no man's land from his time in World War I. Those desolate and death-filled plains that lay between the trenches of two opposing armies. The place where few made it back alive from. So it's supposed to be a very disheartening place full of sights and smells that make you sick to your stomach. So keep that in mind as we learn more about the marshes. And for a good chunk of this chapter, it's just describing Gollum leading them through the pathless marshes, going purely off of his memory. The only good news about the marshes and how awful they were is that the fog is so thick among them that Gollum could travel through them by day or night. The fog diffused the harsh light of the yellow or the white face enough for his liking. They were going through the marshes for multiple days, and over time, as they drew closer to Mordor, Sam began to notice things in the pools of putrid water on either side of them. They were wisps of pale light, flickering like flames. Sam asks Gollum what these things are and if he should be concerned. Gollum, who had been intently looking down on the ground, looked up to notice the lights for the first time before saying that yes, the lights are all around them.
The tricksy lights, candles of corpses. Yes, yes, don't you heed them. Don't follow them. Where's the master?
He cried suddenly, and they both looked back to see Frodo behind them, lost in thought, staring at the pale light. His hands hung at his sides, slime dripping off of them as if he had been in the water. Sam grabbed his master and said they needed to get out of this place quickly. Frodo was startled back to awareness and did not protest. As Sam turned to hurry back in the direction he'd come, he tripped over a protrusion and fell onto his hands in the sticky ooze of the marshes. His face came so close to stagnant water that he found himself looking into it deeply for the first time. And what he saw repulsed him. He jerked himself back up as quickly as possible, saying, "There are dead faces in the water!" Gollum laughed and confirmed that this is why they are known as the Dead Marshes, and that they should not look in when the candles are lit. Frodo said he had seen them too. They lie in all the pools, pale faces, grim and evil, noble and sad, many faces with weeds in their silver hair, all rotting and foul. Gollum continues the explanation that they are the elves and men and orcs from the great battle long ago, meaning the War of the Last Alliance when Sauron was defeated by Isildur over 3,000 years ago. Sam can't believe the bodies from that long ago could be intact still and asks if there's some witchcraft that maintains them. Gollum's reply is simply that Smeagol doesn't know, saying you cannot reach them, and he tried once, but they are not to touch. They continue marching through the dead marshes and are only disturbed by the shriek of a creature flying above them. For a brief moment, the hobbits were relieved for a sign of life, but Gollum pulled them down to the ground, and he knew well enough to be afraid of the sound. It turned out to be a ringwraith on his flying steed, which, by the way, the creatures the Nazgul fly on are only known as fell beasts or fallen beasts. And they look like dragons, but with smoother hides, not really scaly and less ornate heads. Gollum is in full panic. Seeing a wraith again has triggered his PTSD, and they couldn't get him to move again until night had fallen completely. And from that moment on, Sam felt he noticed a change in the creature. He still played friendly, but he would catch him staring at Frodo sometimes, much like he'd caught Boromir staring at him only a week ago. And on top of that, Frodo was worrying Sam. His master seemed weary to the point of exhaustion, and he barely spoke at all. Sam knew it was the weight of the ring growing on him the longer he held onto it, and it multiplied as he drew closer to the ring's master. Frodo did truly feel the weight increasing, even in the literal sense. The chain he bore around his neck seemed to pull his head earthward under the weight of the burden. But more than that, he felt the horrible sensation of the eye over this land. The same way you can tell where the sun is, even when your eyes are closed. Frodo could feel where the evil that searched for him originated, somewhere beyond the dark mountains before him. By the time night was ending and the unseen warmth of the sun began to creep over the sky, the hobbits were surprised to realize how much closer they were. The marshes were clearing up, and the air was clearer. The walls of Mordor were now in view. With only a handful of miles between them and the Black Gate, they were now in the desolate lands, a land defiled beyond all healing. Sam felt sick. Frodo made no sound. They just stood there, looking at the corrupted earth for a long time, but even the sun rising up did not change the scene. The clouds and smoke created a barrier against the light of the Yellowface, which, even if he hated being at Mordor again, must have made Gollum somewhat happy. They went for most of the day, thirsty, but drinking as little as possible to save their rations. Even though the sun did not bother Gollum here, they had marched all night, so they rested in a deep crevice. Frodo was to watch first while Sam slept, but eventually the darkness and the heaviness was too much for Frodo, and he fell asleep below where Sam lay, in the bottom of the pit they were using to hide. When Sam awoke, it was evening, and when he peeked through his eyelids to see what was making the noise he'd heard, he saw Frodo below him, with Gollum hovering over the unconscious body of his master. Sam's instincts were to scare the creature away from his master, but he realized quickly that Gollum was having a conversation with himself in two distinct voices, and Sam kept pretending to sleep so he could hear what was being said.
Smeagol promised,
the first voice said, and the second came back.
Yes, my precious, we promised to save our precious, not to let him have it, never. But it's going to him with every step. What's the hobbit going to do with it, we wonders? I don't know. I can't help it, Master's got it. Smeagol promised to help Master. Yes, the Master of the precious. But if we was Master, then we could help ourselves, yes, and still keep promises. But Smeagol said he would be very good. He took cool robe off Smeagol's leg. He speaks nicely to me.
The argument between Smeagol and Gollum continues, with Gollum pushing for the idea that if they took the ring from Frodo, then they could still keep their promise of protecting the Master because they would be the Master. And furthermore, once they had the ring, they could make the other hobbit, the nasty, suspicious hobbit, crawl like he'd had to crawl. Smeagol makes it clear that he doesn't want the nice hobbit to be treated harshly, and Gollum initially says he's okay with that, but then remembers that he is a Baggins after all, and Bagginses stole the ring in the first place.
We hate Bagginses,
Gollum jeered.
No, not this Baggins,
Smeagol said caringly.
Yes, every Baggins, all people that keeps the precious,
Gollum said forcefully.
He,
meaning Sauron,
is looking for it,
Gollum continued. But if they took the ring, they could escape and grow stronger. How does Smeagol like the sound of Lord Smeagol or Gollum the Great, he was told. They could eat fish 3 times a day fresh from the sea. Smeagol was now torn between his oath and his desire for freedom and power, but he expresses his fear of being 2-on-1, claiming that if they attacked the Master, the other would kill Smeagol. The whole time this conversation had been happening, when Gollum was speaking, the hand of the creature would inch towards Frodo, and then it would jerk back whenever it was Smeagol's turn to speak. But finally, Gollum agreed that now may not be the time, and then, almost thoughtfully, he said,
She might help.
Smeagol began to plead.
No, not that way, please.
Yes, Gollum hissed.
We wants it. We wants it.
Sam had watched this whole thing through half-closed eyelids, and it was the first time his simple mind had registered the real danger of Gollum. He'd always assumed the danger was just to be killed and maybe eaten, but now he saw that the ring called to him. And he could intuit that the he who was mentioned was Sauron, but who was she? Not sure what to do, he decided to sit on this for a time, and he made a show of waking up so that Gollum would not dart or assume he'd been listening. "Ooh, what's the time?" Sam asked sleepily. Gollum let out a long, seething hiss, as if annoyed, to the point of thinking violence for being disrupted. But then, like under some sort of hypnosis, the creature, who had reared up on its hind legs, dropped down again to all fours and began to crawl happily like a lapdog.
"Nice hobbits," he said. "Nice, sleepyheads, yes, sleepheads, dusk is creeping, time to go."
Frodo awoke in a good mood, feeling ironically the most rested he'd been in days, and Gollum greeted him with equal dog-like attentiveness. Frodo said that they were on the last part of their journey. Smeagol was to take them to the gate of Mordor, and then Frodo would relieve him of his obligation. Smeagol was apprehensive. Even though he knew Mordor was the destination, he'd never been told they were heading directly for the Black Gate, and he began to twitch. But he did not dare tell Master no. More Nazgul flew over them, which sent Gollum into more PTSD, and at one point he refused to go until Frodo ordered him to as he put his hand on his sword hilt. Smeagol snarled at him and began to move, but slowly, like a beaten dog. So they stumbled on through the end of the night, and until the coming of another day of fear, they walked in silence with bowed heads, seeing nothing and hearing nothing but the wind hissing in their ears. Now, here's a super brief geography of Mordor. The entire area is surrounded by mountains that form basically a perfect square, at least on the top, left, and bottom sides. The only natural gap in the mountains is at the northwest corner of Mordor, which is where the Black Gate, known as Morannon, spans the entire distance of the gap, making Mordor's mountains basically one giant fortress against outsiders. The mountains on the north are called the Ered Lithui, or Ash Mountains, and the mountains along the west and the south border are the Ethel Duath, or the Mountains of Shadow. Do I expect you to be able to visualize all of this very well? I don't know. Depends on how much of a visual listener you are. I will say, this is possibly one of the biggest barriers of entry into high fantasy series like Lord of the Rings or Game of Thrones or Wheel of Time. The authors go all in on creating maps with detailed locations, and they write in a way that kind of assumes you know the map or at least are ready to reference it regularly. And I know there are those who love that aspect. They love appendixes full of maps to flip back and forth between. It feels like another level of immersion. But if you're not used to that, it feels like a lot of extra work. So you just kind of keep plodding on through the book and give up hope of understanding any geographic descriptions of where you are. That being said, I should have said this at the beginning of the Fellowship, but now that I have taken the time to use the maps to reference the travels of our adventurers, I do feel like I have a deeper understanding and better ability to visualize the things that happen in Middle-earth. And since Lord of the Rings is very well documented, you don't have to restrain yourself to just finding maps of things like the Shire or Rohan or Mordor. I've even pulled up detailed maps for very specific regions, like what's called the East Wall apparently, but it's that area from the last two chapters of Fellowship where we have the giant statues of Argonath and the Falls of Raros. Anyway, little soapbox over. If you want to take your understanding of Middle-earth to another level, you can just Google maps for whatever part of the story we're in, and you'll feel more in the loop. But back to Mordor. When Sam, Frodo, and Gollum reached the northwest corner where the gap between the Ash and Shadow mountains lie, the gap that has been completely fortified by this Black Gate, their hearts fell. Here's a description that we get. Across the mouth of the pass from cliff to cliff, the Dark Lord had built a rampart of stone. In it there was a single gate of iron, and upon its battlements sentinels paced unceasingly. Beneath the hills on either side, the rock has bored into 100 caves and maggot holes. There a host of orcs lurked, ready at a signal to issue forth like black ants going to war. None could pass the teeth of Mordor and not feel their bite, unless they were summoned by Sauron or knew the secret passwords that would open the Morannon, the Black Gate of his land. They sat in their hiding place and watched as trumpets blew, and they saw the Night Guard be replaced by the Day Guard. This gate was a finely tuned anti-intruder machine. Despite how impassable it appears, Frodo seems determined to try and enter, saying if there is no other way through, then he cannot turn back. Smeagol tries to convince him not to, saying that if he needs to hide it from the Dark Lord, Master could just give the precious to Smeagol for safekeeping. Sam tries to convince him not to as well, but Frodo is unwavering. Quote, I am commanded to go to the land of Mordor, and therefore I shall go. If there is only one way, then I must take it. Finally, Smeagol fell on his knees, pleading, clambering at Frodo's hands, saying,
Not this way, Master. There is another way. Another. Darker, more difficult to find, more secret. But Smeagol knows it.
Frodo looked down doubtfully. Another way? Smeagol stumbles over his words, saying how the other way is better if he actually has to enter Mordor. He didn't realize Frodo meant to enter Mordor, or he would never have taken him to the gate. But he just does what Master asks.
Smeagol, very good. Always helps,
he said of himself. Sam frowned. He had not stopped thinking of that conversation he'd overheard between Gollum and Smeagol, and he doubted that Smeagol had actually come out on top of that internal debate. Finally, after gazing out onto the hopeless cause of the Black Gate a little longer, Frodo turned to his guide and said, Smeagol, I will trust you once more. Indeed, it seems that I must do so, and that it is my fate to receive help from you where I least looked for it, and your fate to help me, whom you long pursued with evil purpose. So far you have deserved well of me and have kept your promise. For twice now we have been in your power and you have done us no harm, nor have you tried to take from me what you once sought. May the third time prove the best. But I warn you, Smeagol, you are in danger. He then reminds Smeagol that he personally is in great danger because of the oath he swore, that the ring would try and twist him in his own undoing. Frodo points out that it's already working on him. Oh yes, Frodo had noticed how Smeagol had just suggested that Master give him the precious for safekeeping. You will never get it back, Smeagol, saying that if he had to, he, Frodo, could put the ring on and command Gollum to obey him, even if the command was to leap from a precipice or cast himself into the fire, which Frodo says he is willing to do. Sam puffed up a little to see Frodo so determined and forceful. He had always assumed that the unerring kind nature of Frodo was due to a certain level of naivete or ignorance to the evil in the world. But he had also always believed that Frodo was the wisest person in the world outside of Gandalf and maybe Bilbo, so seeing him address the obvious threats and still show kindness was a sort of reconciliation of beliefs for Sam. So Frodo asks for more information about this other way, and Gollum explains what he knows. It's on an old road path that goes to Minas Morgul, the former Tower of Gondor that had been taken over by Sauron's forces many, many years ago. Beyond that road, there's a mountain pass, treacherous and rarely used, but it is the only other way into Mordor, and Gollum has taken it. And although orcs occupy Minas Morgul, they should be okay because the Dark Lord's eye does not watch that way. He controls Minas Morgul, he controls the bridges between the tower and Minas Tirith, so why would he be concerned about a little old mountain pass? He cannot see everything all at once, at least not yet. Sam says Smeagol seems to know a lot about how the Dark Lord thinks and acts. Have you been talking to him lately, or just hobnobbing with orcs? Smeagol scrunches up his face in distaste at the comment.
Not nice, Hobbit. Not sensible.
And Frodo asks if it's not guarded. Smeagol hesitates before answering, saying he can't say with 100% certainty if it's guarded or not. After all, it's not like he's been there for over a year, but that it's the only way, so Master must try it or go home. The narrator points out that its name is Cirith Ungol, and that if Aragorn or Gandalf had been there with them, they would have warned the hobbits of the significance of that name, but since they were alone, and Aragorn and Gandalf were leagues away, and it actually makes a reference that at this point in the timeline is when Aragorn is currently watching Gandalf deal with Saruman in his tower. And for what I believe is the first time in this book, Frodo has a little moment of doubt. Nothing like the many times he wished to not be involved during the Fellowship, but more of just a reflection on how insane it is that he has ended up here. Quote, and here he was, a little halfling from the Shire, a simple hobbit of the quiet countryside, expected to find a way where the great ones could not go, or dared not to go. It was an evil fate, but he had taken it upon himself in his own sitting room, in the far-off spring of another year, so remote now that it was like a chapter in a story of the world's youth. This was an evil choice. Which way should he choose? And if both led to terror and death, what good lay in choice? As Frodo is lost in thought, the terrorizing screech of a fell beast crashed into his ears, and the shadow in the sky caught his eye. They ducked for cover with their elven cloaks. Gollum cried and hissed as he also dove for cover. But it was not just one wraith. 2 more flew over, and then a 4th. They were hunting for something. After the danger had passed, Frodo committed to the feeling he had in his heart. A small chance is better than no chance at all. I will come with you, he told the wretched creature.
Good master, wise master, nice master,
Gollum squalled with delight. Then he encourages them to rest while the yellow face is out, and that they can go quickly among the shadows of the night. Now, I know this is a very random part to mention it, but I thought I'd give you a quick song count update. Oh, what? You thought just because Tom Bombadil's not in this book, I'd stop counting? Not likely. I'm still counting everything, and although I'm just including a count for 2 towers right now, at the end of Return of the King, I will provide a song count for the entire story. So here we are about 2/3 of the way through, and at this point, 2 Towers has had 17 songs. So 2 Towers is severely lacking compared to Fellowship, but that's still over 1 song per chapter on average. And I feel like I should look on Spotify to see if someone has actually turned all these lyrics into songs, because there's got to be at least one person insane enough to do that, right? Now, if you recall, I described how the gate was at the northwest corner of the square formation of mountains. So to reach the Cirith Ungol Pass, they just have to head down the left side of that square, which meant they were heading south along the western side of the Mountains of Shadow, or the Efel Duath. They traveled by night and rested by day. As the sun rose, they found off the road a small, clear lake among an ancient ruins that provided them with fresh water for the first time in days. They were so far south that spring was already here, and the smells of herbs and other plants filled their nostrils in a way that made the hobbits smile, but Gollum, in contrast, coughed and retched at the sensation. When it came time to rest during the day, they made their encampment on the other side of the road, where they would be able to look down upon it. Frodo rested while Sam tries to come up with a way to eat something other than lembas bread. Possibly, for the first time, he, Samwise, asks Gollum for help. He asks if he can catch anything for the hobbits to eat, since his motto has been that Smeagol always helps. Smeagol said if Sam asks nicely, he could, and then was off, leaving Sam to watch over his master. Sam noted the peaceful and fearless look on his sleeping face, but noticed that he looked old and beautiful, as if age had finally chiseled its marks upon his countenance. Because, remember, Frodo is actually 50 years old. He shook his head as he turned away and said, I love him. He's like that, and sometimes it shines through somehow, but I love him whether or no. Now, I had to dissect that a little bit to understand what Sam meant. Sam sees something in Frodo that few people notice, something sublime or noble. And even though most of the time he may just seem like a normal hobbit, Sam says that sometimes that sublime nature shines through, but that he loves him whether it's noticeable or not. Smeagol came back with 2 rabbits, or conies as Sam calls them. He started a fire, knowing how to make one that wouldn't give off smoke. Gollum protested, saying the silly hobbit shouldn't make the nasty red tongues because it will bring enemies. Sam says he won't make any smoke, but even if he did, he's so hungry that he's willing to risk it. He needs to stew these conies.
Stew the rabbits?
Gollum cried in disgust.
Spoil the beautiful meat Smeagol saved for you? They are young, they are tender, they are nice. Yes, eat them, eat them.
Sam tells him each has his own way, and that their bread may choke him, but they need to cook their meat first. He then asks Gollum if he can find any taters that could be used in the stew, and maybe some thyme or bay leaves, if that pleases him.
No,
Gollum said, as if offended.
Smeagol is not pleased, and Smeagol does not like smelly leaves. He doesn't eat grasses or roots. Poor Smeagol.
Sam reasserts that he would like nothing more than 6 taters for his stew.
Taters?
Gollum asked.
What's taters, precious?
Potatoes, Sam said almost mockingly, and then he said if Smeagol is able to keep this leaf turned over and be a good servant to master, one day Sam will make him fried fish and chips. Not even Smeagol could say no to that.
Yes, we could,
Gollum said defensively.
Spoiling nice fish, scorching it. Give me fish now and keep nasty chips.
Oh, you're hopeless, Sam said. Frodo woke to the smell of the food, and a thin stew of rabbit along with a half piece of lembas bread felt like a feast to the weary travelers. Sam goes down to wash his pots in the stream, but he warns Frodo to look after the stinker, as he calls Gollum, saying he believes there's a lot more of the bad side of him left than he shows. When Sam had finished cleaning the pots in the stream below, he looked back up in the direction of the camp and was horrified to see a thin spiral of blue smoke rising from the dying fire. Even as he dashed up the slope, he heard what sounded like a bird calling and a response. It could be nature, but it could be something else. When he gets back, he asks Frodo if he'd heard the calls. Frodo tells him to hush. He thinks he's heard voices. The hobbits crawled into the ferns to hide. Smeagol was nowhere to be seen. A voice called out, "Here! Here is where the smoke came from." More voices called out saying they must be close to whatever the thing is that created the fire. 4 men came in from different directions towards their camp. They were encircled, and even though the men had not seen the hobbits yet, there was no way they would remain hidden, and it was too late to run, so they jumped up back to back, holding their swords towards the foreigners. If they were astonished at what they saw, their captors were even more surprised. The 4 men were dressed in green and brown hues. 2 carried long bows, all of them had swords. They wore hoods over their heads and cloths over their mouths, so only their eyes were noticeable. Frodo immediately thought of Boromir when he saw the way these men carried themselves. Proud, fearless, similar manners of speech. The men had instinctively reached for their sword hilts at the sudden movement, but they released them when they saw the little beings before them. They debated what they were. They're not orcs. Could they be elves? The tallest of the 4 said that elves do not walk in Ithilien anymore. Also, elves are said to be wondrous fair to look upon. Sam pipes up defensively saying, "What do you mean? You saying we're not fair to look upon? Well, maybe when you finish discussing us, you can tell us who you be, since you are not willing to let 2 tired travelers rest." The tallest man spoke again with a grim laugh. "I am Faramir, captain of Gondor, but there are no travelers through this land, only servants of the Dark Tower or the White. Frodo says they are travelers, regardless of what Captain Faramir may say. And the captain says that they better quickly explain why they're traveling through here then, and also tell them where the third of their company, the skulking fellow with the ill-favored look, has gone." Frodo gave an honest explanation, as honest as he could without mentioning the ring. How he, Frodo, son of Drogo, and Sam, son of Ham, had set off with 7 companions from Rivendell. At the mention of the elven home, Faramir's face grew very focused. Frodo continued, saying they had traveled through Moria and up till the falls of Rauros together. Among them were an elf, a dwarf, and 2 men, Aragorn and Boromir. "Boromir, son of the Lord Denethor?" Faramir asked with a serious look on his face. "This is news indeed. Know this, little strangers, that Boromir was our captain general and we sorely miss him." And then he poses a challenge to the hobbit, asking if he knows the riddling words that Boromir had taken to Rivendell. Without hesitation, Frodo responds with the words which, if you recall, came from Faramir's dream, so he knew them very well. Hearing the hobbit repeat back his own dream to him, Faramir stood up straight and said that the hobbit must speak truly. Frodo goes on to say that the broken blade that's mentioned of is now wielded by Aragorn, and that he is the halfling the rhyme spoke of. Faramir acknowledges that, but then asks what of Isildur's bane? This is where things get tricky. Frodo doesn't trust Faramir, even if he seems to be a good guy, because remember, the last time that he spent with a son of Denethor had resulted in the man trying to rip the ring from him. But Faramir is not contented with vagaries. He says that, unfortunately, they have business to attend to at this moment, but that he will get answers to his satisfaction once it's concluded. 2 of the men are left to guard Sam and Frodo, and the other follows Faramir back into the woods. For most of the middle part of the day, there was nothing of importance that happened. The guards talked in a tongue that Frodo did not understand, but he could tell it was elven in nature, which surprised him. Eventually, Frodo asks their names and what they do. They were slow to open up, but they named themselves as Mablung and Damrod, and that they were Rangers of the Ithilien, a group of Gondorian soldiers who lived on the enemy's side of the Anduin River, moving in secret with the mission of harassing orcs as they come and go to cause havoc among the enemy's forces. Mablung says that they rarely make it this far east, but today they have a special mission. There is an army of men of Harad who live in the far south coming to join Mordor, and they intend to not let them make their destination. It's described as a perilous mission, but all of the men have courage as long as Faramir is their captain, because he leads a charmed life. The sound of battle filled their ears. The Southrons had arrived and were fighting Faramir's forces. Sam notes that he'd never seen men fight against men before, and it was not a feeling he liked, when there were so many orcs that needed to be killed. His thought was broken by loud trumpeting, accompanied by thuds that shook the ground. The Gondorian soldiers yelled out warnings to each other as a giant creature, bigger than a house, crashed over the slope and charged down the hill. The Gondorians had called it a mumak, but Sam knew it by a different name. He was equal parts terrified and awestruck to be seeing such a mythical creature with his own eyes. His legs were as big as trees, his ears like the sails of a ship. It had a long snout like a serpent that moved with a will of its own, its red eyes filled with rage, and, of course, its horn-like tusks that it used to sweep at any approaching enemies. The monster trampled down the hill, Gondorians and Southrons alike diving for cover to get out of its path. His trumpeting faded as the beast ran into the distance and away from the conflict. Sam knew there was still danger around, but he took a deep breath and smiled a little as he said, "An Oliphant, it was. They are real. No one will believe this when I get home." The conflict seemed to come to an end, and Mablung suggested that the hobbits get some rest because they will move as soon as the captain returns. As soon as word reaches the enemy of this ambush, orcs will be crawling all over the hills. Sam somewhat jokingly says they can go quietly when they need to leave, but to not disturb his sleep. Mablung laughed, saying Captain Faramir is not going to permit the hobbits to leave his side. But you shall see. Sam woke up after what felt like only minutes of being asleep, but there were now hundreds of cloaked soldiers in the glen below him, standing in a semicircle in the middle of the ark. And in the middle of the ark sat Faramir, and standing before him, like a prisoner on trial, was Master Frodo. He is grilling the hobbit about what Isildur's bane is, as per his dream, and honestly, you can't blame the guy. Imagine having a very specific dream over and over again, along with a poem to decipher, and all of a sudden you have someone in your midst that is part of the actual interpretation. You'd be pretty set on figuring out what it meant, too. After arguing over some finer points, Faramir asked Frodo, point blank, "Were you a friend of Boromir?" Frodo's memory flashed with the thoughts of Boromir's aggressive movement to attack, and after a pause, all he could say was, "Boromir was a valiant member of our company," and then after another pause, "I was his friend, for my part." "Then you would grieve to learn that Boromir is dead," Faramir asked. "Dead?" Frodo asked. "You mean he is dead and you already knew it? Were you trying to trap me in my words with a falsehood?" Faramir delivers a great line saying he would not snare even an orc if it meant resorting to falsehoods. Frodo asked how he had died, and the captain of Gondor said he had hoped that as part of his brother's company, Frodo might have some details. He's disappointed to learn that Frodo had left while Boromir was still alive and had no further news. Sam had sat through enough insinuations towards his master, and he stepped in to chastise Faramir for being so suspicious of them when they're on his side. Faramir tells him that he should let his master speak since he is much wiser, and that the fact they are still breathing is only because of Faramir's judgment, for his orders are to kill everything he finds in this land. But he says that he does not slay man or beast needlessly, neither does he talk in vain, so the gardener should sit and let him converse with Frodo. He reveals to the hobbits that he is Boromir's brother, which I can't remember off the top of my head if Faramir's name is never mentioned during the Council of Elrond, but the news seems to be a revelation to the hobbits, so maybe it wasn't. To answer Frodo's question about how he knows that Boromir's dead, he asks if they remember his brother's horn, and when they nod yes, he says that 11 days ago, when he was still in Minas Tirith, he heard that horn blow. Now that may sound ridiculous because they were almost 100 miles away, but the legend of the Horn of Gondor is that if it is blown anywhere within the borders of the land by someone in need, its voice will not go unheard. So Faramir heard it, faint but distinct. He began to fear for his brother's life, but there had been no news of him heading in the direction of home. And it was 3 nights later that he had been sitting on the shore of the river Anduin, a practice he often did when he was troubled. And under the pale moonlight, he saw a boat floating on the water, a small boat of strange build, but it floated high on the current. Faramir was so curious about the boat that he waded out in to catch a glimpse as it floated by. The boat seemed to turn towards him as if it had a mind of its own, and as it passed not more than a yard from his grasp, he saw the sleeping warrior with many wounds marking his body. It was his older brother. He cried out to the corpse as the boat floated on out of view. The only reason Faramir cannot believe that this might have been a dream is that he has not yet wakened from it. Frodo expresses his sympathy for his brother and expresses his concern that all of his companions may have suffered a similar fate, and he too had relations among them. But the captain says someone must have survived because no orc would have given his brother a proper funeral like that. And seeing Frodo's reaction to the story, this tells him that he can trust the hobbit's words. Although he feels there is something different about this halfling, an elvish air to him maybe, he decides they must talk further because he should take Frodo back to Minas Tirith to deal with his father Denethor, but he feels compelled to give Frodo what he asked for, his freedom to go on unhindered by the Gondorians, a choice that if he made it would make Faramir's life forfeit. He said they will take the hobbits to their secret hiding place where they can rest and lie low because the road will be prowling with orcs for several days after this attack. The men rally and begin to move, but Faramir walked with the hobbits distanced from his men, and in hushed tones he told them that he broke off the conversation because he knew they were broaching on topics that were better not heard by everyone. He commends Frodo for his diplomacy based on his answers when being questioned in front of a host of skeptics, but Faramir could tell there was more to his words than he was letting on. Frodo opens his mouth to try and protest, but Faramir keeps going. You were not friendly with Boromir, or you did not part in friendship. The hobbits held their breath. Faramir's next words were a surprise to them. I loved my brother dearly and would avenge his death gladly, but I knew him well. Isildur's bane, I would guess that it was what caused a rift between you and my brother. There is clearly some might in this heirloom, and it obviously caused tension among your fellowship. Am I not right? Frodo made the only correction necessary to this guess, which was there was no contention in the company, only doubt about which way they should go. Faramir nodded slowly, his suspicions confirmed. So your trouble was with Boromir alone, he said. He wanted the thing to be brought to Minas Tirith. That only makes the captain more curious how his brother's life had ended and what state his heart was in. Had he died nobly or in error? But he takes comfort saying that he must have died well because when the boat floated past him, his face was more beautiful than it had been in life. But then the conversation transitions to Isildur's bane again. Faramir lets Frodo know that from his own research, he has devised that it must be some fell object or weapon that Isildur took from battle after he defeated Sauron. Which is an interesting note, because we as the audience learn about the One Ring from literally the epigraph, the first words of the book. We don't realize that even the great nations of Middle-earth may not be aware of the way that Sauron was defeated. As far as they are concerned, the last alliance of elves and men just took care of business that day. So Faramir can't guess exactly what it is, but he knows that it must be something powerful and that he does not doubt his older brother, who desired nothing but honor and peace for Gondor, may have been lured into lusting after the thing. Quote, but fear no more. I would not take this thing if it lay by the highway, not were Minas Tirith falling in ruin and I alone could save her, so using the weapon of the Dark Lord for her good and my glory. No, I do not wish for such triumphs, Frodo, son of Drogo. Now, this is where we get a real deviation in who Faramir is from the book and the movie. He's a noble character in the movies, but he's also just kind of a whipped younger son who is desperate for approval of his unloving father, at least in the beginning. But in this first instance, and we'll see it even more moving forward with Faramir, we see that he's a very sharp, high agency character who knows his limits and does not make choices out of trying to please others. Then he delivers one of the best lines from the book. Quote, war must be, while we defend our lives against a destroyer who would devour all, but I do not love the bright sword for its sharpness, nor the arrow for its swiftness, nor the warrior for his glory. I love only that which they defend, the city of the men of Numenor, and I would have her loved for her memory, her ancientry, her beauty, and her present wisdom, not feared, save as men may fear the dignity of a man old and wise. What a beautiful line in there. It felt so familiar to me the first time I read it, where he said, "I do not love the bright sword for its sharpness, nor the arrow for its swiftness, nor the warrior for his glory. I love only that which they defend." I don't have a lesson to dive into here, although I'm sure I could come up with one, but I just encourage you to think on that line and what it means to you for a moment when you have a second. And it's interesting to know that in his letters, Tolkien once wrote that if he saw himself in any of his characters, Faramir was the most closely modeled after how he saw himself. So keep that in mind as we learn more about the captain of Gondor. He then tells the hobbits that he will not press them more for details, but he hopes that he has shown his trustworthiness and that they will come to him if he may advise them on their matters. At this point, they arrive to a place where the captain apologizes for what he must now do, but that this place must be kept absolutely secret, and the hobbits are blindfolded and led down a sloping path that turned into a narrow, stony canyon only wide enough to go single file. The sound of running water perked up their ears, and eventually the water turned into the rushing and splashing of a waterfall. Mist splattered on their cheeks, and then the blinds were removed when they were inside of a roughly hewn cave. The entrance was obscured by a waterfall that fell so finely it almost felt more like a window. And when the sun set beyond it, the radiant orange hues lit up the cave through that veiled entrance. The place is aptly named Window of the Sunset, and it is the hideout for the Rangers of Ithilien when they are behind enemy lines. The cave was cold, but it was well outfitted with food and beds for men to recover from their labors. The men settled in and the hobbits rested until a meal had been prepared, and while they ate, Faramir asked them more questions of his brother, Gandalf, and their time in Lothlorien. They told as many tales as they could that did not mention the ring. They spoke of the Council of Rivendell, of the mighty snowfall of Cahadras, about Gandalf's death in Moria, because remember, they don't know he's back. Then Frodo asked for more understanding of Gondor and its history, of the great city of Osgiliath, which now lies in ruins. Faramir spoke of the great lineage of Gondor, descended from the might of Númenor, but how over time, wealth and comfort led it to fall into decay, falling by degrees into dotage, as he puts it. Kings made tombs more splendid than houses of the living, and counted the names of their long-past ancestors more precious than the names of their sons. Lords with no children sat aging in halls while listening to tales of their heritage, and their alchemists searched for solutions of eternal life. In short, the kings of Gondor were so hopeful to attain eternal life that they didn't care about creating a line of heirs. And if you know the history of Númenor, you know that the island nation was destroyed because Sauron had tricked the Númenorians into waging war against the Valar gods in order to attain immortality. But they failed miserably, and Elendil was the leader of the small group of worthy Númenorians who escaped. But the desire for eternal life still haunted the kings for many generations to come. The stewards, who had no illusions of eternal life, came into power after the last king died without an heir, and they brought life back to Gondor through their wisdom and work. Denethor, Faramir's father, is the 26th steward of Gondor. The stewards made allies with other free peoples, including the masters of the horses, the Rohirrim, and those allies have kept Gondor strong through generations. Sam has become very engrossed in these stories because, remember, since the beginning, Sam is the one who has dreamed of the outside world and to understand it and meet the different races and species of Middle-earth. He speaks with Faramir about the elves and Galadriel. He began to speak about how the only people who find peril in the forests of Lorien are those that bring it with them, like Boromir. Sam shut his mouth the instant he said it, but Faramir asked him to continue. He knew his brother's shortcomings. So Sam begins to talk again, but in less than 3 seconds, he once again wished that he hadn't. Sam said he believed it was in Lorien that Boromir clearly for the first time knew what he wanted, the enemy's ring. "Sam!" Frodo yelled, horrified at the detail that he'd let slip. Sam turned white and began to mumble about how whenever he opens his mouth, he puts his foot in it, and then he went to Faramir and begged him to not take advantage of Frodo because his servant is a fool. He may have let slip what the heirloom that had been hinted at was, but Sam told the Gondorian that it was a chance for him to show his quality. Faramir looked deep in thought as he mulled over the discovery. "So it seems," he said, slowly and very softly with a strange smile. "So that is the answer to all the riddles. The one ring that was thought to have perished from the world, and Boromir tried to take it by force, and you escaped? and ran all the way to me. And here in the wild I have you, 2 halflings and a host of my men at call, and the ring of rings, a pretty stroke of fortune, a chance for Faramir, captain of Gondor, to show his quality. He stood up very tall and stern, his gray eyes glinting. The hobbits stood up and backed away from him until their backs hit the wall behind them. It was silent. Then Faramir, with a start, sat down again and began to laugh. The hobbits were very wary of this change in emotions, so the ring was too much of a trial for my brother, he said. He told the hobbits that he meant what he had said earlier about not taking the weapon if he had the chance. Not if I found it on the highway would I take it, he said. I am a wise enough man to know there are some perils from which a man must flee. Sit at peace and be comforted, Samwise. If you fumbled your words, it may prove only to your benefit, but do not say a word of this again to anyone. The hobbits cautiously took their seats. Faramir told Frodo that if the hobbit had taken his burden upon him at the request of the council, then he has his pity. And what's more, he marvels at his ability to keep such a power hidden and not use it. Are all hobbits like you? He asks. Your realm must be full of peace and contentment where being a gardener is a high honor. The hobbits smiled, and Faramir told them it was time for them to sleep. His only request before they sleep is for Frodo to tell him what he intends to do with the ring, as that will factor into his heavy decision of whether he takes them back to Gondor or lets them go at his own peril. The fear that had passed through Frodo moments ago now left him, feeling very weary, so he responded saying that at Gandalf's advice he was taking the ring to Mordor so he can cast it into Mount Doom and destroy it, but he does not know if he will ever get there at this rate. Faramir looked astonished at what Frodo had said, but the captain quickly moved to catch the hobbit as he swayed from fatigue. Faramir laid Frodo in his bed, and as he moved to leave, Sam told the captain that he honorably took the chance. What's that? Faramir asked. You had a chance to show your quality, and you proved it to be the very highest. Faramir smiled politely, but said that it's not right to accept that honor when there was no real struggle in him to make the choice. Sam then paid him another compliment, saying that Faramir had spoken earlier that Frodo had an air of elvishness to him, and Sam says he thinks the captain also bears an air with him, maybe that of a wizard. As he leaves, Faramir replied that maybe he was just discerning the faraway air of Numenor, and he bid the hobbit good night. So if you've got Faramir from the movie running through your head, I hope you can see how he is possibly the character who has been done the most dirty by the Jackson films. Because in the movies, he makes the right choice eventually, but in the book, he was never even considering anything other than the right choice. And I think the biggest difference is that he is a very high agency person, as opposed to the movie version that lives for the approval of his father. I won't dive into it too much because at this rate, Faramir may deserve his own character analysis, but it was kind of refreshing to see that he was actually a more noble and untarnished version of his brother Boromir. Faramir woke Frodo during the night with an apology and asked him to follow him. Frodo was half asleep as he stumbled through dark passageways that led to an outlook over the waterfall they had come by on the way in, and the pool that it emptied into. Faramir motioned for Frodo to look down into the pool, and there he saw a small shadow diving into the pool and climbing back out to the edge. Some of Faramir's men were stationed at multiple angles with lines of sight to the being, and they held bows at the ready. "Shall we shoot?" Faramir asked. Frodo begged them not to, but Faramir tells him the pool is sacred and to swim in it makes your life forfeit. He really likes the word forfeit for some reason. They continued to watch Gollum playing in the water and hunting for fish as they spoke about him. Frodo says he doesn't mean any harm and he probably doesn't even know they have a hideout here. He was probably just lured to the location. Lured? Faramir asked. He knows of your burden? Frodo tells the captain that that creature bore it himself for many years. The archers stood with bows drawn taut. The leader of them asked if they should shoot. Faramir asks Frodo why they should spare this wretched creature. After fumbling for an answer, Frodo says that it's because he is their guide. Faramir is amazed at how strange each turn of this story goes. He tells the hobbit that he would do much for him, but he cannot simply let this creature roam free among their lands where he could be captured by orcs and used against them. Frodo begs for the chance to go down and bring Gollum in unharmed. The captain tells him to be quick. Bowman remained poised in case the creature did not heed its master's call. But as Frodo reached the ground level and approached Gollum, who was fishing and talking to himself, but also maybe talking to the fish.
Fish, nice fish. Whiteface has vanished. Now we can eat fish in peace. No, Precious, not in peace, for Precious is lost. Dirty hobbits, nasty hobbits, gone and left us.
As Frodo watched the figure, he had the thought that this was his chance to be rid of the miserable voice forever. But no, Gollum had a claim on him now. The servant has a claim on the master for service, even service in fear. They would have never survived the dead marshes if it wasn't for him. And Frodo knew, too, somehow, quite clearly, that Gandalf would not have wished it. Then he called to Smeagol. The creature who had his back to Frodo at that moment froze, but did not turn. There was a hiss, like the slow intake of a breath. Frodo encourages him to hurry to Master, saying that men will kill him if they find him here. Smeagol is, however, not in a hurry. He is eager to show that he has moved on from Master, who has obviously moved on from him. But Frodo has to threaten him with the idea of the Precious getting angry for the creature to finally come. But he hisses loudly to show his displeasure even then. When he came close enough for Frodo to actually see, he had a half-eaten fish in his mouth and another in his hand. He crawled up to Frodo and began to sniff him.
Nice, Master, he whispered. Nice, Hobbit. Come back to poor Smeagol. Good Smeagol comes now. Let's go quickly.
Frodo, knowing that he is complicit in trapping Smeagol, but also knowing this is the only way to save his life, talks concernedly, asking the creature to trust him. That if he can just trust Master, everything will be all right. Frodo knew that Gollum would certainly be tied up or imprisoned in some way once the Gondorians moved in, and that hurt his heart. But it was this or death to poor Smeagol, so he did what he had to do. Just before he was taken down, Smeagol smelled the threat.
Something's there, not a hobbit.
His green eyes flashed with anger.
Master, wicked, tricksy, false.
He began to advance on Frodo just as the men of Faramir moved in and captured him. They took him away. He had fought until they threatened to, quote, stick him full of pins like a hedgehog, and then he went limp and just moaned softly. Frodo begged them to be easy on him, and then he cautioned Smeagol that he suffered less if he didn't struggle. As they carried him past the hobbit, Gollum spat in his master's direction. The creature was brought before Faramir, who began to question him. Who are you? What is your name? Where do you come from? What is your business? Smeagol, emotionally spiraling, just yells out whatever thoughts come to his head, saying he has no name or business, and no Precious. He is only empty, only hungry. Faramir then turns the line of questioning where he really intended to go. Do you know the name of this place? Have you been here before? Smeagol was writhing in self-pity.
We does not know, and we don't want to know. Never came here, never come back.
Faramir is satisfied and turns Smeagol into the care of Frodo, saying, let the hobbit declare what he will with the creature. Frodo reminds Faramir that he has not yet told the hobbit if he will let them go free or if he's dragging them back to Minas Tirith. Faramir sighs heavily and then says, then I will declare my doom, which actually just means judgment or pronouncement in this regard. But he gives Frodo the right to roam Gondor for a year and a day as long as he never comes to this secret place without being invited first, and that anyone under Frodo's protection shall be under Faramir's protection as well. Is that enough of an answer for you? Frodo bows and thanks him for this pronouncement, offering his service if he is ever of use to the captain. Then, his smile dropping from his face, Faramir turned back to Gollum and warned him that if any man of Gondor found him astray from his master, he will be killed. He then demands to know where Gollum intends to lead them, saying he will not let this detail be kept secret. Frodo intercedes from Gollum, talking about the mountain pass that goes by Minas Morgul. Faramir's face turned to stone as he asked, do you know the name of that high pass? Frodo said he didn't. It is called Cirith Ungol, the captain said flatly. Gollum hissed sharply and began to mutter to himself. Is that not its name? Faramir asked Gollum sternly. Gollum said no at first, but then as if some invisible force was pricking him because of the lie, he admitted that he had heard it once, but he immediately defends himself, saying he's only doing what Master ordered him to do, which was to find a way into Mordor. Faramir had Gollum taken away so he can speak to the hobbit alone, telling him that he should not trust this wicked creature. Malice eats it like a canker, he warned, and the evil is growing. Frodo says he is bound to Gollum and has promised to protect him, and asks Faramir, "Would you have me break that oath?" His response is, quote, "No, but my heart would, for it seems less evil to counsel another man to break troth than to do so oneself, especially if one sees a friend bound unwitting to his own harm." Or in other words, it feels easier to advise a friend to break a vow than to break one you have made, especially when that friend might be in danger. He tells the hobbit that Cirith Ungol is a name known to Gondor. Little is known about it except that dark terrors dwell in the passes above Minas Morgul. Even the name Cirith Ungol will make old men and lore masters go white and fall silent. Not to mention how close that would bring them to Minas Morgul, the once Gondorian tower, which is now the stronghold of the leader of the Nazgul, the Witch King of Angmar. But Frodo asks where else would he go, and that if he does not succeed in entering Mordor somehow, Minas Morgul will not be the only Gondorian tower to be ruled by the Dark Lord. Faramir does not have an answer for him, and instead issues a final warning about Smeagol, saying he can read the signs that Smeagol has murdered before and is capable of doing it again. But with that being all he can do, he encourages the hobbits to rest while food is prepared for them to take. He gives them his blessing on their mission for the sake of all of Middle-earth. Here is his farewell to the hobbits. Quote, "I would gladly learn how this creeping Smeagol became possessed of the thing of which we speak and how he lost it. But I will not trouble you now. If ever beyond hope you return to the lands of the living and we retell our tales sitting by a wall in the sun, laughing at old grief, you shall tell me then. Until that time or some other, beyond the visions of the seeing stones of Numenor, farewell." When they are let out of the cave, Faramir says Gollum must be blindfolded, but that the hobbits have earned the trust to walk freely. When Gollum panics and paws at Frodo like a frightened puppy, the hobbit says that they will all go blindfolded. And do you recognize that callback? Frodo has learned this lesson in leadership from Aragorn during their time in Lothlorien, by mimicking the same offer of, if anyone needs to be blindfolded, we will all be blindfolded. And the lesson is, do not ask your followers to do anything you would not do yourself. Kind of a cool insertion from Tolkien. They travel with Smeagol through the cover of darkness and take a rest shortly before the sun should come up. But when Sam woke up a few hours later, it was not light. There was a shadow over them and what was described as a dead brown twilight with a dull red glare from the distance across the mountains of the Efelduoth. Frodo hadn't slept while Sam did, and Gollum had wandered off to hunt. Sam and Frodo swapped places, with Sam on watch and Frodo sleeping. Gollum returned and told Sam they needed to go quickly. Sam protested, saying it's far too early for them to be on the move. It's not even tea time in decent places. Gollum hissed at him.
"Silly, we're not in decent places."
So Frodo is awakened and they continue their trek west towards the very dead brown twilight that was obscuring the light of the sun from their eyes. Eventually they approach the foothills of the Mountains of Shadow and the Tower of Minas Morgul. At times the sensation of dread was so great that Gollum would have to tug at their cloaks to get the hobbits to move forward. Frodo was moving slower than ever. He confided in Sam that he needed to rest. They had begun to climb the first pieces of barren rock that led into the mountains, but Gollum frantically insisted that they climb higher before resting, or else they will see us. Before Frodo could even get to his feet, the rocks beneath them began to tremble, and Minas Morgul was ablaze with forks of blue flame springing up from the tower and encircling the hills. Sounds of screeching birds and shrill horses pierced their ears, and the group of travelers threw themselves behind whatever rocks they could find just before the army started coming into view. All dressed in black, they appeared dark as the night, marching together, rank after rank of small black figures passed silently beyond them. There was a large cavalry of horsemen that accompanied the foot soldiers, and among them was one greater than the rest. The only difference in his black dress from all the black that everyone else wore was a helm, much like a crown that reflected the light off its shiny surface. Frodo's heart began to pulse as he felt the same wicked aura that he had felt when the Nazgul stabbed him on Weathertop months ago. That wound still caused him grief despite being fully healed, technically. This was the Lord of the Wraiths, the Witch King of Angmar, and he was leading the forces of Mordor to Minas Tirith to eradicate Gondor for good, opening the way for Mordor to enslave all of Middle-earth. His presence made Frodo feel the desire to put the ring on for the first time in a while now. The same as always, he felt himself moving involuntarily to a place of putting the ring on his finger, which would signal to both Sauron and his minions the exact location of the One Ring. But this time, his own will stirred ever so slightly to resist. He forced the hand that reached for the ring back down, and he clutched at something that he'd forgotten was there. The vial that Galadriel had given him. The gift that held the spirit of goodness inside of it. Just touching it removed all desire to wear the ring from his heart, and he breathed heavily, as if having performed hard labor now that the urge had passed. The army of the Nazgul passed by, leaving the travelers alone. The narrator builds up the anxiety of the reader by commenting that an army has not been seen of this size since the days of Isildur's might, so we're talking thousands of years, and that the kicker is this is not even the largest army among the host of Mordor. Yeah, Sauron has been busy. They followed Smeagol up the hills and found the first stair, as Gollum had called it. It was more like a ladder than a stair in its steepness, roughly hewn steps that scaled almost completely vertically into the mountains of shadow. The hobbits are sure-footed creatures, but even they had to move cautiously to not slip or fall. Smeagol seemed unfazed by the effort, and he was encouraging, even more amicable than he had been for a few days, definitely since Sam had heard him talking to himself. They make it to the top of that first stair, and the hobbits try to rest, their muscles aching and their lungs burning. Gollum says they must complete the second stair before they rest, and he mentions that it's longer. Longer? Sam asks incredulously.
Yes, longer, but not so difficult,
Smeagol tells them. He explains that the first stair is known as the straight stair, and the second stair is the winding stair. And after that, they will come to the tunnel. The brief moment they paused was enough for Frodo to cool, and the sweat he had worked up was now chilling his body. Sam looked at him with concern, but Frodo got to his feet and said, "This is no place to sit. Let's go on." When they finally get to the top of the winding stair, the hobbits are beyond exhausted, but they can now see the top of the ridge of the mountains of shadow, which brings some relief. But they also see a watchtower that they were not expecting. Sam started to yell at Gollum as he had lied to them about the place being guarded. Smeagol claims that all paths are guarded, but this one is the least guarded, and that maybe all of the guards have gone to war. Sam is not comforted nor convinced by this, but the tower is on the other side of this tunnel that Smeagol spoke of, so they decided to rest here and worry about the tower once the tunnel was behind them. The hobbits sat down and ate what they assumed might be the last meal they ever ate together. There would be no stopping once they entered the Valley of Mordor, and they knew they may die even upon succeeding to destroy the ring. It was a very solemn moment between them. Sam asked Frodo if he could smell the odd odor in the air. It also feels stuffy. Frodo's response is, "I don't like anything here at all. Step or stone, breath or bone, earth, air, and water all seem accursed, but so our path is laid." Sam opens up at this point, sharing what is the most vulnerable side of him we've seen. I don't want to tarnish it with a summary, so here is his entire little monologue, and then we'll discuss. "Yes, that's so," said Sam, "and we shouldn't be here at all if we'd known more about it before we started. But I suppose it's often that way. The brave things in the old tales and songs, Mr. Frodo, adventures, as I used to call them. I used to think they were things that wonderful folk of stories went out and looked for, because they wanted them, because they were excited, and life was a bit dull, kind of a sport, as you might say. But that's not the way of it with the tales that really mattered, or the ones that stay in the mind. Folks seem to have just landed in them, usually. Their paths were laid that way, as you put it. But I expect they had lots of chances, like us, of turning back, only they didn't. And if they had, we shouldn't know because they'd have been forgotten. We hear about those as just went on, and not all to a good end, mind you, at least not to what folk inside a story and not outside it call a good end. You know, coming home and finding things all right, though not quite the same, like old Mr. Bilbo. But those aren't always the best tales to hear, though they may be the best tales to get landed in. I wonder what sort of tale we've fallen into." Now, you may feel this is familiar as the inspirational monologue that Sam gives in the ruins of Osgiliath in the Two Towers movie, which, yeah, they never go to Osgiliath in the book, but despite Sean Astin's performance of the speech being degrees of excellence better than mine, I want to highlight a couple differences in the content of the book speech versus the film speech, because the way Tolkien wrote it plays right into my whole thing that I do with this podcast about living a story worth telling. So Sam starts off the speech similarly, and I grant the writers of the film for coming up with a line that I do love that's not here, where he says that the great stories of old were so full of darkness that sometimes you didn't want to know how they ended, because how could the end possibly be happy? How could the world go back to the way it was when so much bad had happened? But what's not in the film version of the speech is the thing he says about how he used to look at people in those stories as daring adventurers that had desired to face such challenges because they found life dull, like they were engaging in some sort of sport. But that in the tales that really mattered, or at least the ones that you remembered, they're about people who found themselves in the story, not on purpose, and possibly even against their wills. And then they share that line about the folks in those stories, having lots of chances of turning back, but not doing so. But then Tolkien's version says something else that I think is so important to understand about stories. When he says that if they turned back, we wouldn't know because those stories would be forgotten. We only hear about the ones of the people that just went on, even if the end they found was not a fairy tale. Now, I friggin' love this monologue from Sam. It's my favorite thing he said in the book so far, and it's up there for my favorite passages in all of Lord of the Rings. So let's talk about this. How many of you listening would look around at the situation you find yourself in right now in your life and say, I didn't choose this. I didn't design to end up where I find myself today. I never asked to be burdened with these struggles. I would guess many of you would identify with this, and of those who don't, you could probably look back at a time in your life where you did identify with that situation. Sam is saying the best stories are the tales where people who never asked for the trials they face get stuck with them against their will. And what makes the story great and memorable isn't that they were natural-born adventurers or heroes, or that they slice through the opposition with ease. Maybe they hate what they have to do every step of the way, but they just keep going. That was the only thing that made the story captivating, was that the heroes didn't give up, no matter what happened, because if they had given up, their story would not be remembered. This feels very parallel to one of the takeaways I shared in the fellowship, but there's nuance to this take thanks to Sam. Because you may wish every day that your life was not what it is currently. Maybe bad things happened to you from external forces. Maybe you just made bad choices that took you down a path so different from what you dreamed. It doesn't matter how you got where you are today. The only question is, will you keep going? Will you face the monsters that haunt your steps in the form of dead-end jobs, broken relationships, health issues, mental health issues, narcissists, political turmoil, financial crises, crippling self-doubt, or whatever the shadows that threaten your existence may be? And will you decide for yourself that you will not give up? The visuals from Sam's speech are strong in the film, but in the book, imagine saying this as they looked out over the valley of Mordor. Every sense of theirs was being violated by sights, sounds, and smells that made them sick. They have been climbing into the mountains of evil surrounded by orcs and enemies while running on little sleep, little food, and definitely not enough water. And they haven't even begun the most dangerous step of their journey yet. The outlook is absolutely bleak. And yet here, Sam, the gardener, a simple man who only wanted to meet elves, now finds himself on a suicide mission, asking himself if he can be one of the heroes who can keep going when all seems lost. I promise you, no matter where you find yourself at this point in your life, no matter how hard or scary the challenges you face are, the only way to guarantee they don't get better is to give up. Trust me when I say you have it within you to be one of the heroes whose story is worth retelling. One of the heroes that refuses to give in. One of the heroes who can make their world a better place by not accepting defeat. And to cap this off, we return to Frodo's response, saying, "There is no way of knowing what kind of tale they're in while they're still in it. That the tale actually never ends, but their part in it will sooner or later. And to that, Sam makes a joke about when their part is ended, they can finally get some rest. Plain, ordinary rest that leads to waking up in the morning to work in the garden. And he imagines living in a world where their part of the story is over, and he's hearing children ask their parents for the story of Frodo and the ring, admiring how brave Frodo was. Imitating the fake parent, he says, "Yes, my boy, that's the most famousest of hobbits, and that's saying a lot." Frodo laughs, saying that's a lot too much to ever say about him. But Sam was smiling because this was the first real laugh he'd heard from Frodo, probably since leaving Lothlorien. He was brought back out of this, though, by Frodo saying that one of the chief characters had not been mentioned. Then, imitating the fake child, he says, "I want to hear more about Sam, Dad. Why don't they tell more of his story?" Frodo wouldn't have made it far without Sam, would he, Dad? Sam, who is not comfortable with compliments, scolds Frodo, saying he shouldn't make fun. Sam was being serious. Frodo assures him that he was too, and then tells his loyal companion that they are stuck in the worst place of the story, and that in all likelihood, people reading the story may want to shut the book and stop reading at this point. Sam shrugs, saying he thinks that the struggles that are done and over that make it into a great tale are different than hearing about someone going through it currently, because the story gives promise of them overcoming, which gives meaning to the suffering. Even Gollum might be good on a tale one day, Sam ponders, before realizing he hasn't seen the sneaky little guy for a while. He asks Frodo if he thinks Gollum means to betray them. Frodo says he can't be sure, but he is confident that he wouldn't betray them to the orcs. Otherwise, why would he wait until they'd climbed all that way when he could have just done it at Minas Morgul? Sam says that he is a slinker and a stinker, and that the nearer they have gotten to Mordor, the more slinker he becomes. "Mark my words," Sam said, "if we ever get to the pass, he won't let us take the precious ring over the border without making some kind of trouble." Having eaten and still no sign of Gollum, Frodo decides he should sleep a little while he can. And when Gollum came back hours later, he found them. Sam was sitting up, as if he had been on watch but had dozed off in his exhaustion. Frodo was laying with his head in Sam's lap. Sam's hands rested on Frodo as if protecting him. They both looked peaceful. The internal war inside Gollum waged silently. He said nothing, but his expression showed the struggle he was experiencing. He approached Frodo silently and softly reached out and touched his knee, almost a caress. It was so gentle. If they could have seen him now, they would have reasoned him a different being, nothing but an old hobbit, shrunken from his years, desperate for connection. But with that touch, Frodo stirred, and that brought Sam right awake. The first thing he saw was Gollum pawing at Master, and he yelled, "Hey you! What are you up to?" He yelled. Gollum jumped back, claiming innocence. Sam interrogated him about where he'd been all this time, sneaking about. The creature continued to withdraw, his eyes flickering with emotion.
"Sneaking?"
Gollum said defensively.
"Sneaking? Oh, yes, nice hobbits, very polite. Smeagol brings them up secret ways, tired and thirsty he is. He guides them and searches for paths, and they say, 'Sneak, sneak.' Very nice friends, precious."
Sam, for once, felt a bit bad for what he'd said to Gollum and apologized, saying he was just startled, and he tried to rephrase the question more inquisitively than accusatory, saying, "Where have you been?" Gollum sneered at his second least favorite hobbit, because I would argue that Bilbo is still public enemy number one in Gollum's eyes. And Gollum answered the question, saying,
"Sneaking."
He was smiling as he said it, but Sam wondered if this was the most wicked smile he'd ever seen. They woke Frodo up, saying it was time to go, and as they put their packs on, Frodo took a deep breath and said, "The last lap." He smiled as he asked Smeagol if he'd found any food or gotten any rest.
"No food, no rest, nothing for Smeagol,"
he said, and then glaring at Sam,
"He's a sneak."
Sam clicked his tongue and rolled his eyes. He wasn't going to let this one go, was he? Frodo chastised Gollum for using such names for himself, but Gollum, still somewhat sarcastically, said that he didn't give the name. Kind Master Samwise the Hobbit, that knows so much, did. Frodo looked at Sam, who hung his head as he admitted to having called Smeagol that in his surprise, and he promised he wouldn't do it again. The ring-bearer asks Gollum if the two of them could realistically find their own way from here, because if that's the case, he wants to be true to his word and give Smeagol the option to leave and go where he wishes as long as he doesn't go back to the enemy. Gollum shook his head rapidly.
No, no, not yet. Oh no, they can't find the way themselves, can they? Oh no, indeed. The tunnel is coming. Smeagol must go. No rest, no food. Not yet.
Gollum led them up to the entrance of the tunnel. He did not tell them its name, which the narrator shares is Torek Ungol, or Shelob's lair. A foul stench reeked out of the tunnel as if unnameable filth was piled up inside. Frodo asked if this was the only way through. You can guess what Gollum's answer was. Sam complains about the stench, but Frodo says if it's the only way through, they have no choice. It didn't take long after they entered for the light to be completely consumed by darkness. It reminded Sam and Frodo of the mines of Moria, only they had no Gandalf to cast a light for them here. The darkness felt deeper, denser. The air was stagnant, and it felt as if they were breathing in rotten vapors to the point where the blindness seemed to not only affect their eyes, but their minds. The floor, however, was surprisingly straight and even. The walls were smooth, so they used their hands and feet to guide them through the upward slope of the cavern. Eventually, even their senses of touch and hearing seemed to dullen, and the only thing that kept them moving forward was the force of will that they had entered with. Time was out of reasoning at this point. Who knew how long they'd been in here? It became more perilous as the walls began to open into gaps of side tunnels that they may fall down if they weren't careful. Sam whispered, "There's more than one passage here." His words seemed to evaporate as soon as they left his mouth. The side tunnels painted pictures in their minds of orcs lying in wait. The smoothness of the walls and ceiling turned into what they hoped were hanging growths, but in their minds they envisioned damp tentacles stroking them as they walked by. At this point, the hobbits had no idea of how long they'd been in this darkness, and they found themselves holding hands just to ensure they didn't lose each other. By the way, if you haven't noticed the lack of Smeagol being mentioned, it's because since they followed him into the tunnel, we have not seen or heard him. He just vanished. At one point, Frodo comes across a side wall opening much larger than any they'd noticed so far, and the stench that came from it was so foul that he briefly fainted and tripped. Sam tried to keep him up, but Frodo was slow to move due to the sickness the smell had brought upon him. Sam dragged his master to his feet and practically dragged him beyond the gaping opening, but they ran into a new problem not much beyond that. The path came to a fork, and they had no idea which way to go. Frodo called to Smeagol, but the sound didn't even echo. It was so quickly absorbed in the darkness. Sam reasoned that the little monster had finally gone for good, saying this must have been his plan all along. Their decision was made for them when they found that the left passage was blocked by a large stone. So they took the right, and Frodo asked Sam to move quickly. There was something worse than Gollum about. He could feel it. Something was watching them. No more than a few yards later, a sound came from behind them. Since the silence had held such a power in the tunnel, the fact that they were hearing anything was almost more frightening than the sound itself. A gurgling noise paired with a long, venomous hiss. Sam drew his sword and turned about, but what good would it do him if he could see no enemy? The gurgling hiss drew nearer. Anger and despair boiled in Sam's heart. This was how it was going to end, in the darkness against an unseen enemy? But as his mind grasped for any thought of hope, he did remember something. It was Lady Galadriel. She was handing something to Frodo and talking to him. "Master," Sam yelled, "the lady's gift, the star glass, a light for you in the darkness." Frodo's mind had been so clouded that he didn't know what Sam meant at first, the star glass? But eventually he did remember. The vial, the Ariandil star that she had given him. He reached into his cloak pocket and held the vial of Galadriel up high. At first, it was nothing but a small bead of light, as if a single star in the night sky. But it began to grow. Hope grew in their minds, and slowly the light became as bright as if it were its own little sun contained in the glass. The darkness peeled back from the vial. Frodo had never conceived the gift was actually this powerful. He felt an impulse to say something in Elvish, and he didn't even understand what he said. Aya Ariandil Elenion Alkalima. I'm not gonna lie, I think my black tongue is better than my Elvish. But it translates to Hail Ariandil, brightest of the stars. It didn't even feel like his voice as he said it. But after that line, we get a shift in perspective that's pretty creepy sounding. It's a mystery perspective suddenly, which throws us off, saying, But she had walked in the darkness and had heard the elves cry, that same cry from far back in the deeps of time, and she heeded it not then, and it did not daunt her now. Even as the little creature had spoken it, she felt a great malice towards him. And now back to Frodo, after that creepy thing. As the light continued to fill the cavern slowly, he became aware of the eyes. Not two eyes, two clusters of many windowed eyes. Quote, "The coming menace was unmasked at last. The star vial slowly revealed just enough of the curves and the hairy limbs of the beast, and it had begun to chitter excitedly. As the visage of the monster became more clear, the hobbits both felt fear and gave way to their impulses to run. Frodo still held the vial aloft, and with a glance back, he saw the monstrous arachnid now was pursuing them down the tunnel. Her giant form took up most of the space wall to wall. Frodo stopped running and told Sam that fleeing was no use. In desperation, Frodo cried the name Galadriel with every ounce of strength he could muster, and he saw the eyes of the beast freeze. In a brief moment of courage, Frodo drew Sting from its hilt. The elven blade sparkled in the light of the vial, its edges flickered with blue fire, and holding the starlight high, Frodo, Hobbit of the Shire, began to advance toward the eyes. The eyes twitched hesitantly as the bright light moved closer and closer, burning itself into the retinas. Underground, she had been safe from sun, moon, and star, and this light seemed more powerful than any of them. It was so powerful the eyes began to darken. The monster panicked and turned, fleeing from the light in a blind state, knocking against the walls of the cave as she went, plummeting into its den through the side tunnel. Frodo was frozen in place. Sam ran to him, saying that the elves would definitely make a song about that if they ever lived to tell about it. They began to run through the tunnel, the light of Ariandil's star showing them the way as the tunnel crept up and up. They could still sense the evil creature intent to kill. Whether the blindness was permanent or not, they knew that she did not intend to let the trespassers out alive. When they got to the end of the tunnel, it was blocked. Not by stone, it was something soft to the touch, yet strong and unyielding. As Frodo held the vial up to see, it was a spider's web. It spanned the entirety of the exit to the tunnel. The strands were like iron ropes. Sam immediately tried hacking at them with his sword, but the threads did not break. They absorbed the blow and then sprung back into position, unharmed. He hacked multiple times with all his might and only managed to break one cord. Sam was despairing, saying it would take days to get out at this rate. Frodo said he could feel the eyes watching him again, or planning. It was only waiting for the light to fade. "Trapped in the end," said Sam bitterly, his anger rising again above weariness and despair. "Gnats in a net. May the curse of Faramir bite that golem and bite him quick." But Frodo realizes Sting was forged in a time and place where the elves had to deal with giant spiders like this, so maybe it had the ability to cut through the monster's web. He handed the starglass to Sam, who held it as high as he could, and Frodo swung at the web, and as he had predicted, the blade cut through them like threads of fabric. Sam cheered as Frodo continued hacking a path through the denseness of the trap. When it was clear, they jumped through the gap created by Sting, and suddenly, the darkness of the land of Mordor felt like midday sun to their relieved eyes. And just in front of them, they could see in the distance the pass of Cirith Ungol, the cleft that would bring them down into Mordor, or the last lap, as Frodo had called it. He yelled for Sam to run with him, and they were almost there. Sam tried to run. He kept glancing back at the entrance to the tunnel, terrified of seeing those eyes staring out at him. Too little did he or Frodo know, as the narrator points out, that Shelob had many exits to her lair. And then we get a little history lesson about Shelob right at the height of the action. This is not me adding lore. This is actually in the book itself. So here's the quick and dirty. Shelob had lived in the mountains for ages, an ancient monstrous spider from a line of evil far older than Sauron himself. She was like the dark creatures once found in the elven lands of the West. No one knows exactly how she came to Mordor. She fled some ancient ruin, and the stories of that time are mostly lost. But she was there before Barad-dûr was built, serving no master but herself. She fed on elves and men growing bloated on their blood, spinning webs of shadow and pouring out darkness. Her offspring, twisted, miserable creatures, often were killed by herself, those who survived spreading far across the land, from the mountains of Mordor to Mirkwood. But none were like her. Shelob the Great was the last and most terrible daughter of Ungoliant, the primal darkness that once devoured light. So yeah, Ungoliant is a whole different story, but think of her, the primordial spider, as possibly the other side of Tom Bombadil. Whereas he is this ageless, timeless entity for good, Ungoliant was an ageless, timeless entity for evil who served no master. Shelob had been living off of orcs for a long time, but they tasted awful. Gollum had come to serve her when he had escaped from Mordor, and she spared his life only because he promised to lure more prey to her lair. And once again, Gollum was here, promising to deliver her sweeter meat than any orc could provide her. Gollum's plan had been to let her eat them, and then he would comb the remains to retrieve his precious. It pointed out that Sauron knew of her existence, but rather than be annoyed that she killed some of his troops from time to time, he was very pleased to know that there was a hungry, insatiable entity of malice that watched over the only path into Mordor other than his black gate. So he saw the lives of a few orcs as a welcome price to pay for her security services. He even affectionately refers to her as his cat from time to time. But coming back to our hobbits, no fly had ever escaped Shelob's web, and so she was now even more enraged and hungry for their flesh. But Sam knew nothing of this. All he knew were the eyes that had stared unblinkingly at him out of the shadow. Frodo was up ahead, still calling to Sam to run to the pass with him, but Sam could not move his legs for some reason. As he looked forward, he saw two things that made his heart sink. One, Sting was glowing more brilliantly blue than he'd ever seen it, so there were orcs very close by. And two, the sky behind his master was now growing with a fierce red, which squashed any hope he still felt. Sam became aware of the glowing vial in his hand, and now fearing that orcs were their greatest threat, he shoved it into the deepest pocket he had to obscure the light as he began to move towards Frodo. But as soon as the light was hidden, she came. On the hillside to Sam's left, she bolted out of a hole between he and Frodo. She was headed straight for the ring-bearer. It was the first time Sam had gotten a good look at her, describing it as the most loathly shape he'd ever beheld. Horrible beyond dream or imagination, like a spider, but larger than the great hunting beasts, and more terrible because you could see the evil purpose in her remorseless eyes. He gets even more into detail about how grotesque her figure was, but just take whatever image you have and multiply that by 3 or 4 times and you probably got a good idea. She was moving with horrible speed towards Frodo, and the hobbit had no idea she was coming for him. Sam began to yell, but he got only a couple words out before something stifled his cry. A long, clammy hand covered his mouth, and the other grabbed Sam around the neck.
Got him,
Hissed Gollum into Sam's ear.
ha ha ha, yes, nasty hobbit. We takes this one, she'll get the other. Yes, Shelob will get him, not Smeagol. Smeagol promised he won't hurt Master. But he's got you, nasty, filthy little sneak.
His words spittled onto Sam's neck. The desperation of that moment gave Sam a sudden violence and strength that was beyond anything Gollum had expected from the chubby hole-dweller. Sam retched and wriggled until he broke free of Gollum's grasp, and he lunged forward, creating space, sword still in hand. He swung at Gollum, but the creature was quick. He grabbed the sword hand at the wrist and twisted with enough force that Sam dropped the sword in pain. Gollum's other hand found Sam's throat again, but Sam played one last move, something Gollum would not have anticipated. With his feet planted firmly, Sam jumped into the air, throwing himself backwards, kind of like a variation on a back suplex, and Gollum fell over. Sam grappled on top of the wretch and delivered a blow. Gollum was reeling. His choke them from behind tactic had never failed him in his hundreds of years of existence. But his spite had made him gloat beforehand, and he had failed to get both hands around the enemy's neck. His plan was falling apart. He used his force to break free from Sam's grasp, but instead of fighting more, he retreated with his wounds into the dark tunnel where the hobbit wouldn't dare chase him. The fury in Sam's heart was such that he did almost pursue Gollum into the tunnel, but he immediately remembered Frodo and the danger he was in, so he spun around and ran in the direction that Frodo had disappeared, calling his master by name. But as he rounded the corner, he saw he was too late. Gollum's plan had succeeded. When Sam found Frodo, he was lying face up on the ground with the horrible monster bending over him. She was so focused on her prey that she took no heed of Sam's cries as he closed in behind her. He saw Frodo was already wound in cords from ankle to shoulder, and Shelob had begun to drag his body away. Sam spotted the gleam of Sting on the ground behind where Frodo must have dropped it, and Sam did not hesitate, or even think, really. He sprang forward, grabbing Sting, and charged at the horrid creature. Quote, "No onslaught more fierce was ever seen in the savage world of beasts, where some desperate small creature armed with little teeth alone will spring upon a tower of horn and hide that stands above its fallen mate." Shelob turned slowly at the yell, but before she pieced together what was happening, she felt the bite of the elven blade on her foot, which ripped away the claw. Before she could react, Sam was at her front, plunging the sword into one of her many-faced eyes. It went dark, leaving her half blind. Now, the pesky creature was right under her, out of reach of her claws and her stinger. Her giant swollen abdomen was over him, giving off a stench that would have toppled Sam if he wasn't in such a rage. Before she could smother him, he slashed the blade across her with desperate strength. But, unlike dragons, Shelob did not have a soft spot. Her entire hide was thick and impenetrable to someone with as little force as a hobbit, and despite leaving a gash in her, Sam's strike did not fully penetrate her exterior. Finally, on the offensive, Shelob raised her abdomen high on her legs to bring it smashing down on the little bug and finally be alone with her meal. But Sam, in a He-Man-like move, just held the elven blade straight over his head, pointing upwards, and when Shelob brought her body down with her might, she impaled herself on the enchanted weapon. Sam was crushed to the ground by her force, but it only drove the blade in deeper. In all of her long, long life, Shelob had never known such pain. No man or orc had ever wounded her like this. Her body shuddered and she used her legs to lift her gashed abdomen off of the blade, jumping backwards away from the little hornet-like being. Sam had been knocked down next to Frodo's head. The stench of Shelob had nearly overpowered him, but his hands still held to the hilt of the sword. He looked up and saw her staring at him through her remaining eye. Her beak drabbling a spittle of venom, and a green ooze was dripping from her abdomen wound. She was crouched, protecting her cut from exposures to that nasty blade again. Her legs quivered. She sprang for another assault, but unlike the first creature she had captured, this time she did not have a little dab of venom to still her struggling meal. This time her intent was to kill and tear apart. A voice came to Sam's slowing mind as he watched the spider approach. "Galadriel," he said softly as he plunged his other hand back into his cloak, pulled out the vial of starlight, and held it aloft, and his tongue was loosed to speak in a language he had never learned a word of before, saying, Elbereth Githoniel Amenel Palandiriel, La Nalon Sid. I don't know, I'm not going to bother with that one, but he speaks Elvish. It's basically a plea to the spiritual god of the elves, Elbereth, to protect him from the shadow of death. And emboldened, he stood up, Sting in one hand, the vial in the other, and he taunted the monster. "Now come, you filth! You've hurt my master and you'll pay for it!" The vial pulsed brighter than it had even in the tunnel, and it burned into Shelob. More than blinding, the light was actually injuring her from the inside. Her mind in agony, she crawled desperately and blindly, one claw at a time, until she found her hole in the cliff, behind where she vanished, not to advance again. Sam reeled like a drunken man leaving the tavern, but with the monster gone, he ran to Frodo's body and called to him. The narrator lets us in on the fact that Frodo had been taken without even seeing Shelob. One stroke to his neck with her stinger had incapacitated him. He lay there, motionless and pale. Sam cut the bindings and listened for Frodo's heartbeat. There was none. His brow felt cold as well. Sam bawled as he begged Frodo to come back. "Don't leave me here alone. It's your Sam calling. Don't go where I can't follow." Sam wailed until he had no strength left to cry. After he had knelt in silence for a time, staring out at the black and red void of Mordor around him, he asked himself, "What shall I do? Did I come all this way with him for nothing?" Then he remembered the conversation he had had with Frodo, what seemed like ages ago, when he had seen elves, which remember was the reason he wanted to leave the Shire, and Frodo asked him if he felt the desire to continue on. Sam had said, "I have something to do before the end. I must see it through, sir, if you understand." Go on. Is that what I have to do? Leave him and go on? He sat there pondering this idea until it seemed the only thing to do to make Frodo's death not in vain. He laid Frodo with his hands on his chest, laid Sam's sword beside him, apologetically saying that if he is to go on, he will need to take Sting. He also kept the star glass, but even then, he could not leave. He knelt, holding Frodo's hand. He made no sounds, but in his heart, a debate wrestled on. If he went on this journey alone, vengeance would be the fire that stoked his heart, to pursue the wretch Gollum until he could watch him die in a corner. But Sam's good nature quickly dismissed that idea, saying that there would be no peace in killing the miserable wretch. He asked himself, what am I to do? But this time the answer felt pretty clear. See it through. Me? Alone go to the crack of doom? Me take the ring for him? His mind gave him the answer to that as well. Quote, and the council gave him companions so that the errand should not fail, and you are the last of all the company. The errand must not fail. Now we get Sam in the same boat Frodo was in for most of Fellowship, wishing desperately it wasn't him, wishing it was Gandalf or someone more capable. It's not like him to take the lead. He's better suited as support. But the voice in his head said, you haven't put yourself in the lead. You've been put in the lead. And look at those who came before you. Frodo didn't ask to be put in front. Bilbo didn't ask to be put in front. They didn't choose themselves. And in case you aren't already thinking of it, notice the parallels from his speech earlier to him now, being thrust into the very position he said all great stories put characters who didn't ask for it in. Realizing that if he doesn't take the ring from Frodo, the Dark Lord will have it sooner or later, is what finally pushes him over the edge, considering how fast doom could come for them all. He'd already seen the army marching to Minas Tirith. There wasn't much time left. No, it's sit here till they come and kill me, or take it and go. He took a deep breath and then decided, take it, it is. With as much tenderness as he could, he bent over and undid the clasp around Frodo's neck. He kissed his master's forehead as he drew the chain back. The face was still cold, and Sam accepted that Frodo's quest was over. Goodbye, master, he whispered. Forgive your Sam. He'll come back to this spot when the job's done, if he manages it, and then I'll not leave you again. May no foul creature find you. He put the chain around his neck and immediately felt the weight of the ring bend him over. His sympathy for Frodo was already extremely high, but this realization was unbelievable. He struggled up to his feet, holding on to the starlight, and he grabbed Sting and gave one last look at Frodo's face, which now seemed to glow with an elvish beauty in the light of the vial. And feeling completely inadequate and scared out of his mind, Sam turned and began marching into the growing darkness. He saw the orc watchtower they had spotted before they entered the tunnel, and he could do little more than hope that there were no dark ones who could see him. I've made up my mind, he kept saying to himself, but the truth was he had not. Though he had done his best to think it out, what he was doing was altogether against the grain of his nature. Have I got it wrong? He muttered. What ought I to have done? He glanced back and saw Frodo's body not much more than a dot on the landscape, as he said the only wish he had was to be able to find the body once again. He doesn't make it far before orc voices send him into hiding. He looked ahead of him to the cleft and saw orcs emerging from some tunnel to the tower. He cursed himself for taking so long. Now he was going to be caught when they reached the hilltop he was on. How could he escape or save himself, or even the ring? The ring. He didn't think it over. He just jammed the ring on his hand in the instant before the first orc appeared at the cleft in front of him. The world changed around Sam. His mind moved faster than time, and he began to hear and see things beyond his mortal senses. He himself was in a gray, hazy world that he could not see very far, and he did not feel invisible at all. He could hear Shelob groping in misery deep in her tunnels. He heard orc voices in the dungeons and everywhere around him. And he stood absolutely still as the troop of orcs walked right in front of him. There also were other orcs who had emerged from Shelob's tunnel, and the two groups met and talked in a language that Sam understood, although he never had spoken anything but the common tongue. Were they speaking it as well, or was the ring giving him the power to translate? And despite all of these senses and perceptions being sharpened, his actual vision was the only thing that seemed worse. It was dim and grayscale. It was like the world was made of smoke. But he could hear the orcs from the tunnel, who were led by one named Gorbag, and the orcs from the tower, who were led by one called Shagrat. The two commanders discussed what orders they were each on when one of their command found Frodo's body. Sam's blood ran cold. He'd heard horrible stories of what orcs could do with prisoners. He ran back down the path with the ring still on, as he considered throwing away the plan just to try and keep the mongrels off of his master. He guessed there were about 40 of them. He knew that even with the ring, they'd eventually kill him, but his place was by his master's side. The council would understand that, surely. Elrond would understand, right? Their plans have already gone wrong. I can't be the ring bearer, not without Frodo. But he seemed to move more slowly with the ring on, and by the time he was even close to the orcs, they had already lifted up Frodo's body and were carrying it towards Shelob's tunnel. By the time Sam got to where the body had been laying, the orcs were already inside the tunnel. "Curse the filth," Sam sputtered as he began to run after them into the very hole he had so desperately escaped from not long ago. The Undergate was a way to approach the Tower of Cirith Ungol from inside Shelob's lair. The orcs moved fast in the tunnel since they knew their way around. Sam struggled to keep up, although he could follow them just fine by following the conversation between the two orc leaders. Gorbag and Shagrat were arguing. Gorbag was telling Shagrat to keep his swine quiet so they didn't draw her down upon them. Shagrat complained that Gorbag's lot were making more than half the noise, but he says Shelob appears to have sat on a nail, so he's not worried about her, and they were debating what Frodo could possibly be. Was he elvish? No, he was too small. All they knew is it was something that Lugberts, again, that's the orc word for the Dark Tower, Barad-dûr, it was something that Lugberts had been looking for. Sam followed closely, listening to them bicker about this and that until he heard a grinding sound like stone on stone. The voices in the torchlight faded, and the sound of the stone happened once again. Shortly after, he arrived back at the crossroads he and Frodo had found, and he realized the blocked-off path was the secret entrance to the tower, and the orcs were now on the other side of it from him. He could hear Gorbag and Shagrat still talking as if they were stopped just on the other side of the rock. They spoke like colleagues, complaining about the boss, complaining about their individual assignments, rumors of the events out west, but what Sam paid attention to was when they spoke of the message that had arrived, sending Shagrat and his group out from the tower on patrol. The message had said that the Nazgul were uneasy, spies feared to be on the stairs, double vigilance, patrol was to head out immediately. Shagrat implied that this one they'd captured must have been who the reports were about, but Gorbag called him an idiot, saying who cut the cords off of him and scared off Shelob if he was alone. Somebody slipped past, and by the signs of it, it was a large warrior, elven most likely. Sam puffed up a bit, hearing his achievements being attributed to an elf. Gorbag asked Shagrat what he intends to do with the captive anyway, saying his men found him first, any game should involve them. Shagrat tells him his orders are clear. Hold any prisoners at the tower, strip them, and make an inventory of every item that's found. And a list is to be sent to Lugberts. Gorbag commented that the only use for that one may be the cooking pot at this point. Shagrat calls Gorbag thick this time for not understanding that her ladyship only uses enough poison to incapacitate her prey. Too much would spoil the meat. This one's just unconscious. Sam felt desperation set in. Of course, how could he be so stupid? Quote, "Don't trust your head, Samwise. It's not the best part of you." The conversation ended between the orcs and the footsteps faded away. Sam said he knew he should never have left his master, and now those filth have him. He's got to get him back somehow. Sam beat on the hunk of stone with the sword hilt, but no one heard. But the glow from Sting let him see the blocked entrance in a way he hadn't noticed, which was that the stone did not go all the way to the top of the cave ceiling. It was likely only meant to be big enough to keep Shelob from entering. The gap in the stone was not much higher than Sam's arm reach, so with a jump that used the last of his energy, he latched onto the ledge, hoisted himself over, and dropped down into the other side of the tunnel. He ran madly. Frodo was alive. It didn't matter how many orcs were in that rotten tower, he would figure out something. He ran until the sound of the orc voices came within earshot again. They were still arguing, this time about what to do with the body. Shagrat says he was going to put him in the very top of the tower in a chamber where he would be safest. "Will he be, though?" Sam said with a half smile. "You're forgetting the great big elvish warrior that's loose." The orcs were finally inside again, their torchlight marking their faces. They were at a great double-wide door. The rest of the orcs and Frodo were already inside. The two commanders were close to the gate. Inside the tower, Sam heard the sounds of many orcs, singing, horns blaring, gongs banging. It was terrible sounding. But Sam began to charge, yelling as he did, but due to the tumult inside the tower, no one heard him coming. But before he got to the entrance, the doors slammed shut with a boom. The bars of iron fell into place inside. Clang, the gate was shut. Sam hurled himself against the bolted brazen plates and fell senseless to the ground. He was out in the darkness. Frodo was alive, but taken by the enemy. Ooh, we are stuck in it now, aren't we? If you weren't familiar with the books, you may be feeling like Sam and Frodo's plotline is moving pretty quickly compared to the movies. After all, Shelob doesn't show up until over an hour into Return of the King in the films. But when we see how Return of the King plays out, you realize that Peter Jackson was probably smart to draw out their storyline. And I'll say this, the army the Witch King was leading out a couple chapters ago, that's the force that fights in Pelennor Fields. So Aragorn and Gandalf's storyline has definitely advanced since we left them at the end of Book 3, according to where Sam and Frodo's timeline is currently. But like any great trilogy, the second installment leaves us feeling pretty bleak about the outlook. It's a stage in the story that, as Sam said it, some may want to stop reading because you don't see how good could possibly triumph. And that's actually kind of the basis for my big lesson from Two Towers, which has already been filled with many great lessons along the way. But before we get to that, if you have found this episode useful, entertaining, informative, or enjoyable, and you haven't subscribed, given the video a like, shared, or commented, you know, all those magical little algorithm things, please do so we can get these incredible stories and their lessons out to more people. Thank you in advance for your help. And also, a reminder that regarding character analysis episodes for this series, most of them will come after Return of the King, as it's a comprehensive analysis across the entire trilogy. For Protagonist Edition subscribers, I do have a treat though. Next week, you'll get the first ever exclusive episode with a character drop on Boromir. I know it feels like he's in the past at this point, but I couldn't drop it before he actually died, so look for that next week. And a reminder, a link is in the show notes if you want to sign up for the extended editions of the stories, as well as all character episodes. And one last detail before I get into the lesson. I just want to put your mind at ease that Aragorn will be one of the free ones. He has been the most requested character since I started the show, and I would feel like a jerk if I put him behind a paywall. But I can already guarantee most, if not all, of the character dives will be just as useful and interesting. Okay, on to the final lesson, shall we? I talked about how we're in the middle of it now, far beyond the excitement of the first days of the Fellowship and still a long ways away from hopeful victory. And as I thought about the events of the Two Towers, I found myself thinking about how far from their objective both storylines have found themselves. I mean, sure, Sam and Frodo have covered a lot of physical ground, but they had only made it to the beginning of what is going to be the hardest part. And now Frodo is poisoned, hanging in an orc tower somewhere. And the other members of the Fellowship, they spent the whole book moving in the exact opposite direction of what their goal had been. Chasing Uruk-hai, fighting Rohan's wars, and tracking down a defeated evil wizard. They aren't anywhere near where they would have said they wanted to be by the end of this book. And then I had the thought, everyone would acknowledge that Act 2 is the hard part, or the road of trials, as Joseph Campbell puts it. It's the line that connects the dots between Act 1 and Act 3. But we also typically think of Act 2 as being a handful of chapters. But what if your Act 2 is an entire book of its own? How do you persevere when you feel like you're already at the end of your rope and you still can't see the finish line? When you hit the wall on mile 17 of a 26.2 mile marathon? When you've done dozens of code revisions, but the app still has bugs? When you think that you've tapped out on your ability to be loving and patient with your child, but they're just entering their teen years? How do you stick it out when you feel completely lost inside the middle and you don't see a way out? You know how Aragorn expressed his self-doubt after everything went wrong at the end of Fellowship and the beginning of Two Towers? You think he was feeling any better about himself as they were gearing up to defend against thousands of Sauron's forces at Helm's Deep? You think Sam is reflecting on how he defeated Shelob as some major milestone of progress? No, these characters are on a treadmill of suffering dealing with trial after trial that nobody had on their bingo cards. And yet in their minds, they still are holding themselves up to the standard of, has the ring been destroyed? I think we all acknowledge that the middle will be hard when we set out on a journey, but we are really secretly hoping that the enthusiasm of the beginning of Act 1 will take us most of the way before the motivation of seeing the end in sight from Act 3 kicks in. But that's why very few people engage in doing truly hard things, because success is a mega stuff Oreo, with Acts 1 and 3 being the cookies of motivation and excitement, and then Act 2 is a way thicker stuffing of suffering and endurance that, unlike an Oreo, is not the best part of the sandwich. Now, I know Frodo kept saying we're on the last lap when they reached the Mountains of Shadow, but come on, they knew they were really getting to the hard part only then. But let's focus even more on the storyline of Aragorn and the other hunters. They knew everything they were doing was pointless if Frodo didn't succeed at a mission that honestly would be given a low single-digit success rate if someone evaluated it. They were having to overcome challenge after challenge, not knowing if their efforts would mean anything. In the Fellowship, the mission was clear. In Return of the King, the climax will hopefully be glorious. No spoilers. But in the Two Towers, we get the Dead Marshes. We get tracking Uruk-hai on no sleep for days. We get an endless onslaught of side quests and subtasks that would never have even crossed their minds when they were at the beginning of their quest. And this is a tie-in to that monologue from Sam, right? Quote, I expect the heroes from the stories we tell had lots of chances like us of turning back, only they didn't. And if they had, we shouldn't know because they have been forgotten. We hear about those as just went on. You'll be better prepared for the challenges of the middle if you just assume there will be a lot of things that you have to overcome that don't feel like they should be part of the mission. In fact, I would argue that strategy is nothing but the art of anticipating the challenges of the middle. It takes no strategy to start a marathon or to sprint to the finish line once you see it. What takes strategy is pacing, energy conservation. But how do you counter the Act 2 blues? How do we arm ourselves against the little voice that starts to whisper to us once we've dealt with enough resistance to our goal? In this story, they have a pretty compelling reason. The fate of the world rests in their hands. So how do you recreate that level of resolve without actually being in that dire of a situation? And I think this is the key. You raise the stakes until it feels that important. Because we quit on things that feel optional. We quit on opportunities that feel common or replicatable. We quit when our discomfort feels like a bigger problem than a failed result. So you undo that by not letting your brain see the situation as low stakes. I talk a lot in the show about how your lying little brain only cares about keeping you alive and it doesn't care about your goals. It's been a few episodes though, so if you're new from these Lord of the Rings shows, the quick version is the biological side of your brain, as opposed to the higher functioning thinking side. It literally only cares about keeping you breathing and avoiding pain. And one of the reasons change is so difficult is because your brain sees any possible change as an introduction of risk. And why would you want to risk anything when you're currently breathing and alive? So how do we leverage this instinct to help us survive the second act of our goals? You focus on what you lose if you fail or give up. You may not have the fate of the world in your hands, but you do have the fate of your world in your hands. And every time we fail at something, we are risking some aspect of our world. There was a study in 2013 called Life or Death Decisions, Framing the Call for Help. And it found that when blood donation charities used messaging that focused on preventing a death versus saving a life, donations increased by a noticeable margin. Our brains respond more instinctively to avoiding losses than they do to achieving wins. And you can use that to your advantage by how you frame your goals to yourself. In sports, there is an adjacent idea to this that pops up a lot, the idea of hating losing more than loving winning. And I found it funny that the most readily available quotes in this vein were all from tennis players. Jimmy Connors is attributed as saying the most famous version, which is literally just, I hate to lose more than I love to win. Billie Jean King once said, victory is fleeting, losing is forever. And Andre Agassi once remarked that losing, quote, felt like dying. But other athletes feel this way as well. Tom Brady is quoted as saying, I'm a pretty good winner, I'm a terrible loser. So do these people actually have a physical side effect when they lose? Do they die a little bit inside every time they lose? No. Nothing has changed in them, and yet they have framed victory as being so important that they feel like something bad has happened, and the desire is what makes them such fierce competitors in their sports. Winning a game or a match isn't just about hearing applause or trying to win another endorsement. It's everything. You need to look at the goals you wish to achieve and really hone in on what you lose out on if you fail. And then let that drive you. Don't be shy on inflating the importance of every single goal, because everything compounds. A failure today means one less success you'll have time to do in your short time on this earth. Your absolute highest potential shrinks a little bit every time you fail or give up, because your time on earth is finite. And it can be a long and fruitful life if you live it well, but it can also be a deeply regrettable life if it's full of half-hearted attempts to achieve the things you want. And I can feel myself going deeper into this idea, but I need to wrap this lesson up. Trust me, it will pop up again because this principle is too big to be contained. But 2 more thoughts to drive this home. First, looking at the examples I used earlier, the marathon your brain is telling you to quit isn't just about walking away from a handful of miles that really feel painful to run. You're losing out on the money you spent and the many, many hours of training you've put in, but even more importantly, your confidence in your ability to finish hard things will take a huge leap backwards. You lose a lot by giving up. Your brain will tell you that the remaining bugs in your app are barely noticeable and you just need to ship it. But the difference between a mediocre app and a great app are those tiny little details. If you give up, you lose out on the chance to stand out in a crowded industry. You lose out on customers turning into raving fans. And once again, your confidence in your ability to finish really hard things does a reverse leapfrog. You lose a lot by giving up. And finally, your kid may be raising hell right now, but they're not going to be in your house forever. You will spend more time watching them make their own decisions as an adult than you'll ever spend parenting them. Are you prepared to deal with the regret of knowing that you phoned it in because you couldn't deal with it any longer? I don't think I have to lay out the downsides to that choice, but the point is, you lose a lot by giving up. You give me a goal and I can help you frame it in a way that shows that you stand to lose a lot if you don't actually see it through. Because regardless of any external consequences or failures, there are always internal ones related to your self-belief and your courage to try bigger things in the future. Your choices matter, but your lying little brain will try to tell you that these massive undertakings that comprise your second act struggles are not as important as not dealing with discomfort. And that is, I'm afraid, not only a mindset that has corroded the minds of a lot of people, it's something I am guilty of myself. And those choices I've made in the past are the ones that still haunt me when I think about them. And some of you may be saying, but Jameson, you often talk about how you need to be flexible or not be hung up on a specific outcome. And you're right. I do say that, and I stand by it. In your head, that may sound like incompatible advice or irrational thought, but whoever said our brains work in a rational way? I think the easiest way to put this is this. In my opinion, the absolutely most lethal way for our brain to function is that while we're in it, while we're in our version of hunting orcs across Rohan or struggling through the dead marshes, that's when you need to adopt this belief of never giving up. You need to treat it like life or death, and you need to frame it in a way that you see failure as a catastrophic loss. But then, if it's a goal that involves factors that are out of your control, Jay Gatsby's the best example because we just covered him on the show. And so he had factors like Daisy needing to just be on board for this very specific dream, which she couldn't fully do. And most goals will involve other people to some extent. But anyway, if it's a goal that you fail at because of things that you could only do so much to deal with, you need to take the L and not get hung up on it. You're on to the next one. You learn the lessons and come back even harder the next time. An odd visual I thought of that exemplifies this idea is the stock market. Yeah, I know, it's kind of weird. But if you look at a historical graph of the stock market, it has been climbing up since its inception. But you'll notice multiple points where it drops dramatically. 1929 and 2008 being a couple of the more well-known examples. But those massive drops haven't changed the overall trajectory. It's still climbing up when you look at the whole picture. And that is how your life will be if you play your cards right. You will have massive setbacks and losses that will make outsiders even think, oh boy, is this the end? But as long as you still show up every day asking, what losses can I prevent today in the form of growth, your long-term graph will show that you have actually compounded your value many times over. Think of it like this. Failure is not the same as giving up because failure is a short-term setback, whereas giving up is a long-term defeat. Or to recall a quote from Gandalf the White in this very book, if we fail, we fail. If we succeed, then we will face the next task. Okay, let me summarize this big boy. Act 2 is treacherous because it's full of unpredicted challenges that will make you feel even farther away from your goal than when you started. The way you prepare for this is by raising the stakes in your mind. Make your goal feel absolutely vital to the big picture because our brains respond more to negativity, so don't focus on what you gain, focus on what you would lose. And since you will absolutely not be successful in everything you do, you will be more dangerous when you can feel the gut punch from failure and then stand back up and look at the next objective. Because to bring this full circle, since we can't predict how many times we will be successful or how many times we will fail, the only thing that really matters is that we don't give up. That is, at the highest level, the only thing that makes a difference between a hero in a story that gets retold and the hero who no one's ever heard of. Through every victory or defeat, the one constant is that the hero does not give up. Are you going to be that kind of hero? Or as Sam asked, what kind of tale are you living in? And that brings us to a close of J.R.R. Tolkien's The Two Towers. Premium subscribers, stick around. I've got a lot more on my mind still, and remember the Boromir episode will be out next week. Link is in the show notes if you want to sign up for the protagonist edition of the podcast. As I wrap up the episode, I want to say thank you guys for listening. The response to the Fellowship episode was awesome, and I'm very grateful that you guys are finding my voice tolerable enough for this many hours. I'll be back in a few weeks with Return of the King, the dramatic conclusion to Tolkien's magnum opus. Until next time, this is Jameson Olson. You've been listening to Becoming the Main Character. And if you've taken anything away from this episode, let it be that when the Act 2s of your life present you with the chance to give up, ask yourself, what kind of tale are you living in? Because it's your choice.